Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Fought Crime with Tech? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya stared at his feet as they listlessly carried him through the streets of Japan. His own hero had confirmed what he supposed he knew his whole life. He could be no hero. He was weak, quirkless. Perhaps Bakugou had been right all these years, a worthless Deku. As he came to an intersection, he was hit with an urge to go right. And in another life he did. But today, bitter and heartbroken, Izuku turned left, not even noticing the hero power loader charging past him to get to the site of a villain attack, his own thoughts drowning out the yells and commotion that followed. It was not until young Izuku Midoriya returned home that he realized the consequences of his choices. He had turned away from the sludge villain, who had escaped when he was talking to All Might, and walked away from a supervillain attack for the first time in his life. And on the news, his heart sank further than he thought possible. The sludge villain had kidnapped and murdered Katsuki Bakugou, and used his body to escape as the pro-heroes did damage control and rescued the civilians. Izuku did not move from his spot on the couch for hours. Not only had he lost his dreams, it was his fault the villain got away. It was his fault Kaken was dead. That night, he looked out his window and considered forcing it open, repaying the debt to the universe with his life, but he could not go through with it. Days later, he forced himself into his nicest suit, and followed his mother to the funeral, somehow made even more sad without a body to bury. While he was there, Izuku could only stop and stare at the notebook Kaken had torched and thrown away. The tears fell freely, staining the already crisp pages that sat atop his lap. It was a simple ceremony. The most spectacular thing was that some of the pro-heroes who had failed to save Bakugou had shown up to pay their respects. And as everyone was leaving, the hero power loader noticed a young man with green hair had dropped a notebook. He picked it up and called to the boy, "Young man." Izuku and his mother paused as he turned. The hero was approaching, and Izuku froze as he noticed the man was flipping through the pages. "Sir, did you make all these notes on heroes? Even your friend?" he asked, somewhat amazed. Izuku nodded, sadly. "Kaken used to make fun of me for being such a nerd." Power Loader shook his head and turned so he was standing next to Midoriya, pointing out some of the notes. "Not to speak ill of the dead, but I see it differently. You even have notes on the type of equipment the heroes use to augment their abilities. How long have you been doing this?" Izuku wiped his eyes. "Since I was about 4, I found out I don't have a quirk. See, it was my dream to be a hero, but I learned that that's unattainable." Power Loader was taken aback by this. That was a rarity these days. But he eyed the boy for a minute. Quirkless or not, he knew his stuff. "Have you ever considered a career in support?" Izuku and Inko tilted their heads at the man. He pulled out a business card, and Izuku's heart leapt into his throat. "I'm a support professor at UA," he explained, "and with a sharp mind like yours, I think you could do well learning to build support tech for the pros." Izuku began to stutter, prompting Power Loader to chuckle. "Let me tell you something, what's your name?" "Izuku Midoriya." "Yes, sir." The boy stuttered out. "I was there when your friend was attacked. And no one had the right quirk to save your friend. And I hate that." He looked to the ground. "You can't save everyone in this field, and sometimes quirks aren't enough. That's where I want take support to. To do what quirks can't." "What quirks can't?" Izuku echoed, still processing all of this. Power Loader handed another business card to Inko. "Tell you what, young man. The exam is in 10 months. I will remember the name Izuku Midoriya. If I see you apply, I'll put in a good word for you. And if you want to discuss what being a support student means, give me a call. My condolences for your loss." This chance encounter between a pro-hero was one of 2 factors that had changed Izuku's life forever. The second was a news story that had played when they returned home that night. A minor villain had tried to rob a bank, and when he went to attack a woman, her husband had ended the villain with a gun. As part of the story, they brought attention to the fact the man was quirkless, and had owned the gun illegally. But all Izuku heard was that a quirkless man had stopped a villain. He stewed on the events of the day as he laid in bed. Finally, he made up his mind. He turned on a desk lamp and opened a fresh notebook. On the first page, he wrote, Deku, the hunter. A few days later, he called Power Loader and left an awkward voicemail on the teacher's answering machine. He scolded himself for sounding so stupid and awkward, but he was surprised to get a call back within the hour. Yes, you're the Midoriya boy, right? The gruff voice asked. Why yes, sir. I thought about what you said, and I was wondering if you could tell me where to start. I've never invented anything before. Izuku stuttered nervously. There was a silence at the other end as Power Loader considered this. Tell you what, kid, I've had a project in mind. You know that beach on the outskirts of the city? Where all the trash ends up? Yes, sir, why? Izuku answered. Meet me there tomorrow at dawn. You're going to need a crash course on how to build and invent. I've an idea. But this is going to take up a lot of your time. Are you ready for this kind of commitment? Izuku paused and took a deep breath. Yes, Power Loader, sir. I am. I want to create a world where no one like Kaken is ended again. I want to fill in the gaps that quirks can't cover. Midoriya heard a chuckle at the other end of the line. Then I'll see you in the morning, kid. Izuku barely got any sleep, heart in his throat as he waited on the beach. There was a loud bang, and he leapt about 3 feet in the air. Power Loader burrowed through the sand and sprung out in front of the boy. Glad you made it, kid? The pro hero greeted, brushing off his shoulders. Didn't want to keep you waiting, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck. Good. So, let's get down to the brass tacks, the pro started. I'm giving you some private info here, so this stays between us. Got it? Deku nodded. The entrance exam for support class is going to be in 9 months, and you're going to need to learn to build robots? The hero explained. Izuku panicked. He never even looked at anything about that. I wouldn't know where to start. The intricacies of fine machinery are something that are only taught of the most prestigious middle schools in Japan and… Yeesh, cut the muttering, kid. It's creepy, Power Loader laughed. That's why I'm going to teach you. See all this stuff? Izuku looked across all the trash across the horizon and gulped. Wise. We're going to use all this scrap garbage to build a robot. You're going to learn the ins and outs of inventing, and we'll put some muscle on your skinny ass too. Even support students are expected to meet some physical requirements. All right. Izuku nodded. Why yes, sir. So, where do we start? Power Loader grinned. Bring me that locker over there. You've got a lot to learn, kid. So, the next 9 months was a living hell of training for Midoriya Izuku. He dragged scrap around the beach, burned his hands with welding tools, learned different types of telescopic lenses, how to build it, motherboard, how to wire circuitry, and, most importantly, how to weave these skills together. It was a training of body and mind. After a few months, it actually was not that hard of a transition for Izuku. He had always known what sort of equipment the pros used to enhance their quirks. He even had notes on Power Loader's headgear. It just became a shift of better understanding on how those items worked, and just how helpful they were to each hero. The day before the exam, Power Loader and Izuku stood on the beach and examined their finished creation. It was a robotic exoskeleton suit. It was blue with a pull-down visor, and they had even made red boots that looked like the ones Izuku himself wore. I like the boots. Nice touch, kid, Power Loader said, clapping his protege on the back. What do you say you take her for a spin? Izuku looked at the man shocked. Emi? The hero laughed. Of course. We built it to your dimensions, didn't we? I'm not fitting in there. Deku gulped nervously and pressed a button on their remote. The chest plates and leg plates opened up, and he stepped backwards into the machine as it closed around him. He reached up and pulled the visor shut over his eyes. Without warning, Power Loader threw a large rock at him, which bounced off the armor. Hey! Izuku cried, what was that about? Did it hurt, or did the impact dampeners work? Power Loader asked. Izuku paused. I could feel the push of the rock, but it didn't hurt. Yes. Power Loader fist pumped. You installed it right. That's the hardest part. Now test the flamethrower. Izuku raised his arm. Point it away from me, kid. The teacher shouted, shielding his face with his hands. Oh, right. Sorry, sensei. Izuku shuddered, point over the water and making the hand gesture that triggered the flame jets. He felt the heat shoot down his arms as fire shot from the wrist-mounted pistons. "Ha, yes," Power Loader exclaimed. "We did it. The fire mech suit dream is realized. Climb out, kid." Izuku climbed out proudly. "Think I'm ready?" Power Loader nodded. "Yeah, Midoriya, I do. Now remember, you'll be on a team for building, but you'll be scored individually, so don't let any hotheads take over for you. Stand on your own feet, and if all else fails, add flamethrowers. You are real good at flamethrowers." Izuku smiled. "Probably all the notes on Kaken?" Power Loader's smile faltered. "I'm sorry about your friend, Midoriya. I know that's why you're really here now." Izuku looked over the view of the water. "Thanks. I mean, don't get me wrong. He wasn't always the nicest, but he didn't deserve that. I'm just glad I found a calling I can achieve without my quirk." "Well, you done good, kid. Now, go get some sleep. You've got a big day tomorrow." Unbeknownst to Power Loader, there was more to the calling than Izuku let on. Back at his home, Izuku had various news articles pinned to a cork board. The sludge villain was still at large, using Bakugou's corpse as a meat suit for his crimes, and for months, Izuku had been tracking the case, looking for patterns. But like his sludge, he was hard to grasp. Whatever his process was, it was pretty unclear. Izuku smiled to himself serenely, despite his frustrations. While he had found passion in what he did, support was a means to another dream. "Don't worry, Kaken," Izuku said, tacking up another article, "your suffering will end soon. I just need the right tools." The next day, Izuku rose bright and early, and slung his backpack on to head to the UA testing center. Part of him wondered why the support test was a full month before the hero test, but being a hero was a dream of the past. The test was odd. He was handed a card with Group D, Team A, on it. He reported to the testing center for Group D, which was an arena-sized room filled with parts, and found that a lot of students were already finding their teams. Before he could ask around, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Izuku turned around to see a girl with pink hair beaming at him. He froze up. "Holy crap, a girl. You're Team A, right?" "I could see from across the room." Izuku looked down at his card. The print was really small. "Ha!" The girl laughed. "Impressed? My quirk, I can zoom in on things. I made this precious baby to help with it." She pat the goggles on her head, swelling with pride. "I love my babies." She crowed. "What have you made?" "I'm Hatsune, by the way." Izuku froze up. His training with Power Loader was supposed to be a secret. He opened his mouth to give a weak excuse, but he was interrupted as a voice came from a podium at the end of the room. "Hello, Group D," yelled a man with blonde hair. Izuku internally freaked out. "That's Present Mike. He's the voice hero." He fought the urge to mumble. He had just been told for most of the last year how creepy it was, and did his best not to. "Every year, as you groovy cats know, we gather students for the hero course. And we have them fight some crazy robots to test their quirks. Can I get a whoop whoop?" Present Mike yelled. Izuku went to give him a whoop whoop, but no one else was, so he kept quiet. "Okay, you're all in zone. So what does this have to do with you?" A banner unfurled behind him, showing a giant robot that, "Well, Group D, you all are going to be building this bad boy, the zero-pointer. What say you make a bot that gives the heroes a hard time?" Midoriya and Hatsune exchanged glances, his nervous, hers ecstatic. "Teams, grab the blueprints for yours part, and when time is up, you will need to put the robot together." A panel in the wall opened, revealing 10 rolls of blueprints. Midoriya ran over to it and grabbed theirs, bringing it over to Hatsune. "So what are we building? What part of the baby are we in charge of?" Hatsune begged, bouncing on her feet. Izuku unfurled the sheet, and his eyes widened. "The weapons systems. Specifically, the lasers and flamethrowers." Midoriya met Hatsune's gaze, and this time, they were both ecstatic. It turned out, it was just the two of them on Team A, as the size of the zero-pointer did not mean it generally needed a ton of weapons. However, the two of them were more than enough. Midoriya was amazed at how easily Hatsune could make the precise lens for a laser that would maim, but not end, any of the hero hopefuls, and she couldn't help but applaud him for his knowledge on flamethrowers. That propulsion system is something, she admitted. My babies only manage a 30-foot flame burst. How are you getting 50 feet? I must know. Izuku began to sweat nervously, although the welding torch in his hand wasn't helping. He flicked it off and lifted his visor. Let's focus on getting the W weapons on the M mounting system, Hatsum. Oh my god, I talked to her. He panicked. She pouted, I'll know your secrets, Midoriya. Just you wait. She flashed him a wicked grin. Izuku gave her a weak smile and turned back to his welding. Focus, Deku. Finally, the buzzer sounded, and the groups came together, wheeling their parts to build the robot together. As Hatsum and Midoriya mounted lasers and flamethrowers on both the treads and the arms, Present Mike was shocked on how many they made. Why, you only had to make one for each tread. He marveled. I know, but we had enough materials to really give this guy some firepower if you know how to wire it right. Hatsum boasted, throwing an arm around Midoriya. He burned bright red as she added, and this green-haired genius knew how to rig the babies real good. Present Mike was thoroughly impressed. I've never seen a zero-pointer with so much bang, but is its bark worse than its bite? Tune in and find out. He went to test the flamethrowers, and both Hatsum and Midoriya began to panic. No, wait, there's people in. The flamethrower torched a wide radius 50 feet in front of them, a few of the other support students just barely managing to get out of the way in time. The way, Midoriya coughed, getting out from under the singed metal plate he had covered himself and Hasjum with. Present Mike boomed, that's spicy. 2 weeks later, a letter from UA came. Izuku and his mother opened it together, to find a hollow disk. The projection of Power Loader proudly crowed that he had passed the support exam with flying colors. Izuku and Ink both teared up and embraced. At long last, Izuku had found a way into the Hero Academy. But Izuku did something else in those 2 weeks. He got up early every day, and went back to that beach for scrap. And the night before he began support training, he stayed up, finishing his own miniature flamethrower. I guess you're the first of my babies. He chuckled to himself. I'll have to make you some brothers or sisters. Deku turned to the latest picture he'd pulled from online, the sludge villain using Bakugou's body to pull a robbery heist in Shibuya. Part of Bakugou's face had rotted away, revealing the muddy substance underneath. Despite how much the sight made Izuku seethe, he kept the serene smile on his face and turned back to his flamethrower. I don't think you're quite enough for our guest of honor. He opened his closet and pulled off a loose board in the back, stashing the weapon. Midoriya Izuku was ready for support class. On his first day, Izuku learned an important lesson, that his actions have consequences. As he walked into the main building, he heard some whisperings around him. As he looked around, wondering what everyone was talking about, he clumsily tripped over his own 2 feet. Well, so much for avenging my friend, he thought as he braced for his imminent death, but he blinked and realized he never hit the ground. He looked over to see a girl with pink cheeks had touched him, making him float. He'd have freaked out, but he was more taken aback by the burn mark that covered the right side of her face. Sorry, I didn't ask if I could save you with my quirk, she muttered, looking at the ground. I just didn't want you to get hurt. Okay, Midoriya, you talked to one girl during the test, you can talk to her. Thank you. I appreciate it. He stuttered, blushing horrendously. No worries, see you around, she said, taking off and avoiding eye contact. He stared after her for a minute. She seemed so sad. He couldn't help but wonder why. He jumped though as a hand slapped him across the back. Izuku turned to see Hatsum had come up to him, beaming. Then again, she usually seemed exuberant. Admiring our handiwork? Hatsum asked. What do you mean, our handiwork? Izuku asked, tilting his head. She tried to take on our zero-pointer to save a girl, Hatsum answered. I had to watch our baby in action, Midoriya. She got the burn for her trouble. Uraraka Ochako, I think her name is. Guilt panged in Midoriya's heart as he looked out where the girl had gone. Oh, we did that? His melancholic voice soared right over his classmate's head. We sure did. Don't worry, she's being treated periodically with Recovery Girl. The burns are just tricky. She squeezed his shoulders with her arm in a side hug. We should make babies together more often, Midoriya. We're good at it. See you in homeroom. W. Midoriya stuttered out. Until class started, Midoriya could only think of two things: Hatsume's awkward phrasing of inventing things together, and that his invention had hurt someone who didn't deserve it. Even if it was on the orders of UA, he had never stopped to think about his inventions hurting an innocent person. It made his stomach churn. His thoughts were dashed as Power Loader crashed into homeroom on day 1. He stood up behind his desk and looked around at his class. He couldn't help but smirk as he saw Midoriya in his class. In the end, he didn't need to put in a good word for the kid. His work spoke for itself. Who can tell me the best type of restraint system? Power Loader asked. A boy in the front row raised his hand, but before he could speak, Power Loader threw a pair of bolas tied together around the boy's wrist. The balls clasped together, and then pulled the boy magnetically to a locker on the side of the room, leaving him clasped against the metal locker. Wrong. Power Loader yelled, "It's the magnetic bolas I'm teaching you to build." Midoriya. Pull Yukio off the locker and let's go to work. The work was fascinating. Smart magnets made sure the bolas wrapped around their target, fastened together, and then shifted to the nearest metal surface. As Midoriya was tinkering with it and his screwdriver, he barely noticed the morning had flown by as the bell for lunch sounded off. "All right, put your works in your drawers, not your pants, Yukio," Power Loader yelled at the class. Desk. Drawers. Christ, you can pick it up tomorrow. Support has the normal academics in the afternoon. The class groaned. "Look, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say Shakespeare is going to help you with support careers, but I want you to greet every class the way you would repairing a pro-hero costume, which is crapping your pants in excitement." Power Loader advised, "Now get out of here." "Hey Midoriya, you're almost as far into your baby as I am," Hatsume said from right behind him, making him jump. "I think you might just be my competition." Izuku grinned nervously as Hatsume walked past him. He still wasn't sure what he thought about her. He knew what he thought about lunchtime though. He was geeking out over meeting pro-hero lunch rush. Even with changed dreams, Izuku still took notes on the type of utensils and equipment the pro used to get his cuisine just perfect. But as he looked up from his food, he saw Uraraka right in his line of sight, cutting his bout of fanboyism short. He stood up and walked over to her. She was eating with a tall boy with glasses and a girl with large hands and eyes. "Oh, you're the boy from this morning," she said, slightly more cheery than she had been earlier, but still seeming a bit downtrodden. "Why's?" Izuku replied, fighting the heat that was rising to his cheeks. "My name is Midoriya Izuku. I wanted to thank you again." She gave him a small but heartfelt smile that made his heart skip a beat. I heard you fought the 0p pointer." Before he could go any further with that, her expression changed completely. A fierce, competitive and determined look hit her face. "I almost got it too," she gushed, "and you know what? It taught me something." Izuku tilted his head. "Taught you something? This is the big time," she crowed, clenching her fists and grinning wildly. "I have to step my game up if I'm ever going to support my family as a hero. I can't go letting some robot get the best of me. This," she pointed to her burn with wild abandon, "is the last injury I'll undertake in my hero training, mark my works, or my name isn't Uraraka Ochako." Izuku smiled. I'm glad you feel that way." Now it was her turn to tilt her head, confused. "Why do you say that, Midoriya?" He said, rubbing the back of his neck. "My team built the weapons on the 0-pointer. And after you helped me this morning, was a bummer to see my work hurt someone so." She gave him another smile that made his stomach make a weird, twisting movements. "Thanks, Midoriya, but I'm stronger than I look." She winked at him. "Next time I go up against one of your machines, I'll tear it to pieces, so give me everything you got." Izuku beamed. "Why, no holding back, okay?" Ultimately, the first few weeks of UA went well for Midoriya. He was already learning the technical skills Power Loader had planted in his head over the last year, but as far as his secondary goal, "I'm stumped," he muttered into his fish as he sat at the dinner table with his mother. "Dear, are you okay?" Inko asked her son, worried. "You're talking to your food again. Are you sick? Do you need to see the doctor?" "Oh, sorry Mom," he replied, "just said I'm full." This was delicious. He bowed before cleaning up his food. Inko frowned at her son though. He seemed different after Bakugou died, and she wondered how normal this was. What she didn't know was that after dinner, he was removing a board in the back wall of his closet and examining his arsenal. So far, he had the crude mini flamethrower, a fast-dispensing capture tape holder, a few pairs of magnetic bolus, easily concealable telescopic Christmas sticks, and a mechanical chest pack that would be helpful in storing and dispensing gadgets. Nothing that would help him catch the sludge villain, however. Since joining UA, he had even begun taking voluntary martial arts classes that were offered to the students outside of the hero course as well, just in case the need would arise where he was caught without his babies to defend himself. None of this is enough though, he sighed, rolling back onto his bed before drifting off into an uneasy sleep. I need something that can stop that sludge bastard. This won't cut it. It would ironically be a villain attack on UA that would give him the epiphany he was looking for. It had been a few days earlier. Classes had been interrupted by an emergency lockdown message had blared through the school. Someone unauthorized had entered the campus. As the students rushed the halls, Izuku had grabbed a pair of restraining bolus just in case, but it turned out there was no need. The boy with glasses, Ida, had found it was just some paparazzi who was trying to get in touch with All Might. The next day, while Izuku was in class, he learned that the break-in was a test. Support class was working devices for the upcoming sports festival. He remembered what Power Loader had told them as he gave them free reign of what they could build. Every year, the sports festival devolves into the hero class students showing off flashy quirks. The gruff teacher had scoffed to the class. That's dumb and I hate it. So, while I can't tell you what you'll be facing, I can advise you to work on versatile weaponry and work on your mobility. It's about damn time support class was the talk of the festival. Don't let me down. The word struck Izuku. Support students were only allowed a small backpack and any modifications they could make to their footwear. And when Hatsum added telescopic legs to her backpack, Izuku had a plethora of ideas. But it was one day as he was tinkering with his weaponry, Power Loader received an urgent call from the front office. What? He shouted, startling the class. At the USJ. I'll be right there. As he bolted for the door, he turned and looked at his confused students. Emergency staff meeting. Just work on your weapons until the bell rings, and don't leave until you get the announcement it's safe. Seriously. Don't move. Do you mean it's not safe? A boy towards the front shouted. Not everything is about you, Yukio. Power Loader screamed as he bolted out the door and down the hallway. As soon as he left though, metal plates slammed down across the windows, making a few of the students shout in surprise. Guess we're on lockdown, Izuku muttered, nervously. Hatsum overheard him and beamed. Teacher runs out and lockdown happens, huh? Sounds like a good time to get curious, huh, rival buddy? Izuku tightened a few bolts on his weapon pack and closed the lid on it. He gave his friend a smirk. I thought you only cared about building your babies? Even last time someone got in, they didn't plate down the windows. Midoriya, Hatsum replied, rolling her eyes. The security tech here is top-notch. Aren't you curious to see who managed to get past it and how? He tightened the lid on his pack and put it on. Absolutely. Wanna go spy? He managed to sound confident saying this, despite how nervous he was about getting caught. Perhaps she was rubbing off on him. She pulled her goggles down. Sure thing, partner. In his rush, Power Loader had forgotten to lock the door behind him, but Izuku put on his thermal goggles to see if anyone was still in the halls. Show off, Hatsum muttered, rolling her eyes, but smirking all the same. You're just mad yours don't do this, he replied. Coast is clear. As they snuck down the hall, eyes peeled for others, they came to the front door. Hatsum pulled a small metal rod from her glove and stuck it in the keyhole. It whirred and shifted, picking the lock in seconds. Your thermal vision can suck it? She grinned, putting the rod back in her glove. All right, I mean, that is pretty cool, he conceded, pulling out his notebook to jot down a few quick scribbles or her universal lockpick. They had both agreed they heard Power Loader say the USJ, but that was on the far side of campus. Usually the students were bused there. But then again they were tech students. Hatsum took the time to bust her new hover boots, taking long, 10-foot strides into the distance, but she seethed, as Midoriya's invention was telescopic spider legs, for total, with clawed bottoms, that sprouted from his backpack and carried him towards the building in even pace with her. You ripped that idea off from my telescopic stilts. She scoffed as she took another hop towards the large building. Yours only extend one direction, Midoriya argued, but mine have joints and work in tandem with where I direct them. I for the controls here on the straps to the backpack, and it's totally different, plus the amount of cabling I had to use to get them just right is much more complex than a mere telescopic rod and dash. Stop muttering or whoever broke in will hear us coming. Hatsum sneered. As they reached the side of the building, she seethed more at seeing his spider legs could even scale the side of the building by digging in with the claws. Before he got too high up the building, he turned and offered her his hand. "UW want a L lift?" She rolled her eyes. "I bet you love showing off, huh?" Truthfully, no, he was more panicking about how close they were as her carried her up the side of a building. Especially for how off-put she was at being shown up. Their attitudes shifted when they finally reached a ledge at the skylight of the USJ and saw just how grim a lockdown at UA meant. Midoriya's jaw dropped at the sight. Supervillains were strewn across the area, but more shockingly is that the teacher of 1A, who Izuku had come to recognize as Aizawa, was in a bloody pulp in the midst of the bodies of the thugs. Scanning around the arena, he saw what looked like the rescue hero, 13. Or, what was left of them. They appeared to be broken from the villain attack. He recognized Uraraka by them, holding off some odd, mist-like creature with some students he didn't recognize. Further past the villains, he recognized the girl with large eyes laid out in a bloody mess too. It's too far to tell, but are Aizawa and that girl okay? He asked his friend, nervously. She glanced at him and made a very uncomfortable face. After a moment, she replied, "The girl is moving. The teacher is not." But the most shocking part was seeing All Might in action, fighting toe-to-toe with a weird-looking muscle-bound monster with its brain exposed. Out of nowhere, All Might had hit the beast with a German suplex, but a portal opened up under the ground from one of the villains Izuku hadn't seen before. But just as shocking, a student from 1A he hadn't recognized used his quirk to freeze the ground, freezing parts of the beast. All Might managed to recover and the fight continued, but suddenly, Izuku couldn't focus on the fight. "Ice," he breathed to himself, suppressing the urge to laugh. "It's ice." He could see it in his mind, using ice to freeze the sludge villain, stopping him from using to quirk to slip through a drain or compress himself in a body. And then he could. "Move, idiot." He heard Hatsum yell to him. He blinked, and realized All Might had punched that monster right towards them, and suddenly, Hatsum tackled him onto the ledge they were on. The beast burst through the window right where he had been standing, and was sent hurtling into the sky. Whoa, the two support students breathed in amazement. There was more yelling and commotion from inside the USJ, snapping them back to the present. "Maybe we should get out of here," Izuku suggested, a little perturbed. Hatsum nodded, and together, they made a descent down the building, and began sneaking their way back to class. Once back in support class, Hatsum and Izuku did not speak further, but not for the same reasons. The rest of the students had been quite freaked out, Hatsum perhaps more so after having seen the Nomo up close. Not Izuku though. Midoriya Izuku could not have been happier by what he saw. He didn't know the name of the boy in 1A with the ice quirk. But really he supposed it didn't matter in the end. What did matter was what happened the next day. Power Loader had given the class free rein once more to prepare for the sports festival, but no sooner had he cracked open a book had he been interrupted by the sight of a bushy, green head of hair at his desk. "What's up, kid?" the pro asked his secret protege. "Sir, what do you know about cryogenic weaponry?" Midoriya asked. At the rather confused look the teacher gave him, he was quick to add, "It's for the sports festival." "You know, for restraining the other students," Midoriya lied. Power Loader laughed and seemed to have bought it. "I like how you think, kid. Pull up a chair." It was only a few nights later, sitting at home at his desk, that Izuku laughed to himself as he completed his first freeze grenade. "We'll need a few more of you, but..." He looked over at the rest of the small cache of combat gear he had built for himself and grinned a broad, triumphant smile. "I think we have just enough favors to throw our sludge friend a little party." Carefully placing the grenade amongst its siblings, Deku pulled out the flyer for the sports festival from his pocket and tacked it on his closet wall. But first, he pondered, rubbing his chin, a little field testing is in order. Let's see how my babies stand up in combat. It was then he decided to get back to his normal studies, reading The Art of War as requested by Present Mike. And perhaps it was serendipitous that right when Izuku was ready to focus on combat, he came upon a quote that struck great accord with him. Know your enemy, and know yourself, and you need not fear the result of 100 battles, he muttered to himself from beneath the small hum of his desk lamp. He looked once more at the sports festival flyer, and then to his old notebook filled with his studies of quirks. Maybe, he mused to himself, skimming the crisp pages of his earlier notes, maybe it's time I get to know some of the competition. Hey Kaken, Midoriya said, standing in front of the memorial of his childhood friend. He reached into his pocket and placed an All Might trading card on the grave. They both had that one as kids. It was one of the few times they bonded. So, Midoriya said, looking at the picture of Bakugou that rested on the memorial. Tomorrow is the sports festival. The wind gusted, causing the green-haired boy to put his hands in his pockets. It should be you, Kaken, Midoriya muttered to his feet. Not in support, obviously, but he fell silent. He wanted to cry, but Midoriya Izuku had not cried since the funeral. He winced as the words finally reached him. I should have died that day. It's my fault you're dead. I should never have tried to talk to All Might. Izuku sat on the ground next to the memorial. You'd win this no problem, Kaken. You were the strongest person I knew. After a moment of silence, Deku let out a bitter laugh. You'd hate me getting all emotional on you, wouldn't you? Deku stood up and looked at the picture of Bakugou once more. You'd hate that I'm looking for your body and the bastard who took it too. You always hated me trying to help. Midoriya gave the picture a small smile. We weren't great friends, were we, Kaken? No, I suppose you were kind of a bully, and I let it happen. Still, Midoriya looked into the sky. I wouldn't be any friend and at all if I didn't try to avenge you. Like it or not, I've got your back. The day had finally arrived. The last few weeks had been a blur for Midoriya Izuku, training himself in martial arts, working his body and reflexes, and a little studying of the quirks of the students of classes 1A and B. And now, body, mind, and tech all prepared, or as prepared as he could be, he supposed he was crouched at the starting line for the sports festival preliminary race. Midoriya's eyes darted back and forth from the students. Most of them he recognized from classes 1A and B, and a few notable general studies students he had observed, but there were some he couldn't place. He just hoped his gear would get him through any unknowns. Weeks of preparation can only go so far when you don't know what you're up against. The starting signal went off, and Midoriya took off with the rest of the class, and as he ran, he hit a switch on his backpack. The backpack shifted some telescopic plates of armor down his arm, forming metal gloves down his fingertips. Just in time, he thought, because I'm pretty sure. His suspicions were confirmed as the boy in first place, the boy with the ice quirk, Todoroki. He had learned from his spying, turned and used his power to try and freeze the rest of the first-year students in place. He smirked to himself as he pointed his arms forward and bent his hands down to activate his wrist-mounted flamethrowers, not nearly as powerful as the ones he had placed on the zero-pointer, but powerful enough to cut a path through the ice blast, leaving Midoriya a path to charge through as he ran past a bunch of frozen classmates. Damn it, Midoriya, pouted Yukio from his class, stuck in the ice. From the viewing platform for the teachers, Power Loader watched while next to All Might. The number 1 hero squinted in confusion. Loader, that's one of your kids, isn't it? Toshinairo asked. Yes, sir. Power Loader crowed. Midoriya Izuku. He and that handsome girl are going to put me in the loony bin, but he can make a flamethrower out of a paperclip and a wet noodle if you give him enough time. It couldn't be, All Might thought to himself. The students rounded the corner, and screams could be heard as a plethora of zero-pointers erupted from seemingly nowhere to get in their way. While terrifying, Izuku couldn't help but pause momentarily to wonder, 1. Who suddenly mass-produced these when building 1 was an entrance exam, and 2. Where they were storing them this whole time. No time to ponder. He saw a few students from 1A use their quirks to smash through the Kirishima guy in a literal sense, the Momo girl with a rocket launcher of some kind, but Midoriya knew better. This wasn't time to fight. He flicked his wrist and a grappling hook shot from bottom of his arm plates, piercing the inner leg of a zero-pointer, the weakest spot, and propelled him forward through the air. He released the hook as he sailed past the arms of the robot, through its legs, and repeated the process to get through the second wave. And they said Legend of Zelda wouldn't do anything for me in hero school, Izuku smirked to himself. He was surprised though. He looked to his right and saw another boy from 1-0. He remembered using his quirk to do the same thing. To his left, he saw the girl with the large eyes using the same strategy, with her tongue. Azuitiu frog quirk. They both landed next to each other and took off running. You were that girl who got really hurt at the USJ? Izuku asked, panting through his strides. She only slightly glanced at him. Kero, you're the boy who made friends with Uraraka after building these robots? Izuku replied, embarrassed. I'm glad you're okay. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Kero, watch where you're dash. He didn't hear the rest of her statement as he began to plummet towards the ground. He hadn't been watching where he was going, and had come up on a large valley and ran right off a cliff. I can build all this fancy crap, but I can't fix my common sense. Now I die, he thought, but his thoughts were interrupted as something slimy wrapped around his waist and hoisted him from the crevasse. Now, Izuku had come to realize Azuitiu had a frog quirk. However, he didn't realize she could do what he just did, and was blushing furiously as she pulled him out of the valley with her tongue. She just licked me, what the sheet he thought, managing a weak smile and blushing horrendously. I'm glad you're okay too, Kero, she replied, giving him a small grin. Thanks. Be more careful. Good luck. With an amazing jump, she leapt to a rocky pillar in the distance. Midoriya was unfrozen from his trance as a hand slapped down on his back. He jumped and saw Hatsum preparing her own grappling hook. Now's not the time to flirt, lover boy. All right. He snapped back into reality and looked around to see Uraraka using her floating ability to travel from rock pillar to rock pillar. Hatsum was already climbing across her grappling hook rope. Iber from Class 1B was using her vines to swing from the rock pillars. Jumping seemed to be the best course of action. He sprouted his telescopic spider legs from his pack and used them to take a running, springing leap to the nearest rock pillar, and sprang to the next one, until the distance came to be too much. He then let himself fall a bit, and used a grappling hook to hook a distant pillar, swing across the rest of the canyon in a wide arc to the other cliff face, where he clutched the side with the spider legs. Climbing the rest of the way, he panicked to see he had about 10 to 15 students ahead of him. He used his spider legs to catch up to the rest of the pack. Nice legs, Tsuyu said, now taking long hops alongside him. It was an impressive use of her frog quirk, so Midoriya smiled and replied, Thanks. Yours too. Tsuyu took a somewhat amused expression. That's pretty forward for our second conversation, Kero. I guess you're not bad to look at either. Realizing what she meant, Izuku again blushed furiously. No, I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. Suddenly, everyone screeched to halt as they reached the final stretch of the race, a minefield. He and Tsuyu stopped right next to Hatsum. You got anything for this? Midoriya asked his rival as he watched Kaminari get blown up. She shook her head. Nope. How about you? No, she sighed. Well, this sucks, Kero, Tsuyu croaked. The two tech students grimaced at each other. Izuku retracted his spider legs and the two began to slowly pace themselves through the minefield. The rest of the students had caught up to them, and soon the field was littered with mines and students, leveling the playing field. This must have freaked out Todoroki, who suddenly froze a giant section of the field to race ahead, but left a path for people behind him. A lot of other students ended up getting them blown up in large, pink blasts just trying to reach the path. This is my chance, Midoriya realized, bringing his spider legs back out, carefully planting them where it was safe, and using them to launch over a gaggle of Hero Corps students, landing on the ice path. He planted his boots down, crouched, and used the spider claws to grab chunks of the ice path and propel himself forward like he was skiing. Not long after Todoroki made it past the minefield, Midoriya left it right after, clawing his way towards the taller boy. Todoroki turned and tried to blast the support student with his ice quirk, but Midoriya was able to lunge out of the way. Finally, the two of them burst into the arena amidst a chorus of cheers. Midoriya retracted his mechanical legs and caught his breath. Second place would do, for now. As the rest of the students made their way into the arena, he couldn't help but smile as Hatsum was in the top 20, right behind Tsuyu and Uraraka. "So how do you feel about the spider legs now?" he asked his support friend. "You can shut your mouth, man." Hatsum rolled her eyes, but gave him a smile nonetheless. As the rankings were announced, Midnight took the stage as the judge, announcing the next stage, a cavalry battle with sliding scales of points. Meaning the first place holder will be worth 10 million points. Midnight concluded. "Now team up. You have 15 minutes. Everyone turned to glare at Todoroki, who, despite his stoic nature, gulped. "Man, I'd hate to be that guy," Hatsum whispered to Midoriya. He nodded. "Right? Kinda glad I don't have that target on my back." "Hey, you wanna team up?" Hatsum asked. "Of course we're teaming up. I'd be pissed if you didn't. We're the only support students here, and you're my friend. Our tech together is going to look so good for all those support companies up in that box over there." She pointed towards an observation deck near the top of the arena. Her bluntness made him blush and smile. "Awesome. Let's go find 2 more people." "I have an idea. Let's go ask the Uraraka girl," Hatsum suggested. "I think we could combine my long fall boots with her quirk." "All right." Uraraka beamed at the idea after they had run it by her. "We'd practically be flying." "I'm in." The support students sighed in relief. "I was worried you'd already be teaming with Ida and Tsuyu," Midoriya admitted. Uraraka frowned. Ida said something me and him being rivals now, apparently, and went to team with Todoroki. Tsuyu got convinced to team with Mineta and Shuji, and I'd rather not be on that team. Midoriya furrowed his brow in confusion. "Why is that?" "Mineta is the biggest perv. In the school, I'd rather not have his hands near me," Uraraka replied, blanching. "Ever since Mr. Aizawa expelled those 2 other kids on day 1, he's been nothing but a cocky jerk." "I had no idea," Midoriya lied. He decided not to mention that when he had been spying on the students of 1A to get info on their quirks, he had found Mineta spying on the girls. It was something of a double spying situation. Probably wasn't helpful to the sports festival. "All right, so we got maneuverability down," Hatsum deduced. "We're going to need someone to defend." The 3 scanned the rest of the students. They were running out of time and most students seemed to have already teamed off with each other. "Oh!" Uraraka exclaimed excitedly. "Him. Let's ask Tokoyami." As the students teamed, the teachers were discussing, or arguing, about their results. All Might could not stop observing the Midoriya boy. He hardly looked like the same timid boy he had saved from the sludge villain nearly a year ago. Yet here he was, now in the support program. More impressively, he managed to snag second place in the preliminary race without a quirk, a feat that was almost unheard of for someone in that program. "Wow, you actually managed to get 2 students past the preliminary this year, Loader," Vlad King chastised. Power Loader had already begun to partake in a celebratory beer, and laughed loudly. "Just you watch, you damn knucklehead. Those 2 geniuses will take down any hero class kid you put in front of them. $20 says neither will make it to the finals," Ectoplasm chimed in. "It's a bet, Ghost Boy," Power Loader shouted. "Higuri," All Might said quietly to the support teacher, "tell me again about your 2 pupils there." Power Loader looked around to make sure no one was listening in. "Well, Hatsum is kind of a nut. She hardly listens to anything I say, but she's the real deal. I wouldn't be surprised if she'd been hot-wiring things as a toddler." "And the boy?" All Might asked. Power Loader leaned in closer. "Truth be told, I met him a year ago. Remember that sludge villain attack? The one that got away from you?" All Might's heart sank as he remembered that day. It was something he remembered as a particularly low point in his hero career. He had to crush the dreams of a young, quirkless boy, and then, due to his carelessness, the villain had escaped only to take another teenage boy hostage. Depleted of strength and unable to summon the conviction to go beyond his limits, the boy, Bakugou Katsuki, had perished. Still, he kept this off his face as he nodded. Midoriya, there was a friend of the poor kid who died that day. I met him by chance at the funeral. He dropped a notebook. And this kid, well, he's a bit of a quirkotaku because he's got none of his own. But his mind was sharp. Never invented a thing in his life. I may have given him a few pointers once he showed interest and support, but look at him now. Power loader finished, swelling with pride. All Might nodded but looked down at the field. Perhaps he had underestimated the boy. Tokoyami had agreed to be part of the team with Midoriya, Uraraka, and Hatsum. With their point total, they were in a semi-comfortable second place. So we're in agreement? Hatsum asked as they waited for the signal to start. Most everyone will be after Todoroki, so we stay in our rank. Play defense and go after the others if we have an opening. The other three nodded. The alarm sounded, and true to her prediction, every other team took off after the team of Todoroki, Momo, Ida, and Kaminari. However, before anyone could get close, Todoroki formed a large two-story ring of solid ice that barricaded them from the rest of competitors. A valid defensive strategy from the 10 million point leaders. Present Mike announced. Truly a display of wisdom yet cowardice all at once? Tokoyami announced to his team. Oh man, if only we had a way of getting over that wall. Whatever shall we do? Hatsum whined, sarcastically. Hit it, Uraraka. Uraraka rolled her eyes at the command, but did as such. We're airborne. The group leapt. Just in time, too, as a pair of vines from Ibra came charging towards them to snag their headbands. Tokoyami used his dark shadow to defend from this attack as the four soared over the ice donut. Are we going in? Uraraka asked. Izuku paused for a minute and then cracked a rather unhinged grin. No, land on the edge of the ice ring. Todoroki and his teammates looked up in shock as Midoriya's team landed on their barricade. Winter's over. Midoriya yelled, pointing his flamethrower towards the part of the wall to the left of Todoroki, unleashing a burst of flame that easily cut through the ice wall. As it crumbled, the team of Shuji and Mineta, as well as a team led by Nito of Class 1B. As Todoroki had to physically turn to use his right side for his ice quirk to try and defend along with Momo and Kaminari, Midoriya took advantage and began melting the opposite wall, causing another flurry of teams to charge in. Soon, it was utter chaos within the icy ring of the cavalry battle. Point cloths were being nabbed left and right, and the rankings board was going insane. Such savagery you have inspired, Midoriya, Tokoyami commended. The dark machinations of your mind are analytical and cunning. Thanks, he stuttered out awkwardly. Yeah, but we keep fluctuating in and out of second and third place as these points go insane. Uraraka pointed out, nudging her head towards the scoreboard, and we only have a few minutes left. What should we do? Their strategizing was interrupted as a long, prehensile tongue came shooting up at them from the circle below. In their surprise, Tokoyami was barely able to block via dark shadow. Let's move, Hatsum yelled, prompting Uraraka to levitate them again. But as they went to jump, Tsuyu's tongue and a shot from Siro's tape caught her boot, causing it to break as they leapt backwards from the ice wall. Their maneuverability began to suffer, and they had to land quickly. My baby! Hatsum cried, seeing the destroyed hover boot. From the ring of ice, the team of Siro, Mina, Aoyama, and Kirishima came charging towards them. Tokoyami commanded his dark shadow to attack them, but he was battled back by a blast from Aoyama's laser. As dark shadow was withdrawn, Midoriya instead unleashed a full blast from his flamethrower, diverting the oncoming attackers. He glanced at the timer. 30 seconds to go. They were still in third. They just needed to last a little bit longer. Suddenly, from the ice ring, two more teams came charging towards them, one of which being Shuji, Mineta, and Tsuyu, the other team being Todoroki, Ida, Momo, and Kaminari. Ida was leading his team with a burst of speed and closing in fast, but a blast of tape from Siro, a bunch of Mineta's sticky balls, and Tsuyu's tongue were closing in on the group fast. Oh shit! Tokoyami muttered, dropping the flowery speech. With only a few seconds remaining, Midoriya knew he just needed a quick defense. Everyone huddle! As they had discussed before the course began, they engaged in the last-ditch defensive effort. They crouched down together to keep low, and the telescopic spider legs erupted from Deku's pack. Except this time, he wrapped them around his 3 teammates' heads, and in front of him, creating an impromptu shield. It worked just in the nick of time as they could hear the balls, tongue, tape, and a few hands from Todoroki's team smack helplessly into the metal beams. But following this noise was the whistle signaling the end of the cavalry battle. As Midoriya unshielded his team, they all checked their headgear. "Mine's here." Uraraka cheered. "Mine too." Hatsum sighed. "I also still have my headband in my possession." Tokoyami confirmed. "And me too." Midoriya laughed in relief. He looked to the scoreboard. They sat in 3rd place, causing him to laugh harder. Midnight took the stage to announce that the top 16 students would advance to the last stage of the sports festival, the battle tournament. Those rankings were: Team 1, Todoroki, Ida, Momo, and Kaminari. Team 2, Ibra, Tetsu, Hitoshi Shinso, and Kendo. Team 3, Midoriya, Uraraka, Hatsum, and Tokoyami. Team 4, Azui, Mineta, and Shuji. As this was only 15 people, the team of Shiro, Kirishima, Mina, and Aoyama, the 5th-place team, decided to volunteer Kirishima to go on to the tournament. Midoriya beamed at his teammates as they began congratulating each other for a job well done, but he was only half listening as he looked up at the scoreboard. "Now the real fun begins. Let's see how my babies can do in a fight." Suddenly, the board lit up, revealing the first fight in his line-up, Tokoyami. He looked up at his teammate, who gave him a competitive yet friendly smirk. "May the best man win," the bird-like boy said with a handshake. Definitely," Midoriya replied. But in his head, the wheels were already turning on how he could checkmate the Dark Shadow quirk. Sitting in the waiting room, Izuku checked the matchups for the first round of fights. Himself versus Tokoyami. Hatsum versus Ida. Azui versus Kendo. Kirishima versus Tetsu. Mineta versus Uraraka. Todoroki versus Shuji. Kaminari versus Momo. Finally, Ibra versus Shinso. The possibilities of what he could face raced through his mind, but he stopped himself from scanning his notes. He needed to focus on his fight with Tokoyami. A knock on the door told him it was time, so he opened the door and made his way to the arena, strapping his goggles on. He stopped in his tracks for a second to marvel at the number 2 hero, Endeavor, talking to Todoroki. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but suddenly, Todoroki stormed off, angrily. "Probably nothing I need to worry about," Midoriya thought to himself as he stepped out into the arena to cheers. Neither of them seemed in the mood to chat. And introducing first, the incredible man-spider of support, Midoriya Izuku. Internally, he blanched at the nickname, but he supposed it fit. The only weapons he allowed himself to show in the early stages of the sports festival were the spider legs, flamethrowers, and grappling hooks. Now, he was ready to surprise the crowd with the rest of his toys. But he wanted to reveal them slowly. If he played all his cards in the first fight, he'd give an edge to his opponents. Tokoyami took the stage, as Present Mike introduced him as the terrifying bird of the underworld, and Midoriya was happy to see his former teammate was just as put off by his nickname as well. Midnight flagged the start of the match, and, as Midoriya had predicted, Tokoyami unleashed Dark Shadow towards him. In a swift motion, Deku pulled down his goggles and flicked down the visors. He hit a switch on his backpack strap and reached his other hand down to catch the small ball that dropped from it. He threw it towards Dark Shadow, who flew right into it with confidence. This was a mistake. The orb was an impact flash grenade. Blinding light filled the stadium, and Dark Shadow made a screech before retreating to Tokoyami, who was also blinded. Midoriya unleashed a wild grin as he charged through towards the defenseless hero, using his retractable armor plates to cover his arms. They finished expanding just in time for him to leap into the air and punch Tokoyami across the beak, flooring him. He jumped on top of the hero and held a flamethrower up to the bird-like boy's face threateningly. "Impossible," Tokoyami grunted. "How did you know Dark Shadow's weakness?" "Call it intuition," Midoriya replied. Incidentally, Intuition was the name of the flying drone Midoriya had invented to spy on Class 1A. Instinct was the drone that spied on Class 1B. Do you yield? Midoriya asked. Tokoyami sighed in defeat. I yield. And that was match 1. What a decisive victory for the support department. Present Mike yelled. But he had a specific counter to his foe's quirk. He heard Aizawa add, let's see if that luck continues. Midoriya offered a hand up to Tokoyami, and the other boy graciously accepted. No hard feelings? Of course not. Good luck, Midoriya, Tokoyami conceded. Nice guy. Midoriya thought as he walked back towards the entrance hall to watch the other matches. As he was walking, he passed Hatsum, who just sked at him. What's that about? Midoriya asked, blushing. Don't you care about getting a good internship? Hatsum scolded. You finished that match way too fast. The whole point is to win, isn't it? Midoriya inquired, rubbing the back of his neck. Truthfully, the whole point of this in his mind was to make sure his gear could help get revenge on the sludge villain for murdering Kakin, but that wasn't something he was going to share with her. That was neither here nor there. His pink-haired friend rolled her eyes. We're advertising ourselves to these support tech companies. Go watch a pro support developer at work, Deku scrub. His eyes widened. No one had called him Deku since Bakugou. Still, she meant it in a friendly way, so he gave her a small smile, despite how uncomfortable he had become. Be by all means, show me how it's done. He climbed the stairs and ran into Uraraka, who was on her way down. Hey Midoriya. Good job winning round 1. She gave him a million-watt smile, and he smiled back. Thanks, Uraraka. Are you getting ready for your match? She clenched her fists up to her chest. You know it. The little perv won't know what hit him. He laughed. He wasn't used to having friends. The only one he really had growing up was Bakugou, who made fun of him all the time for being quirkless. Now all these people seemed to accept him. It was a very conflicting feeling. It distracted him from his goal. He snapped himself out of his thoughts. Then I look forward to taking you on later. Thanks, Midoriya. As he reached the stands, he sat next to Yukio and a few other support students as Ida announced he would be wearing some gear Hatsum had prepared for him. Immediately, Midoriya knew something suspicious was up. As the match began, his support rival produced a pair of speakers and proceeded to dodge Ida while giving an extended sales pitch for all the admittedly cool things she had prepared for the occasion. Midoriya groaned and buried his head in his hands. Hatsume, you sneaky devil? Finally, after a 10-minute sales pitch, she forfeit, much to his surprise. Ida stormed off the field after her, humiliated. He'll be all sorts of mad when I fight him. Guess she got what she wanted, Midoriya laughed, shaking his head. As he waited for the next match, Hatsum plopped down in the seat next to him, and like usual, slapped him on the back. I got a good look at the support executives in that box up there, she crowed, proudly. I'm going to get so many internship offers. Maybe even some contracts. My babies will belong to the world, Midoriya. The world? He smiled to her. You're something else, Hatsum. Azui and Kendo took the field, and that match was short but wild. Midoriya had to pick his jaw off the ground. In the opening moments, Azui used her tongue as a grappling hook, wrapped it around Kendo's knee, and rocketed herself towards the taller girl to deliver a dropkick. Not scot-free though, as the move connected, Kendo grew her fist to the size of her head to clobber Azui in the cheek. As both girls recovered, Kendo had charged, but Azui jumped over the girl, wrapped her tongue around Kendo's throat, and as the frog girl landed, she swung Kendo through the air and tossed her out of the ring. That was amazing. Midoriya squirmed. As the next match was beginning, he saw Azui Tsuyu walk into the section next to support with the rest of the class of 1A. She met his gaze and gave him a thumbs up. Nervously, Midoriya returned it. After 10 minutes of Kirishima and Tetsu fighting each other, Izuku decided to take a walk. As he wandered the halls, he saw Ida walk by briskly, while clutching his phone. He looked sad. What's that about? Midoriya pondered. I thought he'd be pissed about Hatsum. As he passed by the concession stand, he saw that Kirishima and Tetsu had punched themselves into a draw. He saw the next match on a television screen, which was not nearly as intense. Uraraka dodged all of Mineta's sticky balls, and easily managed to float him out of the ring. He climbed back into his seat just in time for the beginning of Todoroki vs. Shuji. Did you get me my Hatsum began, before Midoriya handed her a tub of popcorn. Thanks. He grinned to his friend. No problem. You want some? She asked, shoving a handful in her mouth. Nah, I want to focus on the dash, Midoriya began, but he was interrupted as Todoroki unleashed a massive wall of ice, freezing Shuji in place, and ending the match. Fight. Hatsum groaned. I feel bad for whoever has to fight that guy. Hatsum laughed, but then realized that possibly included the boy sitting next to her. No offense, Midoriya. Midoriya frowned. How do I fight that? He pondered this as Momo handily defeated Kaminari by producing an insulated suit to block his electric attack, and then tying him up with a rope while he was out of commission. Midoriya did focus on the next match, Ibra versus Shinso. He had never studied the general class student, so he was a wild card as far as quirks went. But as the match started, Shinso shouted something to Ibra. She replied in a demure tone, but suddenly her eyes went blank, and she marched herself out of the ring, getting disqualified. Some sort of voice-based brainwashing? Midoriya marveled, immediately pulling out his notebook and taking notes. That's crazy powerful. You think he needs someone to talk for it to work? Hatsum asked, not sure why else he shouted at her. He'd have no problem beating you if that's the case, Midoriya teased. You motormouth? Hatsum snorted with laughter. Down on the field, Kirishima and Tetsutetsu settled their draw with an arm wrestling match, won by the boy from Class 1A. Was that a joke? Did you actually make a joke? Who are you and what did you do to my friend? Midoriya laughed, but then let out a deep breath. Well, time for round 2. Wish me luck. Luck is for chumps. Go kick Ida's butt. Hatsum replied, giving him a broad grin. Midoriya walked down the stadium and onto the field to a chorus of cheers. As he was announced again by Present Mike, this time as the flame-throwing genius. It was better. Ida came to the field next, but he was different. It wasn't the humiliation either. He had a steely determination in his eyes, almost desperate to win. The bolus. He thought, I just need to restrict his legs. Go! Izuku flicked the switch on his pack, but the bolus never made it to his hands before he was lifted off the ground and being pushed back towards the edge of the arena. Ida had closed the distance and tried to shove him out of the ring before he could catch his weapon. In a panic, Izuku raised his fist and punched Ida across the eye, making the taller boy drop him. He immediately deployed his spider legs, which sunk into the pavement, and just barely prevented him from leaving the ring. Ida was charging again, but Midoriya used his enhancements to leap over Ida, and used the distance he created to deploy the armor plates across his arms. As he landed, he attacked Ida with the flamethrowers, but Ida had already charged to the side and began circles strafing Midoriya, looking for an opening. Damn it, Midoriya cursed, I'll never be able to restrain his legs this way. He ceased the attack with the flamethrowers. He didn't want to run out of fuel with 2 fights after this. As soon as the flames stopped though, Ida charged again, kicking Midoriya across the jaw before he could defend himself. Flipping through the air, Midoriya spun himself so that his spider legs planted themselves into the ground and kept him suspended in the air. I need a new strategy. Didn't want to use these until the next fight, but I'm not going to make it at this rate. He used one flamethrower again to put Ida on the defensive, but as he did, he flicked another switch on his pack and grabbed a cryogenic grenade. He dropped the flames, and Ida charged again. Izuku threw the ice grenade at the arena floor, creating a large sheet of ice. Ida immediately lost balance and slipped towards Midoriya. Midoriya planted his feet on the ground. Spider augmentation. Combat mode. Midoriya's spider legs shifted into clawed tentacles, snapping as they hovered around his sides, and lunged forward, grabbing Ida's arms and legs. What? Ida shouted, suddenly completely restrained by his appendages, and held a foot off the ground. Good night, Midoriya said with a rather unhinged look. He flicked open another compartment on his armed gauntlets, and 2 tasers flew out. Sparks flew as Midoriya shocked Ida, and after a few moments, the support student dropped the motionless Hero Corps student to the ground. That's the match. Midnight called. The crowd cheered as Midoriya caught his breath and retracted his weaponry. Still, as he walked back towards the stands, he felt his confidence begin to surge. Fighting against quirks was tricky, but not impossible. I wish I could see Aizawa's face right now. Power Loader laughed. That bushy-haired pyromaniac knocked out his class president. All Might folded his hands across his face. He wouldn't admit it to Power Loader, but he was becoming invested in these results as well. Midoriya exhaustedly plopped next to Hatsum, expecting some sort of witty remark. It never came. You okay there, Deku Scrub? Hatsum asked after a few moments of silence. What? Izuku asked, confused. And since when did you start calling me Deku Scrub? Because your head looks like a bush, like the Zelda bad guys. And you know what I mean. I've never seen your face get like that when you aren't inventing. Hatsum replied. You were in the zone like I've never seen you before. I was. Midoriya asked. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were trying to get into the hero course. She said, thought her smile was definitely more sad than usual. Midoriya thought about those words as he watched the next bout, Kirishima and Azui. The two took to the stage. This time, Tsuyu's battle strategy was much more defensive. Kirishima had rushed in to use his hardening quirk to go on the offensive. But Tsuyu had no problem leaping over the tall boy, or sticking her tongue to the floor and using it as a pivot to swing herself around. As Midoriya had noted, from his spying, Kirishima wore out over time, and as he began to pant, Azui struck. First, she spat some sort of chemical at him, a low-level poison, Midoriya had learned, stinging his eyes. With Kirishima stunned, Azui used her move from the last fight, wrapping her tongue around the knee as an anchor, and launching herself into a powerful dropkick, knocking Kirishima out of the ring. And that's the match. Azui Tsuyu advances to the semifinals. Midnight announced. Oh man, you get to fight that girl you were flirting with during the race. Hatsum jeered, nudging her friend in the ribs. Midoriya turned a bright red and rubbed the back of his neck. I wasn't flirting. What else do you think she could do with that tongue if you were dating? Hatsum cackled as Midoriya covered his face with his hands. Hatsum, oh my god. He pleaded, see, cut that out. This was a weird feeling for Midoriya. He hadn't been part of real friendship in a long, long time. It felt both foreign and familiar, like coming home after years of being away. Uraraka and Todoroki took the stage next. Midoriya and Hatsum leaned forward. After Todoroki's last match, they were anxious to see if Uraraka could combat his quirk. She had a good start. Knowing he would send a wall of ice at her like he did Shuji, she levitated herself over it and began sliding down the ice, looking to close in on him to float him. Todoroki blocked her from him using a wall of ice, but she smacked it with both of her hands, dislodging the ice blockade and floating it a few inches off the ground. She began pushing against it, trying to knock Todoroki out of the ring with his own ice. The boy jumped backwards and reached to the ground, creating a precision trail of ice that traveled under the blockade and creeping up Uraraka's leg. Frozen against the floor, Uraraka dropped the ice wall. She desperately tried to dislodge her leg, but the ice anchor was too rooted to the floor and too heavy for her to dislocate. Todoroki rushed around the ice wall and used his quirk to immobilize Uraraka. But as the match ended, Midoriya noticed something. Is he slowing down the more he uses his quirk? He asked, nudging Hatsum. She used her quirk to focus on the Class 1A boy. What? His arms are frosting up. Maybe the ice stuff wears on him after a while? They exchanged glances. Think you could use that? Hatsum asked. Maybe, Midoriya replied, rubbing his chin. I'm heading down to the waiting room during this next match. Get in the zone. Gotta psych yourself up for fighting your girlfriend? Hatsum laughed. I'm pulling for you, Deku Scrub. He rolled his eyes but smiled. Thanks. He walked down to the waiting room and opened the door to room A, but walked into Uraraka on the phone with someone in tears. Thanks, Dad, she said, rubbing her eyes and hanging up. She looked up to see the support student, and she blushed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Midoriya stuttered, but she shook her head. It's okay. She sniffled. Hey, good luck out there. She rushed past him, and he frowned. Alright, so, the frog quirk, how do I? He looked up at the monitor, and saw the match between Momo and Shinso was already over. Momo had silently created a muzzle for herself, negating the general class boy's brainwashing. She then used a net to trap him. Guess I'll just have to wing it, Midoriya grimaced, grabbing his battle backpack. And for the first battle of the semifinals, the support spider of ice and fire, Midoriya Izuku. What? Midoriya deadpanned. And his opponent, the phenomenal frog of the hero class 1A, Azui saw Midoriya and waved to him in a friendly way, making his stomach churn. Wish I could invent something for that feeling in my gut is. Gee, good luck, Azui. Call me Tsu, Midoriya-chan. Midoriya asked, blushing. Oh, how adorable. Midnight gushed from the judge's podium. Now fight. Stunned from her request to call her by her first name, Midoriya left himself open as she went for her opening move, wrapping her frog tongue around Midoriya's leg. His knee buckled as she launched toward him, snapping him out of his trance. He was able to call out his spider legs and wrap them around him as a shield, and as Tsuyu collided with them, he pushed them out to launch her back. It won't work, he yelled, defiantly. In the air, Tsuyu spat some poison at him, so Izuku rolled out of the way. He grabbed an ice grenade from his pack, he just needed to rest-ein her with it. But before he could throw it, Tsuyu's tongue wrapped his hand, locking it in place. This time, she pulled him towards her, his ice grenade clattering helpless against the concrete arena. Thankfully, the impact wasn't enough to set it off. Before he could react, Tsuyu spun around and kicked Midoriya across the side of the face, sending him crashing along the floor. With her tongue still wrapped around his wrist, she pulled him back to do it again. No! Midoriya grunted, spinning himself up and using his spider legs to grip into the arena floor, stopping her pull on her. Steadied, he gave a great tug, pulling Tsuyu towards him. Unprepared for this, Midoriya lifted his foot and unceremoniously booted her in the forehead. With her grip on his arm broken, he used his front spider leg to clutch her ankle and throw her towards the ring out. Tsuyu spun in the air and managed to land inbounds, but Midoriya took the moment to plate his arms with the telescopic armor and aimed his flamethrowers at her. He unleashed a flame burst, but she jumped right over the flame and came crashing right down towards him, looking to stomp on him with her powerful leg muscles. He jumped out of the way with his spider tech, but as she landed, she used her tongue to grab the nearest spider leg and yanked on it. The power of her tongue was shocking as he was pulled off balance and crashed to the floor for the second time. Tsuyu lunged for him, but Midoriya pulled his legs under his chest and sprung himself up, shifting his spider legs to a combat state and striking at the girl. But she shifted her body to slip right past the tentacles and drop-kicked Midoriya dead in the chest. Wind knocked out of him, Midoriya realized he needed to adapt his strategy. His light was blocked as Tsuyu jumped towards him, looking to stomp down on him again. He rolled back into a crouch as Tsuyu landed in front of him, and Midoriya connected with a left hook with his armored gauntlets, sending Tsuyu sprawling across the ground, but she rolled into another crouching position. Midoriya used a flame burst, but Tsuyu jumped to the side. As she moved, he saw the discarded cryogenic grenade on the ground behind where she had been. He only had 3 more in his backpack, but he wanted to conserve them. He needed that one on the ground. He looked up to Tsuyu and saw she, like him, was panting, the fight beginning to wear on her too. Still, she shot her tongue out once again, snagging his leg, and launched herself towards him. This time, Midoriya was ready, pivoting his hips as she came close, using one arm to wrap around her legs, and his other hand to grab her head and shove her into the floor with his gauntlets. With Tsuyu stunned, he jumped over her and dove for his grenade. But as he got close, she recovered and wrapped her tongue around both of his legs. He fell to the ground, and in desperation, used his spider legs to grab the grenade and pull it back to himself. Midoriya turned onto his back as Tsuyu charged close, and threw the grenade at her feet. It exploded, wrapping Azui Tsuyu in a barrier of ice. Midoriya caught his breath as she was immobilized, but there was sounds of alarm coming from Midnight and Class 1A amidst the cheering crowds. The match is over, we need to get her out of there now. Midnight yelled as she charged over. Midoriya was confused, but then looked at Tsuyu and gasped. Despite the thin layer, her skin was turning dangerously blue. Tsu. She's cold-blooded. Midnight yelled toward Cementos. We need to get her to Recovery Girl, right away. Cold-blooded? Midoriya realized. Shit. He hadn't realized the ice was potentially lethal to her from his recon. A part of Midoriya that had been buried resurfaced immediately, the need to save others. He smashed the ice apart with one punch of his gauntlets, scooped Azuitsu into his arms, and charged into the back arena on his spider legs. Alright, now that is some adorable chivalrous stuff. Midnight said to Cementos, who just rolled his eyes. You're incorrigible. Cementos sighed. I don't know the meaning of the word. Midnight crowed. It was true. She didn't. The run to the medical center happened in blur as Midoriya held Tsuyu close to him in an attempt to share body heat. If he ended up hurting someone, especially an innocent, especially someone who had been nothing but friendly to him during his field testing, he would never forgive himself. Please be okay, he repeated over and over to himself. He burst into the medical office, startling Recovery Girl. Oh my! You got her here fast, didn't you? The elderly hero asked. Weiss. Midoriya panted. Please, I didn't know she was cold-blooded. You have to help her, please. Recovery Girl looked down into his arms and chuckled. I think you fixed her up, dear. Wah? Midoriya asked, looking down to Tsuyu, who looked completely awake, looking up at him with a very red face. UWH? Once you got me out of the ice, your body heat got me back to normal on the run over here, Karo, Tsuyu explained, avoiding his gaze. Why you can put me down now, Karo? This is a little embarrassing. Midoriya immediately set the girl down and retracted his spider augmentations. Recovery Girl chuckled as the two teenagers blushed at each other. Guess that means I lost, huh? Tsuyu sighed. Midoriya nodded while rubbing the back of his neck. Why, I didn't know you were cold-blooded. I'm sorry. Don't be, Karo, Tsuyu said, turning back to him. Your weapons are very resourceful. And like you said, you didn't know. No harm done, Karo. Thanks. I guess I should go get ready. Who knows when my match with the winner of Todoroki and Momo will be, Midoriya muttered. He turned to leave, but Tsuyu reached out and grabbed his arm, turning him even redder. Wait. Midoriya turned. To his shock, Tsuyu used her tongue to poke his cheek. Good luck. I'll be rooting for you. And thanks for rushing me here, Karo. Thanks, Tsu. Midoriya stuttered, backing up to leave the room, tripping over his own feet and knocking a garbage can over, getting up, picking up the can awkwardly and leaving. Recovery Girl and Azui exchanged glances. Oh, he's into you, Recovery Girl advised. Karo, Tsuyu replied, turning crimson again. Stumbling his way into the hallway, he heard an eruption of cheers. And that's the match. Present mic boomed. Todoroki advances to the finals to take on Midoriya. We'll let the boys rest for 15 minutes before the final showdown. If Midoriya wasn't already nerve-wracked from having held a girl, which he was, his insides churned further from the time limit imposing on him. As he wandered the halls towards the waiting room, he overheard another conversation. Why do you refuse my power? That was Endeavor, Midoriya realized, pressing himself against the corner. I reject you, father. Todoroki yelled. What? Midoriya thought. That's his dad. I will win this fight using only my right side. Todoroki added, storming off. Midoriya ducked into a bathroom as Todoroki stormed past. Does he have two quirks? What the hell? Midoriya pondered. He had no time to sit around and consider though, it was time for his fight. He had looked for the waiting room for so long, he had no time to sit now. He stepped into the arena to a chorus of cheers. Midoriya was so nervous, he didn't even hear what terrible nickname Present Mike had given him, which is for the best, it was Mechanical Arachnid. Todoroki took the stage, and Midoriya stood at the ready, knowing what he needed first. The signal was given, and Midoriya deployed a simple incendiary explosive. He threw the grenade 10 feet in front of him as Todoroki went for the ice wall he started all his matches with. The explosion hollowed out a crevice in the ice, and Midoriya deployed his arm guards, using the flamethrowers to cut a path the ice wall. With only a thin layer left, he clutches his spider legs to the side of the tunnel. Here goes nothing, Midoriya said through gritted teeth. He lunged himself through the sheet of ice, punching through with his gauntlet, and went to stomp Todoroki with his spider enhancements, a move he picked up in his last fight. Todoroki lifted his right arm for more ice, but Midoriya shot a small burst of flames that burnt Todoroki's hand, making him back up and withdraw it. As Midoriya landed, barely missing Todoroki, he swung for Todoroki with his armored fists. Todoroki kept backpedaling away, so after a missed right hook, Midoriya mashed a button on his backpack with his left hand. A telescopic Acrisma stick rolled through a chute on his arm and into his left palm. Todoroki was still expecting a punch, but Midoriya flicked the weapon open and smashed the taller boy across the cheek with the metal rod, producing a satisfying clang noise. As Todoroki stumbled backwards, Midoriya armed himself with another Acrisma stick so that he was dual-wielding. Todoroki raised his arms to defend, but Midoriya swooped low using his spider legs and blasted Todoroki across the side of the knee, knocking the taller boy to the ground. Todoroki turned on his side and sent a blast of ice towards Midoriya, but he used his tech to leap away defensively. Todoroki climbed to his feet and again sent wave after wave of ice at his challenger, but Midoriya leapt away time and time again, even able to cling to the side of the original ice wall with the clawed ends of his spider legs. He clacked his Acrisma sticks together tauntingly, signaling that he was ready to throw down. Watching carefully, he saw Todoroki's right side begin to frost up, and he seemed sluggish. Midoriya snatched another cryogenic grenade from his backpack and hurled it at Todoroki. In his haze, the hero-class student went to freeze the grenade, but that caused it to explode, hitting him with a blast of ice and frost, pushing him backwards. Midoriya advanced and saw Todoroki was beginning to shiver, lips turning blue. Todoroki raised his right arm again, but Midoriya was faster, pouncing on Todoroki, grabbing his forehead with a spider leg, and slamming Todoroki's head down into the pavement. Midoriya raised an Acrisma stick over the hero-class boy's head. Yield! Midoriya commanded. A tear ran down Todoroki's scarred eye, much to Midoriya's confusion. "I'm sorry, Mom." Midoriya furrowed his brow in confusion. "I'm not your mom." He looked down to see Todoroki's left hand was raised, and then suddenly wreathed in flames. She... Midoriya jumped away, but not in enough time to prevent the flames from licking his face. As he landed on the wall of ice, he rubbed his face, trying to quell the feeling of the burn and the smell of burnt flesh. He looked up through teary eyes to see Todoroki had gotten to his feet. Rage welled up inside of Midoriya. "You have two quirks?" Todoroki shot a burst of flame at Midoriya, who was able to leap away this time. "What are you doing?" Midoriya screamed as the Todoroki's bursts of flames began to melt the ice around the arena. 2 cryogenic grenades left. Midoriya deployed one, leapt over Todoroki, and used the burst of ice to freeze Todoroki's left side. Todoroki struggled, but was able to summon enough flames to burst through the barrier. Midoriya had lunged for him, planted his front 2 spider legs, and used them swing forward and dropkick the older boy in the stomach, knocking him backwards. "Who do you think you are?" Izuku yelled in a fury, beating Todoroki above his right eye with an Acrisma stick. "Where do you get off half-assing it in this tournament?" In his daze, Todoroki raised his right arm to freeze Midoriya, but the shorter boy raised his own arm and battled it back with his flamethrower at point-blank range, causing the hero to scream in pain. "I went my whole life wanting to be a hero," Midoriya screamed, abandoning his weaponry and slugging Todoroki across the jaw. "But I'm just some quirkless wannabe. Do you know how many people like me would NTO as strong as you?" Todoroki raised his arms, but Deku grabbed both of his hands, stepped forward and headbutt Todoroki, dazing them both. Todoroki recovered first though, using a burst of flame to force Midoriya away. "How dare you!" Todoroki seethed, wiping blood off his cheek. "This fire is my curse." Blood boiling, Midoriya planted himself in front of Todoroki and threw his last cryo grenade. "You don't deserve to call yourself hero." Todoroki used his left arm to burn the cryo grenade to ash, but this was Midoriya's plan, as he reached through the fire with his spider tentacle to grab the left wrist of Todoroki, and pivoted on his hip to judo toss the taller boy. But in mid-air, Todoroki created a slide of ice to put some distance between himself and the crazed support student. Cementos spoke into his headset, This is getting pretty bad. Do we stop them? Midnight hesitated as she watched. Midoriya flicked his flamethrowers, but his eyes widened for a split second in panic as they clicked uselessly. He was out of fuel. He came back his senses as a flame from Todoroki cut through the air towards him. He jumped out of the way and grabbed another flash grenade from his backpack. He pulled down his visor and threw the grenade, but Todoroki froze it before it could hit the ground. Cursing, Midoriya grabbed his last two weapons, another pair of restraining bolas and another flash grenade. Strafing around Todoroki, he threw the light grenade, but as Todoroki went to freeze it, Midoriya threw the restraining bolas low. They wrapped around Todoroki's legs and snapped them together. Todoroki lost balance and fell to the ground. Midoriya pounced, landing on top of Todoroki and holding a spider tentacle threateningly up to his face. "Yield!" Midoriya yelled. Instead, Todoroki placed his hands, both of them, on Midoriya's chest. "I'm sorry," he muttered. Before Midoriya knew what hit him, Todoroki unleashed the full force of both his left and right side, blasting the shorter boy off of him. Next thing he knew, Midoriya had smashed against the grass outside of the ring. "Damn it," Midoriya coughed before passing out. A few hours later, Midoriya coughed himself awake in the medical wing of the school. "Awake? Are you?" Recovery girl asked, looking up from her computer. "Yes." Midoriya rubbed his head, remembering what happened. I lost." "No," came a gruff voice from his left. He jumped and turned to see Power Loader was there. The hero reached over from his chair and gently grabbed his pupil's shoulder. "You came in second. Do you know when the last time a support student made it to the finals, kid?" Midoriya shook his head. 20 damn years," Power Loader laughed. "You did awesome, kid. I was right about you. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Also, thanks to you, I won a bet with ectoplasm and got $20. "Thanks, sir," Midoriya said, rubbing his neck. "I wanted to win it all, but—" Power Loader clapped him on the shoulder. "Kid, that Todoroki is the strongest in Class 1A and the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. And you took him to the limit more than any of his classmates could. You're a tough son of a beach and I'm damn proud of you. Get some rest and go home. You have some more visitors after me." "I do?" Midoriya asked, confused. Power Loader smirked as he left the room, holding the door open for Azuitsu. "Azui?" Midoriya asked. "What are you doing here?" "I told you to call me Tsu." She deadpanned. "Right, sorry." Midoriya scolded himself. "Well, you brought me here after our fight," she explained. "I thought I should come make sure you're okay too." Midoriya blushed but smiled. "Thanks, Sartsu. I'm okay, just a little sore. Sorry I couldn't pull off the win after you said you were pulling for me." Tsu turned to look at him, her expression shifting very slightly to surprise. "You don't need to apologize to me. That was maybe the coolest fight any of us have ever seen." Midoriya laughed and rubbed the back of his neck. "I'm glad you enjoyed it." "Of course," she replied, smiling slightly. "Don't be so hard on yourself. Like all that stuff you were yelling during your fight." "The stuff I was yelling?" he asked. "You called yourself a quirkless nobody, that you wanted to be a hero?" Tsuyu replied, looking to the floor. "Huh? I was so in the zone I didn't realize I had said all that," Midoriya admitted, scratching his nose. "I guess that probably sounded really weird." "Not at all." Tsuyu reached over and grabbed his hand. "You were awesome out there, I'm just glad you're okay." "But Midoriya-chan?" "Yeah?" he asked. She poked his tongue with her cheek again. "You're definitely not a quirkless nobody." Thanks." Midoriya stammered out, redder than his boots. She beamed. "I should get going. See you Monday?" Midoriya beamed back at her. "Definitely." She smiled at him as she left. Recovery girl looked up at him once she was sure Tsuyu was out of earshot and said, "Oh, she's into you. You should take her for ice cream." Midoriya buried his head in his hands. "Oh my god." He jumped up as Hatsum kicked the door open. "What are his vitals? Is he okay?" She screamed, before seeing Midoriya sitting upright and staring right at him. "Oh good, you're okay. Hatsum, what are you, UWH?" He blurted out as his rival wrapped him in a hug. "I was worried, duh," she replied, pulling off him. "You were blasted 3 stories into the air and bounced off the ground." People don't bounce, Deku scrub. You bounced? She made a bouncing motion with her hands. Boing. His cheeks burned again, but he laughed. I've never seen you worry about anything that's not one of your babies. Hatsum laughed, but turned a little red. I can't have you dying on me before I prove myself as the superior inventor. Her tone turned more somber as she looked down at the burn marks that were still evident on his neck, and, I suppose I don't want anything to happen to you either. Midoriya's cheeks were tinged with pink. Thanks, that means a lot to me. Alright, Recovery Girl groaned. I think he's had enough visitors for now. He needs rest. And quiet. She finished the demand with a glare. Hatsum rolled her eyes, but obliged and left. But as she did, All Might entered the room, and once the pink-haired support student had left, took his depowered form. Does he have time for just one more? The number one hero asked. Midoriya's heart leapt into his throat. Recovery Girl just sighed. Make it quick. All Might? Midoriya asked, shocked. What are you doing here, sir? All Might gave him a small smile. Young Midoriya, we should talk? As Midoriya laid in his bed at home that night, he replayed his discussion with All Might in his mind, absent-mindedly turning his silver medal over in his fingers as his mind drifted. Young Midoriya, I owe you an apology. All Might said, not able to look the boy in the eyes. Midoriya was stunned. Sir? You see, All Might sighed, the day I saw you, and you lost your friend, I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. I let you both down that day. What? Midoriya asked. But it's my fault the bottle fell out of your pocket? All Might looked at him, incredulously. That's not your fault, Midoriya. I should have been more careful. And I couldn't bring myself to save that boy. I was there, but felt powerless to act. Midoriya stared at his feet at the end of the bed. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. All Might was blaming himself for the same thing he had been, after all this time. You're wrong. If I had just let you go. All Might walked over and grabbed the boy's shoulder. Neither of us knew that would happen, he said calmly. Please don't carry that burden, my boy. Your friend died because someone evil decided to take a life. You cannot blame yourself for the decisions of others, or my indecision to act. Midoriya closed his eyes. It wasn't that easy, but he knew All Might was right. Even after all this time, All Might was still his hero, even if he didn't want to admit it. All Might continued, I told you that you could never be a hero, when I had failed as a hero. What are you saying? Midoriya asked, heart pounding in his ears. He had thought being a hero impossible, but this speech was tugging at emotions he had buried long ago. I'm saying you impressed me today, Midoriya. And I want you to keep honing your skills in support, because I think you have a knack for it. But if you continue to keep that heroic spirit, with how you fight, with how you rush to save that girl, maybe you could be a hero. All Might finished. He handed Midoriya his silver medal. You ranked higher than most of an entire first year of powerful quirks. You should be proud. I hope one day you can forgive me. But how could I be a hero in the support course? Midoriya asked. Your mind and inventions got you this far, the pro explained. If you grow at this rate, you could easily use it to pass a hero licensing exam after graduation. The hero course wouldn't do that. It's designed to teach potential heroes to improve their quirks. That's why I think you'd do well to stay in support for the time being. They wouldn't know what to do with you in Class 1A or B. Midoriya frowned to his feet, but did admit, that makes a lot of sense. All Might looked away. He was conflicted. As it was now, Mirio was poised to inherit One for All. But something about this kid made him feel like he'd be a good candidate. Still, he didn't know enough to be sure. I'll be keeping an eye on you, Midoriya. All Might said, smiling, keep growing. He walked over and handed the boy a silver medal. You were out cold for the ceremony, but this belongs to you. Congratulations. You've done something no one thought possible. Midoriya stared at the piece of metal in his hand. All Might's words had given him hope, but he was not prepared to focus on pursuing that yet. He set the medal down next to him and walked over to his desk, flicking on the lamp. He opened his laptop and found a few articles about the sludge villain. Using a combination of Bakugou's quirk and his own sludge powers, He had been the prime suspect in various drug smuggling operations. This was a big step up from your regularly robbery or theft, but it drew more attention. He was getting sloppy, perhaps either from laziness or overconfidence. These rings were always held at docks. Midoriya turned to a map he had pinned to a corkboard and began circling the locations of all the drug busts, looking for a pattern. Getting closer, Midoriya muttered, not noticing anything predictive in the behavior. He had finished an IP address encryptor, which he used to access the deep web untraceably. Not too happy with the amount of smut and gore, he searched the dark side of the internet for any chatter on the sludge villain or the foreign drug. After an hour of ignoring advertisements for a red room, he made a side note to send the links anonymously to the authorities. He found something. A lead. He matched the coordinates to his map, a dock that wasn't already busted. And it was a few weeks out. He cracked a grin, but then saw the All Might figure on his desk. He frowned and turned the figure away. Sorry, All Might, I can't be a hero quite yet. Midoriya muttered, grimly. I have something I need to do. He set to work making some cryogrenades. He'd need more. We'll need to make sure all you guys are in top shape for the party, Midoriya said, glancing at his backpack. We'll need to come out swinging. All right, you grease monkeys, Power Loader greeted on Monday morning. We had a good showing at the sports festival. And by we, I mostly mean the two madmen in the back. He gestured back to where Midoriya and Hatsum were already tinkering with some new gadgets, which means, we got internship opportunities out the ass. I'll pass out your options, you'll all be taking one. And of course, we have a few requests just for the two nut jobs in the back since they made it to the battle phase. Hatsum grinned at Midoriya. What did I tell you, Deku Scrub? I'm going to make a mint selling my tech. A mint? Just think, she was practically giddy at the thought. Soon I'll be making gear for the top 10 heroes. Midoriya couldn't help but grin at her enthusiasm. We'll see about that. He jumped as Power Loader placed a large stack of papers on his desk. 50 offers, Midoriya, Power Loader huffed. I would say it's a new record, but? Midoriya asked, confused. Power Loader guffawed. I think you scared a few of the tech heads out there that have never seen a fight. He dropped a stack of paper just slightly larger onto Hatsum's desk. She got 55 offers. That's the record. Yes. Hatsum cheered, fist pumping. I'm going to make so many new babies this week. What? Midoriya yelled, in disbelief. I think some of the spectators thought you were a bit nuts in that last battle, Power Loader chuckled. But you both broke the older record of 35. And that was 20 years ago. Good job. As he walked away, Midoriya looked over to Hatsum, rubbing one of her gadgets against her cheek and cooing, I'm so proud of you. And they thought I was the crazy one, Midoriya mumbled. He began shuffling through the papers as Power Loader announced. Have these back to me by Wednesday. You'll be working with these tech developers for a week, and you'll see how they work in their specialized fields, so choose carefully. Midoriya's eyes snapped upwards. Then he shuffled the papers, looking for addresses instead of technical specializations or the facility specs. Finally he found one. It was a block away. A week. Next week. A smile crept up his lips. He had found his internship. Wait, who is this with Undersea Limited? He wondered to himself. Specializing in oceanographic tech for aqua-based heroes. Well, I'd be out of my element, he realized, but maybe it couldn't hurt to expand my horizons. He scanned the location again. Besides, the whole point is to be at that dock Friday night. It's time, he whispered. It's 10:45, why? Yukio replied, mishearing him. Never mind, thanks, Midoriya replied. Maybe I'm going a little crazy. I'm telling you, Deku Scrub, I don't know who to pick, Hatsum half bragged, half contemplated. I've got it narrowed down to 3. She shoved her sandwich into her mouth. Deku rolled his eyes. The 3 you've picked all specialize in pro-hero suit enforcement, repair, and upgrades. I'm sure any of them would be good. That's what makes it so hard, duh. You sure you want to learn about Aquatech? Hatsum asked. High seas heroes use a lot of espionage and stakeouts. You seem like more of, she held up her sandwich like a gun, pew pew, bang bang, type guy with your tech. I just want to learn new things. Can't be a one-trick pony, he answered, when he looked up at the Class 1A table. Everyone there looked much more solemn that day. No one was talking. As he scanned their faces, Tsuyu looked up and met his gaze. He gave her a small smile, but she frowned and looked back to her food. Hey, did something happen to that hero class? Hatsum shrugged. I don't keep tabs on your girlfriend, you creep. She's not Midoriya began but stopped himself. I was just wondering why they all looked so down. Hey Izuku, came a voice from his other side, making him jump. He relaxed and smiled as he saw Uraraka though. You noticed, huh? Yeah, why is everyone looking so upset? He asked. Hatsum leaned over as well, curiosity perked. Well, it's about Ida? Uraraka asked. And his brother. What about him? Hatsum and Midoriya asked in unison. Uraraka looked around to make sure no one was listening. Ida doesn't talk about it much, but his older brother is the pro-hero, Ingenium, and well, you probably saw the news over the weekend. It took a second for him to realize what she meant, but when he did he looked at Hatsum and they gasped. Stain. Midoriya blurted out. Uraraka hushed. I probably shouldn't be saying this but, yeah. Stain crippled Ingenium. He's taking it pretty bad. He couldn't even pick a hero name today. Ida and Midoriya hadn't talked much, but still, Midoriya couldn't help but feel awful for the taller boy. After all, he knew what it was like to lose someone to a villain. Should I say something? Midoriya asked. I wouldn't, he seems like he wants to, oh no. What is she doing? Uraraka screamed. Deku whipped around to see Hatsum walking over to Ida. He couldn't hear what she was saying, but she was awkwardly rubbing the back of her neck as they spoke, and Ida looked equally as uncomfortable. So does everyone know? Midoriya asked, turning away from the awkward confrontation. Uraraka shook her head. Oh. Todoroki is absent today too, and no one knows why. Between the two things, everyone is all messed up. Midoriya played with his food. Todoroki had said some weird things about his fire being a curse, and seemed pretty messed up about using his fire at the sports festival. At the time he hadn't thought much of it, but looking back, there were some red flags there. Anyway, I never got to say, congratulations on second place. Uraraka said, giving him her bright smile. You're tougher than you look. He smiled back. I certainly hope so. I'll need it for my internship. The week came and went, and Midoriya anxiously boarded the bus Monday morning with his backpack full. He had added a utility pouch on the front between the straps. The dispenser in the back was cool, but too impractical to have to reach behind him to grab the weapons from the air. A lesson well learned from the sports festival. Just need to make it through the week. Then it will be time. He thought to himself. Midoriya-chan? Came a croaky voice from a few seats down, making him jump. Peering down the aisle, he saw Tsuyu sitting alone. As it was earlier than most people would be up on a Monday, there wasn't a large crowd. She pat the seat next to her, signaling him to go over to her. Nervously, Midoriya took a deep breath and slid over to the chair next to her. Gee, good morning, Azui. Tsuyu didn't even have to say it, she just gave him a look and Midoriya winced. Sorry. Good morning, Tsu. She gave a small chuckle. Good morning, Midoriya. What are you doing taking a bus to the docks this time of day, Karo? Oh, I have an internship with Undersea Limited, he explained. I probably don't have to tell you flamethrowers don't work underwater, Tsuyu replied, a hint of teasing in her usually monotonous voice. He smirked. So I've heard. I picked this so I could expand my horizons a little. Don't want to be a one-trick pony, you know? That's smart, the rainy season heroine replied. Uraraka said the same thing about interning with Gunhead, said she wanted to learn how to fight better. He's definitely a good person to learn where to fight from. Speaking of, where did you learn all those cool moves from? Midoriya asked. You're an awesome fighter. She beamed. A lot of hero training with All Might, and a lifetime of having to wrangle my younger siblings. My parents work all the time, so I take care of them a lot. Helps being able to snag them quickly. The perks of siblings, Midoriya laughed. I was an only child. So where are you off to so early? I work best in water, so I decided to intern with pro-hero Selkie patrolling the seas in this area. Tsuyu explained, I guess you could say I decided to stay in my element. That sounds amazing. Midoriya gushed. Selkie is a legend as far as the seas goes. He's been at it for over 20 years. He'd be in the top 15 if there was more crime out there. No one trusts anyone more with their cargo and… Midoriya, you're muttering, Tsuyu pointed out. It's a bit creepy, Karo. Sorry, he apologized, blushing. I kinda get all otaku about prose. I think it's the whole no quirk thing. Tsuyu laughed, to his relief. That makes sense. I really don't think you need to do. You're quite the fighter yourself, Karo. He liked her laugh. It was like a bunch of playful ribbits. The bus came to a halt as they reached the docks, and the two UA students climbed off. I'm going to be at sea for the week, but if I'm back here at a good time, do you want to ride the bus back together Friday, Midoriya-chan? Tsuyu asked. Heat rose to Midoriya's cheeks at the frank question. It depends, but I'd like that. I think I'll be working late Friday night, so we'll see. She smiled. Well, let's hope. You're nice to talk to. Good luck, Midoriya. Why you too? As she walked off, Deku took a deep breath. Ignore the butterflies, Midoriya. You've got a hunt to finish. The week was by no means a waste of his time. Undersea tech was a level of expertise he was not accustomed to, and he picked up a few useful tidbits of knowledge. Most importantly, waterproofing his gear, which would even be helpful at keeping sludge out. Still, as he left the company Friday afternoon with high praise for his hard work and bright mind, he definitely knew that undersea tech was not where his passion lied. The only weaponry worth anything was harpoon tech, torpedoes, or people who had quirks that worked with water. Not to say it wasn't fascinating, but there were definitely times he was wondering how Hatsum was doing working on costumes for the pros. He got out of the line of sight of the building as the sun began to set, and then ducked behind an old building into an alleyway. He deployed his arm guards and used his grappling hook to propel up to the decrepit rooftop of the building, then used it to sling himself up to a taller building, continuing this pattern until he could look out at the docks. Midoriya looked at his notes. According to them, the sludge bastard would be meeting his suppliers in less than an hour. Patiently waiting, it wasn't long before Midoriya's plan was turned on its head. The police rolled up to the docks, a full squadron. Curiosity piqued, he pulled down his goggles and zoomed in, a feature he had learned from Hatsum. They were all just waiting. For what? To scare off the transfer? His questions were answered shortly after, as a boat came into the dock. Crouching behind the ledge of the building, Midoriya zoomed in on his goggles and immediately cursed his tunnel vision. Captain Selkie and his crew were turning over drug smugglers to the authorities. Of course, he cursed. After that whole rant I went on to Tsu, I should have figured Captain Selkie would catch these drug smugglers. Cursing to himself more, he swept the area visually for any sign of the spiky blonde hair of his former childhood friend. Nothing found. He did see Tsu though, and admittedly, it did cheer him up to see Selkie pat her on the back and a bunch of the police officers shake her hand. He couldn't tell what they were saying, but it became pretty clear that Tsuyu had played a big part in helping apprehend the drug smugglers. As mad as he was about his plan getting ruined, that was pretty cool for her. An officer offered to drive the heroine home, and as she got in the car, the contraband was loaded into an armored truck. The two vehicles housing these left separately from the rest of the squad, who dispersed along with the captain. Midoriya sighed and sat down on the pavement. This whole stakeout had been a bust. Or, he thought it had, until a loud explosion, and the sound of two crashing vehicles echoed a few blocks away. Tsuyu? He worried aloud, deploying his spider legs and leaping from roof to roof until he had reached the source of the sound. Peering down onto the street from a rooftop, he gasped. It was him. The rat bastard wearing kakin as a skin suit. He had used an explosion to blow the armored truck into the police cruiser, and was taking as much of the drugs as he could fit under his arm from the back of the now destroyed car. Midoriya didn't see any of the officers, but he assumed that, at best, they were out cold from the impact. He was about to leap down to the streets, but was startled as the back door of the police car was booted open, and Azui leapt out, using her tongue to grab the back of the villain's leg, and rocketed herself towards the kakin's body, kicking him in the back and making him drop the drugs. Damn it! He heard the villain yell, sending shivers down Midoriya's spine to hear an imposter's voice come from his friend's mouth. You keep cheating on my plans, don't you, Beach? Tsuyu leapt to attack the sludge villain again, but he used Bakugou's explosion quirk to blast her into a building next to them, and he followed her inside through the busted window. Time to stop spectating, Deku growled, jumping to the street and using his spider legs to land, sneaking in the window as silently as possible. As soon as he entered, he felt the temperature drop at least 30 or 40 degrees. This must be a cold storage facility. 2+2 clicked in his head and he gasped. "See, she can't be here." He ran inside and peeked around a corner to see Tiu, stumbling backwards, clearly struggling to stay conscious as the sludge villain approached. "You know," he scowled, "this meat suit is getting a little rotten. I wouldn't mind an upgrade." The villain used an explosion to knock Tiu to the ground, and she weak-led tried to scoot away. He discarded Bakugou's body, leaving through the rotted opening of the left eye, leaving the corpse of Kaken in a heap on the floor, and approached Tsuyu ominously. "It's time." Midoriya sprung into action, redeploying his spider legs, and landing over Tsuyu defensively. The sludge villain's eyes widened in recognition. "Who?" Midoriya did not answer as adrenaline overtook him. He reared up onto his back spider legs and shoved the front ones directly into the eyes of his most hated nemesis. The villain screamed in pain as Midoriya shoved him a few feet back, away from the hero in training. Blood began to seep around the spider legs, but the sludge villain began to wrap his sludge around them, jamming the appendages in place. Worried this might happen, Midoriya flipped a switch on his backpack he had prepared, releasing the spider legs as they became fully absorbed by the sludge villain. "Where did you go?" The blinded villain yelled impotently. Midoriya jumped back as he swung a massive, gooey arm at him. Midoriya wasted no time, grabbed 3 cryogrenades from his chest pouch, and throwing them at the villain as he tried to grow himself. They worked like a charm, and the extra power he had put in them quickly encased his villain in a block of ice. There was one crack he tried to escape from, but a 4th cryogrenade sealed it. Midoriya could see the sludge villain squirming uselessly. He had trapped him swiftly, as any good hunter would. He pulled an explosive disc from his pack and took a few steps away. "I know you can hear me, you piece of shit," he said. The sludge villain had stopped moving, but Midoriya could hear muffled screams. "You ended my friend," Midoriya seethed, "so you've been living on borrowed time." He tried to throw the explosive, but couldn't bring himself to do it. "You deserve to die," Midoriya yelled, trying to convince myself. Still, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He raised the explosive disc, but stopped when he realized he was crying. For the first time since the funeral, he was crying. "You are not worth tears. I'll end you, you sack of crap." He reared back the disc and paused, trying to convince himself to cross the threshold. It was all he thought about for the last year. All of this had been building to tonight. "Do it. Do it." Before he could move, a tongue wrapped around his wrist, cementing him in place. He whipped around to see Tiu, barely conscious, was restraining him weakly. "Midoriya," she mumbled, barely audible, but in his crisis, it sounded like she was screaming in his ears. "Don't." Midoriya stood frozen like that for 5 seconds. But in those 5 seconds, an eternity passed as he slowly looked from his classmate to his prey, a war waging in his head whether to heed her advice or to finally rid the world of the murderous scum he had trapped. The sound of sirens and flashing red and blue lights broke his trance. The police were outside. Tsuyu's tongue collapsed onto the ground as she passed out, beginning to turn blue. Midoriya realized she could get in major trouble for using her quirk unlicensed, and the longer she stayed here, the more danger she was in. He tucked the explosive away. He turned to the sludge villain and said, in a flat, but intense tone, "If you hurt anyone ever again, I will finish the job. Consider yourself lucky." Midoriya scooped Azui Tsuyu under his arm and used his grappling hook to disappear from the warehouse before the police could enter the building. Tsuyu snapped awake not long after, and tried to process her surroundings. She had been wrapped in an emergency blanket, and next to her, a fire was roaring in a metal garbage can. Eyes darting all over, it became apparent she was on some sort of rooftop. Unraveling herself from her cocoon, she saw Midoriya peering over the edge of the building. Cautiously, she walked next to him and followed his gaze down to the streets. The police were containing the villain in a specialized vehicle. Another vehicle, a standard ambulance, was carting another body under a sheet into it. Midoriya, what's happening, Karo? Tsuyu asked, trying to make heads or tails of the evening she just had. Why were you here? Why did it look like you were going to? She couldn't bring herself to say the words. Midoriya sniffled and looked at her. It became obvious to her he had been crying, so she went silent. After a moment he asked, I guess I should tell you, it's a long story. Can you keep a secret? Tsuyu nodded. Mainly, she just wanted the night to make sense. Midoriya let out a long, shaky sigh. Well, a year ago, that monster, that villain ended my friend Bakugou Katsuki. That was the body he had been wearing for the last year. After he ended him, Power Loader started mentoring me on how to build things so I could enter the support course. He didn't know why I wanted to learn how to build weaponry or anything, he just thought, well, I guess he just figured I'd like it. I do, actually. Anyway, I'm getting off track. Midoriya sat down and leaned against the ledge. And ever since, I've been tracking him down. I wanted to hunt him down and learn how to stop him. Get justice for my friend. And I finally learned how. But I couldn't do it. A few more tears fell from his eyes. I failed. He sniffed and rubbed his nose. Growing up, I wanted so badly to be a hero. And everyone told me I couldn't do it, you know? I just thought, maybe if I could never be a hero, I could at least be useful and get revenge for Kaken. I can't even do that right. The last year of my life, wasted. Tsuyu sat down next to him. I don't think it was a waste, Karo. Midoriya sniffed and remained silent. Tsuyu continued. No one has caught that villain. I remember seeing that attack on the news, you know? You did something the police and the heroes couldn't for the last year, Karo. You don't get it, Midoriya sighed. He ended Bakugou. This whole year was culminating in me avenging him. And I couldn't even throw the grenade. Do you regret not ending him? That would have made you a villain too. Tsuyu replied. Midoriya paused. I don't know. Tsuyu reached over and grabbed his hand. This is already borderline vigilantism. I don't know if you not having quirk would get you off the hook on a technicality, Karo. But pros only have authority to use lethal force in the most dire of situations. Midoriya brought his knees to his chest. Tsuyu looked down at her own feet. I know I was out of it, but I don't think you wanted to do it, Karo. Midoriya looked up at her. You don't? She shook her head. You were shaking and crying. I didn't want to let you do anything you'd regret. He paused, but after a minute, his legs relaxed back down from his chest to the roof. You're right. Maybe I'm still that same stupid kid who thought he could be a hero. To his surprise, she moved closer to him and rested her head on his shoulder, making him freeze. I think you're a hero, Midoriya-chan. You do. He breathed. She nodded against his shoulder. I would have been his next puppet if you hadn't been there, Karo. You saved me. So at the least, you're my hero. Midoriya's face burned the embarrassment. Thank you, Tsu. She stood up and offered him a hand up. After a pause, he accepted. Besides, she added, I bet your friend's family is going to be really happy he can be at peace now. Midoriya gave her a small smile. Thank you, Tsu. Please don't tell anyone about this. Tsuyu returned his smile. Of course, Midoriya-chan. Just, no more obsessing over villain murder. You're better than that. Okay, he relented. You win. Together, they left the rooftop of the building and boarded the late bus back towards home, exhausted from the crazy day. Tsuyu told Midoriya all about her encounter capturing the sludge villain's partners at sea, to his amazement. As they neared his stop, he looked at her and gulped. Hey, do you want to grab some ice cream tomorrow? She tilted her head at him quizzically and tapped a finger to her chin. Karo? He rubbed the back of his neck. Well, we survived a supervillain attack. I kind of figured it might be cause for celebration. She smirked to him and grabbed a pen from her arm. She wrote her phone number on his hand. Text me tomorrow and we'll meet up, Karo? He beamed as he left the bus. All right, talk to you tomorrow. That night, Midoriya kicked off his pack and collapsed onto his bed. He was exhausted, but his head was racing, emotions stirring about his heart and mind as he recapped the roller coaster of a night over and over. After an hour, he took out his phone and texted Tsuyu. Hey, it's Midoriya. I can't sleep. Are you still up? He was surprised to see her call him a few minutes later. He held the phone up to his ear and whispered, "Sue?" Midoriya was shocked to hear her in tears. "Midoriya, it's terrible." He furrowed his brow. He had just seen her an hour ago. "What happened?" "I just got off the phone with Uraraka. It's Ida, Karo." She sobbed. He paused, and Tsuyu explained. "He went after Stain. Just like you did. But he was alone. He didn't make it, Midoriya." Midoriya almost dropped the phone. "Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Do you need anything? Do you want me to get you anything?" She sniffed. "No. Can we put a rain check on the ice cream for a week or two? I kind of just want to be alone for a bit, Karo. That could have been us, you know?" "I'm sorry." "Don't apologize," he insisted. "You lost a friend. Please, take all the time you need. Please call or text me if you need anything." "Thank you, Midoriya," she croaked. "You're really sweet, Karo. Don't worry about it, Tsu. I'm here for you. After everything you've done for me tonight." Midoriya replied. "Thanks, I'm going to try and sleep though. Good night, Midoriya." "Me too. Good night." Midoriya did not sleep though. Instead he stood up and walked over to his corkboard. He ripped down every article and picture of the sludge villain and tore them into as small of pieces as he possibly could. He opened his laptop and printed a few articles on the hero Ender, Stain to review in the morning. He tacked a picture of the villain on the center of the corkboard. "You're next," Midoriya whispered to the picture. The day after the capture of the sludge villain, Midoriya watched the news intently with his mother. Not for glory, but to learn more about the attack near Shibuya where Stain had murdered his fellow UA student, Ida Tenya. It turned out the attack was just part of a bigger attack by the League of Villains, or so the authorities believed for the time being. Frustratingly, most of the coverage was focused on the monsters that were attacking, the same kind Midoriya had seen at the USJ, supposedly called Nomas, that had ravaged a few blocks before being stopped by Endeavor and a few lower-level pros. But finally, the newscaster went over the details, though there wasn't much. Stain had cornered and ended pro-hero native, and Ida attempted to intervene and end Stain. But he failed, as Stain used his blades to do in both the student and hero. Frustratingly, no one had yet to discover how Stain's quirk worked. Midoriya was annoyed with how unhelpful this was, until the newscaster shifted to the capture of the sludge villain and the recovery of the body of Bakugou Katsuki. The reporter showed a brief interview with a woman Midoriya recognized as Bakugou's mother, Mitsuki. "I'm just so glad he can rest now," she said through tears, "and that justice was finally done for my boy." Midoriya swelled with pride for a minute. Perhaps Tsuyu had been right. In the end, maybe ending the villain wasn't where he should have focused. At the least, he was glad to have given Kaken's mother some peace. Having finished the newscast, Midoriya excused himself to his room to study, grabbing an apple for brain food. Sitting down at his desk with his laptop, he paused to text Tsuyu. "Good morning. How are you holding up?" As he began to research Stain, she messaged him back. "It's rough. Uraraka is taking it really hard. They were best friends. I'm heading over to see her." He frowned. Both Tsuyu and Uraraka were nothing but nice to him, and it was terrible knowing they were going through this. He might not have really known Ida, but he seemed like a good enough guy. "That's awful, but it's really sweet you're there for her. I'm here if you need me. Let me know how it goes, okay?" Midoriya turned his attention back to his computer, going back to square one with research. All the news stories were the same. Stain's MO was consistent from every ending or crippling. He would attack a solitary hero with his blades in an ambush. Surviving heroes always said that somehow he would temporarily paralyze them, leaving them sitting ducks to disfigure in whatever way he saw fit. Printing off a fresh map, Midoriya circled all the locations Stain had struck and stood back. He frowned. The attacks were widespread and seemingly random. Don't stick to a neighborhood, huh? He supposed it made sense. Where and when weren't becoming clear. The how, while still unclear, at least was some combination of bladed fighting skills and a paralysis quirk of sorts. The what was the ending of heroes. What? Maybe that would give him an insight on what could be done. To his knowledge, Stain had never given a statement on why he was doing what he was doing, Usually that only came out when a high-profile villain was brought in. He looked at the list of Stain's victims, trying to link them together. Still, Midoriya couldn't find a connection. All of the pros had various different quirks, specialties, their rankings were all over the place, as were their popularities. Midoriya placed his head in his hands. How do you cover your tracks so well? Distracted and disgruntled at his lack of success, he began repairing his spider legs, his most used tech, until a few hours had passed. He figured it was time to let his brain reset and he'll get an idea later. He grabbed his phone after a while and realized he had missed a text from Tsuyu not too long ago. Are you busy? Pausing on his repairs, he messaged back. No, what's up? There's a memorial for Ida tomorrow at the park hosted by the school. Would you mind coming with me? I don't want to go by myself. Midoriya's frustrated expression softened. He couldn't lose himself to revenge again. He promised to stop hunting down villains to murder them. He never said he wouldn't capture them. Of course I'll go with you. Tell me where and when to meet you. Thanks, Midoriya-kun. You're the best. Midoriya smiled and evaluated his scrap pile. I think a trip to the beach is in order. I won't be hunting down anyone if I'm not stocked up on ammunition. The next day, Midoriya put on his suit, checking himself over. It felt weird. He had never really had a conversation with Ida, so it felt a bit awkward to go to a memorial service for the taller boy. It was still sad, and he had wanted to try and talk to him about his quirk after internships were done, but you never know what the universe is going to throw your way. But today he was here for emotional support, which also was a role he wasn't familiar with. Still, if he could break down and reveal his backstory to Tsuyu, he would do his best for her. As he was getting ready to head out, he was surprised as his mother stopped him for a hug. I'm so glad you went with the support department, sweetie, she said, tearing up. What do you mean? Midoriya asked, hugging his mom regardless. If you were a hero, fighting villains all the time, Inko sniffed, I'd worry about you all the time. You could end up like that boy. Midoriya put on his best poker face, still terrible, but it somehow fooled his mom, trying not to let on that he had literally come face to face with a murderous villain less than 2 days ago, and hurried out the door. He pushed the guilt down as he boarded the bus, remembering his promise to meet Tsuyu at the entrance of the park. He allowed himself a small smile as he saw her, but it was hard to keep it seeing the distraught faces of all the students of Class 1A. A few from Class 1B had showed up as well. As he walked over to Tsuyu, she gave him a forlorn smile. Thanks for coming, Karo. To his surprise, she hugged him. Awkwardly, he returned the embrace. Of course. I'm sorry. She looked away and sighed as her eyes teared up. It's going to be weird walking home with you, Raraka, without him. At the strain in her voice, Midoriya looked up and realized people were beginning to shuffle towards the back. Hey, I think it's starting. She nodded and walked towards the rear of the park. He didn't know what to really do in this situation, but he kept a hand on the small of her back in an effort to be comforting. At his touch, she smiled at him, so he figured it was the right thing to do. The ceremony was simple enough. The principal spoke, as did All Might, talking about the importance of being a hero even as the community is hurt, and about the type of person Ida was as a loving brother and friend. Afterwards, the crowd broke apart, some leaving, some talking to remember their fallen friend. Uraraka made her way over to the two of them and immediately threw her arms around Tsuyu. Seeing Deku, she grabbed him and pulled him into a group hug. If it wasn't a somber occasion, Midoriya would have been incredibly embarrassed. I'm glad you guys are here, she said as she buried her head between the two of them. Karo, Tsuyu replied. Of course, Midoriya added. The three of them began to walk away from the park when they heard a commotion. Waste of my time, came a gruff, familiar voice. Midoriya slowed in his tracks and craned his neck over to see the commotion. Endeavor was loudly complaining about the ceremony as Todoroki sulked behind him. Father, please, he was my friend, Todoroki said, barely audible. Midoriya noticed it was a far cry from the rebellious attitude he had seen at the sports festival. You don't have time for friends, Endeavor snorted. That's not your purpose. The way he said that left a bad taste in Midoriya's mouth, but he was pulled from his eavesdropping as Tsuyu tapped on his shoulder. Are you okay, Midoriya-chan? She asked. Sorry, Guess I got distracted by Todoroki and his dad, he admitted. Can't believe he said all that. Uraraka huffed. I can see why that guy has so many haters. For the number 2 hero, he's nothing but an a-hole. Tsuyu nodded. Really pushes what counts as a hero, Karo? Something clicked in Midoriya's mind. Haters. Could that be? Do you guys want to grab something to eat? Uraraka asked sadly. If I go home I'm just going to be sad. Karo, I wish. I have to go take care of Samidare and Satsuki. Tsuyu sighed, then once she saw Midoriya's confused face, she added, those are my siblings. Tsuyu and Uraraka hugged again, and this time Midoriya wasn't caught by surprise when Tsuyu embraced him as well. He noticed she still blushed a bit by it too before walking off towards the bus stop. So what do you say, Midoriya? You hungry? Uraraka asked shyly. At first, he was tempted to turn her down. He had an idea he wanted to research about Stain, but then he saw how melancholy Uraraka looked. He remembered earlier the other morning, remembering how good it felt to know he had given some peace to Kaken's mother. Being there for people was just as important as catching villains. Sure, I got a minute, he replied. They stopped for some ramen, but Midoriya could barely focus as his mind raced. But as they were leaving the restaurant, Uraraka said something that snapped him out of his trance. You know, Midoriya, there's something that bugs me, she said. What's that? He asked curiously. She gave him a lopsided grin. I wish I would have gotten a chance to take you on at the sports festival. Midoriya laughed. Yeah? Why is that? Well, after we agreed not to go easy on each other, it would have been fun to see just how tough you are. She beamed. He smiled back. Well, perhaps next year. Anyway, I should go. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Midoriya. Her face returned to the more somber look, but she looked down and kept a slight smile. Thank you for keeping me company. He smiled back, cheeks tinged pink. Gee, glad to help. Good night, Uraraka. As she left his sights, Midoriya took a determined look. Friend time was over. Now it was hunter time. Giving his mom the quickest greeting he could, he darted towards his room and opened his laptop and hit up the dark web. He pulled out his list of heroes who had fallen victim to Stain and began researching them. His hunch had proved correct. Nearly every hero who had been attacked by Stain had a large amount of complaints on various hero hater message boards on the more unsavory parts of the web. People complaining that they weren't of the right caliber to be a hero, that their motivations were garbage, or that they were too much of an a-hole to be a hero. Is he judging the heroes? Midoriya wondered, tapping his pen to his mouth. It was a passable theory. The heroes who died were the ones with the most atrocious attitudes, known for being in the hero business only for money and fame. The ones who lived tended to be made examples of, like Ingenium, and had relatively few complaints, but were more business-minded as opposed to altruistic. Not that this ever seemed bad in Midoriya's mind. Heroism was a viable career if you had the ability for it. But the way some of these message boards stated it, if you weren't all might-like in your motivations, you were garbage. Midoriya yawned. Even if it was a workable theory, he had no way of knowing when or where Stain would strike next. Closing his laptop, he decided this could be a problem for tomorrow. It took him a year to track down the sludge villain. He wasn't going to find Stain or figure out how to combat his quirk overnight. Little did Midoriya know that it would be sooner than he thought. The next morning in class, he began drawing up plans for new weaponry while waiting for Power Loader to come in. He didn't see Hatsum sneak up behind me and give him a surprise hug. There's my favorite vegetable. Midoriya blushed horribly as he jumped, but relaxed as he whipped around to see his support rival. Oh, it's just you, he replied with some sarcasm. That's no way to greet your best friend. Hatsum huffed playfully, ruffling his hair and heading to her desk. So tell me all about your journey to Atlantis. Since when am I your best friend? I thought I was your most hated rival? Midoriya chuckled. She rolled her eyes. Just tell me how your internship was. Midoriya explained that it was a bit lackluster, but educational. Still, he noticed Hatsum looked a bit distracted, or trying to get something more from him. He couldn't put his finger on it. Tell me about yours, Hatsum. To his surprise, she shrugged. It was fine. Not as much fun as I thought. Mostly just repairing pro suits, you know? Didn't get to really invent anything new. That's a bummer. You were so psyched to be working on pro suits? Midoriya frowned. She shrugged once more. Yeah, well, I was hoping I'd get a chance to enhance them or something. Maybe we'll be able to for the hero course people here? Power Loader walked in the door, yawning. Alright, looks like you all lived. And even better, no one complained about any of you, which is a miracle I'm willing to take. Standing behind the desk, he looked over his students and took a lopsided grin. So now we're going to be approaching term end. So, you've all built weaponry for the sports festival, restraining systems, you've interned. This has been a pretty good start to the year for support. But that means I have to go above and beyond for your end-of-term projects. He held up his hands for air quotes, plus ultra, as they tell us to say. This got a chuckle out of his tired students, and he continued, I want to challenge you. Make you tackle a problem you might not have thought of before. So, I'm going to put you into small groups of 2 or 3, and you'll be working a special project until the end of term next month. Power Loader went around the room, separating students into various groups before getting to the back. And of course, you too. Midoriya and Hatsum exchanged looks as Power Loader chuckled. You two get to help me on something. I have a friend who needs something added or invented for her pro costume. Yes. Hatsum exclaimed, grabbing Midoriya's shoulders abruptly and shaking him around. Whatever it is, we're on it. Dizzy Midoriya asked, Who's the pro, sir? To their surprise, Power Loader looked embarrassed. Well, you'll have to come downtown with me for it. I'll get you out of your afternoon classes. This one is at my lab. Midoriya grinned, but was interrupted as Hatsum began shaking him again. We're going to a pro lab for a secret inventing project. Sure. Power Loader groaned. You don't even know what secret means, you pink-headed idiot. The project itself was unexpected. You want us to build boots for Mount Lady? Midoriya asked, unsure. This was a much better reaction than Hatsum, who looked utterly deflated. Hey, have you seen the feet of my costume? Lady huffed, holding up her foot to them. This is thin fabric. I feel everything I step on. It hurts. Power Loader said, trying to keep a straight face. The problem is, there is no material that can be used to stretch and shrink with her costume on the fly. That's what I want you two to research for your term project. Today, you're going to take her measurements in normal and giant form and start your work. Grab your stuff and meet us outside. As Power Loader and Mount Lady conversed and left Power Loader's support lab, Midoriya and Hatsum looked to each other. This is kind of a letdown. Hatsum grumbled. Yeah, Midoriya replied, but I guess that's what a lot of support is. Some of the things the pros need is mundane, you know? Compression sleeves, impact absorbers and dampers. I guess. I like the stuff you and I make, Deku Scrub. Hatsum sighed, grabbing her tool belt and measuring tape as Midoriya grabbed his. Well, maybe we can rig some secret lasers on these boots, Midoriya joked. But yeah, the stuff we made for the sports festival was so much more fun. And practical? Hatsum asked, almost suspiciously. Midoriya wasn't sure what she was getting at. But it didn't matter as the sound of a scream came from outside. Alarmed, the two support students ran out to the front of building and gasped to find Power Loader, laying on the ground motionless. Sir, they both yelled, crouching down. I'm fine. Get away from here. He grunted before passing out. They looked up, and Midoriya saw a lady had gigantified herself, giving chase to down the street. Freeze, Stain! She yelled, angrily. His eyes widened. Not today. Hatsum stood up. Come on, Deku Scrub, let's get. She looked up though and saw Midoriya chasing down a lady as he ducked down an alley. Out of here! Midoriya deployed his spider legs in the alley and scaled his way up to a rooftop, leaping from roof to roof as he followed Mount Lady desperately. It was hard to keep up with her long strides. In the distance, he saw her reach out and grab something. Maybe she has this under control. His thoughts were dashed though as suddenly Lady fell, collapsing against the pavement, making the ground shake. Or not. As he reached the edge of the roof, Midoriya froze, shocked. Like the others before her, Mount Lady had been paralyzed, as she lay on the ground trembling. Whatever had paralyzed made her revert to normal size as well. A man stood right above her neck, holding a blade to it. Deku recognized him as Stain. "You are no hero," he growled. "In it for fame and glory?" "Holy shit, I was right." "What kind of—" He raised the blade, and Midoriya found himself springing into action before he could even think. Leaping from the sky, he whipped out a magnetic bola and threw it, snapping around Stain's legs. But in a swift motion, Stain diverted his blade and cut himself free as Midoriya landed past the top of Mount Lady's head. Turning, the villain looked in Midoriya's eyes, sizing up the boy with the mechanical spider legs. "And who might you be?" "No one special, just passing through," Midoriya replied, pointing his flamethrowers at the hero Ender. "Let's step away from the pro, shall we?" There were a pause as the two sized each other up, and then Stain was on the attack in a flash. He immediately jumped to his left and off a wall, and Midoriya braced, but suddenly he had a stinging feeling in his left shin. When Stain had jumped, he had thrown a knife that sliced his unprotected leg. Ignoring the pain, Midoriya leapt backwards himself and grabbed a cryo-grenade. Stain went to grab the knife and pull it towards his face, but Midoriya had thrown his weapon by then, freezing the blade to the ground. Stain was barely able to jump back and avoid the icy blast. While he was dodging, Midoriya unleashed a burst of flame from his gauntlets, but Stain hit the ground in a roll and dashed away, throwing another knife. Midoriya caught that one and snapped it with his iron gauntlet. But as he caught the blade, Stain had used the opportunity to close the distance between them and was readying an attack with his sword. Midoriya was able to parry with his own spider leg, but didn't see Stain produce another small knife with his offhand and nick Midoriya's side. In a flash, he gave the blade a lick, and Deku felt himself freeze up. It's the blood. He has to lick blood. He realized. Not that it mattered now. Suspended helplessly from his spider legs, he looked at the hero Ender in terror. Stain walked up and examined the boy. "What do you think you're playing at, kid? You out for revenge just like that other punk-ass?" "I jumped because you were going to end her." Midoriya spat defiantly, relieved his mouth still worked. His best shot now was to stall for time. It was true, to an extent. While he was definitely after Stain, he would never have struck without knowing what he was dealing with. But all logic flew out the window when someone was threatened. "Let me tell you something, kid," Stain laughed, a rather twisted chuckle. "She's not worth saving. She's here for glory and fame. You think she'd do the same for you?" "Absolutely," Midoriya replied. "She's never failed to act in any of her heroics. So she can get good photo opportunities?" Stain grunted heatedly, suddenly pressing a knife to Midoriya's neck. "I can't move, but I can feel the cold steel," Midoriya gulped. Still, he needed to keep Stain busy. Heroics in pursuit of fame and money are still heroics. If the means are just, and the end hurts no one, it's still a positive gain for the community. Stain laughed and stepped away. "Oh kid, that's where you're wrong." He turned and pointed to Mount Lady. "You glorify selfish pricks like her, or that sheetwad Endeavor, you get more glory hounds. You get more fake heroes. They don't care about making the world a better place. Their kind breeds more false idols. You don't get a better world by ending heroes either," Midoriya retorted. "That makes it easier for the villains to succeed. And then better heroes will have to rise up and take their place." Stain yelled. "It's evolution in practice?" "But how many innocents die in the meantime?" Midoriya asked. "How many have to be sacrificed until the hero scene looks the way you want it?" Stain approached him again with his sword drawn. "It's a necessary number. They are part of the greater good." But before Stain could strike, the sound of sirens filled the alley, along with red and blue flashing lights. He looked away just long enough for a smoke bomb to hit the ground, blinding both Stain and Midoriya. Midoriya could feel someone grab him and suddenly he was lifted from the ground. He was momentarily blinded by the bright sunlight as he left the smoke, and then saw Hatsum had grabbed onto him and was wearing her boost boots. They landed on a roof and rolled across the concrete, until they stopped with her on top of him. From below, they could hear police clattering across the alley, yelling, "Where did he go?" Stain had fled in the confusion. She pulled off of him and looked him in the eyes. Midoriya gulped as Hatsum looked him over. But he wasn't expecting her to do what she did next. "It was you, wasn't it?" she asked, disheartened. You're the one who caught the sludge guy, aren't you? Oh shit. Midoriya thought. Hatsum stared down at the green-haired boy she had just saved. He had frozen up at her question. Midoriya's mind raced as he looked up at her. There was a pleading in her eyes that he couldn't bring himself to lie to. She was the first friend he had made at UA, and had literally just pulled him from the jaws of death. How did you know? He asked, defeated. Hatsum frowned and dug into her pocket, pulling out her cell phone. The screen showed photos from a news report of the capture of the sludge villain. He was captured by being encased in ice. There are no ice heroes operating in that area. You were in that area. Not only that, she zoomed in the photos to where Midoriya had landed after jumping off of the building, revealing 4 points in the ground where a triad formation of claw marks were embedded in the cement. These match your little spider things there. Midoriya had to stop himself from marveling at her investigative skills, but cursed under his breath. It was me. Why? Hatsum asked, confused. The look on her usually confident and happy face just seems out of place, twisting the feeling of guilt in Midoriya's gut even further. He shifted uncomfortably. Hatsum, this is a long story and not a lot of people know. She looked hurt to his surprise. Don't you trust me? We've built stuff together. Midoriya furrowed his brow in confusion, and she looked away before adding. I've never built anything with anyone besides you. I don't trust just anyone with my babies, Deku scrub. He never really considered this, and his heart sank to realize how casually he had viewed their friendship. No, I trust you, just, all right I can tell you. Midoriya cleared his throat and closed his eyes. So, growing up I had a friend, Bakugou Katsuki. When we hit 4, he kind of became this cocky guy because he had a powerful quirk. He would tease me about being quirkless, but I still always looked up to him. Why? Hatsum asked. Midoriya shrugged. He was the most powerful person I knew. Being quirkless, I actually grew up wanting nothing more than to be like All Might. To be a hero, a protector. But Bakugou was so much closer than any hero. And he was so strong. To me, he was victory. Until that sludge villain showed up. I knew the name sounded familiar. Hatsum interrupted with a grimace. He's the one who died. Right? Midoriya sighed. But before that attack, All Might saved me from the same villain. It seemed like a dream come true, but... Hatsum echoed. He told me I could never be a hero, Midoriya replied. During that, the villain escaped. Hatsum blanched. That's a day that would kick anyone's ass. It was the worst day of my life. I lost everything that day. I looked out the window and thought about, ooh. Midoriya didn't get a chance to finish that sentence before Hatsum slapped him. What was that for? Hatsum glared. You don't get to think things like that. You're too important to me. You're going to live or I'll end you. Midoriya's face softened. I don't just, that one time. Anyway, Power Loader was at the funeral and found this dorky notebook I've been keeping since I was little about heroes' quirks. Said I had a good mind for analyzing and inventing, and he mentored me for months on how to build things. You mean you haven't been doing this your whole life? She asked. You're so good though. He laughed a bit. No, just the last year or so. Anyway, the whole time, I was planning on using what I built to avenge my friend. And when I finally caught him, I almost did, but Tsuyu was there and stopped me. That was the night Ida died. And I was at the memorial yesterday. Everyone was so sad. I decided to take what I learned and do it again. Hatsum looked stern, glaring down at the boy. So you decided to just charge off after Stain when he showed up and get yourself ended, you dumbass? Well you know, Midoriya replied, scratching his nose awkwardly. I just saw him attack him lady and kind of just stopped thinking. Hatsum, to his surprise, just leaned down and hugged him. You idiot, you still want to be a hero, don't you? Midoriya returned her hug, slowly. I don't know. But... He paused and the two pulled apart, so Midoriya continued, I want to catch him. He ended Ida, and took a friend away from Tsuyu and Uraraka. Like what happened with you? She asked quietly. Midoriya nodded. Hatsum groaned, but let out a rueful laugh and smiled. Well that does it. That does what? Midoriya asked, squinting. She rolled her eyes and grinned broadly. I'm not even going to bother trying to talk you out of it, because you're a bull-headed idiot, so I'll just have to help you and make sure you don't go getting ended. That was definitely not where he thought his pink-haired friend was going. What? Her expression softened a bit. You're the only person who gets my passion for inventing. Even if you're not nearly as experienced. I can't go letting you die on me. Let me help. We can make better tech together. Besides, her broad grin returned, I want to make gear for heroes. Might as well start with my little nerdy hero-in-training Deku scrub. You're stuck with me now. Midoriya laughed. You know, my friend called me Deku a lot. I was kind of thinking of using it as a code name. Then you started calling me that? Well, it's settled. We're partners. Let's make babies together and stop some bad guys. Hatsum beamed. Midoriya's face burned as he covered his face with his hands. That's not something you should say while lying on me. Also, can you get off? This is starting to hurt. Hatsum had completely forgotten she was laying on top of him from her rescue, and for one of the first times since it had met her, she blushed slightly. Yeah, that makes sense. She stood up and offered him a hand, pulling him to his feet. We should get back to Power Loader, make sure he and the giant lady are safe. Midoriya nodded. Right. Let's tell him we ran and hid somewhere, deal? Deal. She laughed. Using their gear, they went over a few rooftops, away from where the police were scouting, and descended into an alley. Hitting the streets, they looped back to where Power Loader was, back in the lot of his lab, now on his feet, with MT Lady and a group of officers. Oh good, there you two are, Power Loader sighed, running up to the two of them as soon as they came into view. I had no idea where you ran off to. Well, you told us to get out of there, so we found a building and hid, Hatsum replied coolly. I'm glad to know you were worried though. Midoriya decided to let her do the talking. She was way better under pressure. Well, you two are nothing but a nuisance and I'd be glad to be rid of you, but you know, not like that. Power Loader said, a bit flustered. Look, let's finish taking statements, then we can take the measurements and get started. Thankfully, neither of us were hurt too badly. The two students looked over and overheard the final bits of Mr. Lady's official statement. So he had me paralyzed face down, and I don't know who intervened, but he was yelling to some kid about me being a glory hog. Me Lady huffed with arms folded as she explained her statement to the police. He better hope I don't catch him again, or he'll be a stain on the pavement. Good one, the officer replied, but the hero just gave him a glare. Sorry. Midoriya and Hatsum exchanged glances and sighed in relief. For some reason, it hadn't even struck either of them that MT Lady might have overheard the whole ordeal. Thankfully, nothing too pertinent had been said. Luckily for them, the officers took their statements together, so they were able to lie and say they had run to the nearest office building and waited until the coast seemed clear and they saw the sirens. Satisfied, the police left, and Power Loader urged his 2-star pupils to get back to work. As the day wore on, they finished doing what was requested of them, taking detailed measurements of MT Lady's feet. Midoriya did his best not to think about all the disgusting deep web posts he had seen about her giant feet, but it was hard not to get a little grossed out by those memories as he worked. As the two students compared notes, they overheard Power Loader and the pro talking in his office. So, Power Loader began, sounding oddly nervous, are we still on for dinner this weekend? Both Midoriya and Hatsum lowered their clipboards and their jaws hung open. Let's see how those two students of yours do, and we can talk plans, the younger heroine replied flirtatiously. I'll call you Wednesday. Toodles. The lady left his office and sauntered out of the lab, not noticing the incredulous stares she was getting from the pro's protégés. Power Loader burst forth immediately after, and clapped to the two of them. Okay, so you guys will need to give this project your all. You will be working on it at the school, but use anything here at the lab you might need, and if you need to stay late, don't be afraid to. He checked his watch and grunted. But it is getting late and you two should get going. Be ready for tomorrow. As the two walked away from his lab, Hatsum let out a frustrated groan as soon as they were out of earshot. I can't believe he's putting us, the two most brilliant inventors UA has seen in decades, on a freaking project to get himself laid. Midoriya blushed and laughed. Well, at least it will be a challenge, right? No one has invented a soul that can expand like the suit materials. I guess, she grumbled. She looked around and lowered her voice. So, did you learn anything from your fight? Sounds like you guys had a battle of wits. Midoriya smiled and whispered, actually, I know how his quirk works. He has to lick someone's blood, and it allows him to paralyze them, probably only for a few minutes, but no idea how long or if there are any factors. Yeah, those pants aren't cutting it in a knife fight. Hatsum frowned. Pun not intended, but I'm glad it happened. Yeah, he kept going for my legs, which I couldn't protect with my gauntlets or spider legs. Midoriya agreed. Also, he's doing this because he doesn't think heroes now are good enough. He thinks they're glory hogs and selfish, and they inspire more villainy. Stuff like that? Hatsum rubbed her chin. Well, that could maybe be helpful. Her eyes lit up though and she began to rub her hands together. But first, we need to find a way to prevent him from cutting you. The problem is he's fast too, Deku added. It's easy enough to cover myself in armor, but if I can't catch him, it's not going to work. Well, guess that gives us two challenges. Hatsum grinned. Let's get this stupid shoe thing out of the way so we can make you the world's greatest quirkless hero. Midoriya laughed. Maybe having a partner wouldn't be so bad. Tuesday morning flew by. They focused on their official schoolwork while under the watchful eye of their love-struck teacher. It was a challenge. No other materials expanded other than the specialized cloth made for gigantifying quirks, and that technique was heavily patented. To make a cloth for a hero to expand, it had to be made from their hair so it matched DNA. There was no way to make metal or rubber from hair that was known to man, and their experiments weren't helping either. This is impossible. Midoriya groaned, and the smell of burnt rubber is starting to really get gross. Yeah, I think this is a dead end, Hatsum sighed, frustrated, rubbing her chin. Maybe we should be looking at it another way? Good thinking, Midoriya agreed, scratching his head. If we can't make the material grow, are there other ways to make something expand? Maybe. He looked down at his backpack. Maybe something telescopic like my spider legs or your stilts? She snapped her fingers and pointed at him. That's gotta be it. Her growth takes a few seconds, so could we maybe use some sort of pressure-activated system? Midoriya began scribbling down some blueprints on it, making notes of all their ideas. The lunch bell rang, and Midoriya hastily finished his notes on the blueprint roll. Are we working on this after school? I cleared out my schedule. It wasn't hard, it was a whole lot of nothing. Yeah, I figured we could work on that in our side project, Hatsum grinned. Even in the cafeteria, they were scribbling notes down on their ideas for their final project. They were so engrossed in the project, they didn't even notice Azui and Uraraka approach them and sit across from them until Zero Gravity Hero cleared her throat. Whoa! Deku exclaimed, embarrassed. Sorry guys, we were really wrapped up in our end-of-term project. His voice softened. What's up? There's like a rain cloud hanging over Class 1A after what happened, Uraraka answered, frowning and poking at her food absent-mindedly. Is it okay if we sit here? Yeah, I like rain, but not when it's metaphorical, Karo, Azui added. I could put a heat lamp over your guys' table, Hatsum suggested, rubbing her chin, some fake sun. Next best thing to a real one. Or they could just sit here, Midoriya rolled his eyes. Ignore her, she takes things a bit too literally. Don't ignore me, I'm the brains of this operation. Hatsum huffed. The two Hero Course students laughed. You two are a riot. What are you working on? Uraraka asked, happy for the distraction. End-of-term project, Midoriya answered. Power Loader has us working on some gear for a pro. Using our free labor to impress his love interest, more like it, Hatsum huffed, had us taking requests from M-Lady at his lab. Midoriya cringed. Keeping secrets was not a strong suit of Hatsum. Tsuyu and Uraraka both gasped. Wait, you were there yesterday. That's when Stain attacked, wasn't it? Tsuyu questioned. Hatsum seemed to realize her error just in time to catch a death glare from Deku. Yeah. We were in the lab though when it all went down, thankfully. She answered, trying to make the save. Running with her story, Midoriya nodded. He didn't seem to know we were there when it all went down. Still, he was catching a very quizzical gaze from Azui, and he knew she'd have questions for him later. So what's your guys' end-of-term assignment? Midoriya asked, hoping to change the subject for the time being. Someone heard we would be fighting robots again, but I think there might be a surprise instead, Karo, Azui replied. You guys aren't making some secret project for fighting us heroes, are you? Uraraka asked with a wink. Like a mega zero pointer? A negative pointer? I wish, Hatsum laughed. The bell rang for afternoon classes, ushering the students to make their way back to the calls. As they were leaving, Midoriya was stopped by Azui as Uraraka and Hatsum walked on ahead. Midoriya-chan, she said quietly. I heard about that attack. Someone intervened and stopped MT Lady from getting ended, the news was saying. Midoriya couldn't bring himself to lie to her as she gave him her inquisitive gaze. It was me. He winced at the look of betrayal that washed over her large eyes as she whispered, Midoriya, you said you weren't going to hunt anyone down anymore. I said I wouldn't end anyone, and I wasn't planning on running into him. Honest. He replied quickly, we were in the lab when he attacked Power Loader and MT Lady. And when he was about to end her, I kind of just stopped thinking and jumped in there to stop him. I guess that's understandable, she conceded, though still looking none too pleased with him. You're not planning to go after him, are you, Karo? He looked away. I am, she scowled, Karo Midoriya, going after a villain while unlicensed makes you just as bad. Why would you risk your life to do something that dash? Be because I saw how much he hurt you. He answered shakily. Azui paused and turned a deep crimson. Karo. Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck. You really saved me there that night, Tsu. You stopped me from crossing the line. And then hearing how heartbroken you were when Ida died, and seeing how upset you were at his memorial, I couldn't let that go. I want to be a hero. I don't want people to lose loved ones like you and I did. I'm going to stop staying. Azui studied him. It made him uncomfortable after a few moments, and he realized she was still not sure what to say. Finally, she croaked, we need to get to class. W8. He said, but she was already walking away. We can talk later, Karo? She replied, not looking back. As she left his sight, he slapped his forehead. I'm such an idiot. She probably thinks I'm some kind of stalker creep. He walked to class, just barely making it to his seat before Present Mike showed up. It was hard to focus though, he just kept seeing that hurt look on Tsu's face. After school, he and Hatsum worked into the evening in the support lab at school. Sounds like you and Froggy are having a lover's tiff, Hatsum joked as they finished their prototype soul for Mr. Lady. Hardy har. Midoriya sighed. I do feel bad though. I mean she has a point, what we're doing could get us in big trouble. Well, sometimes even heroes have to ask themselves whether they should be lawful or good. They aren't always the same, Hatsum shrugged. Gotta figure out what matters more to you, Midoriya. That's surprisingly deep for you, Hatsum. Midoriya replied, what do you think? Oh, that's why I'm not interested in being a hero. I'd rather just be rich and successful building my babies. I'll leave the moral dilemmas to you. Hatsum answered, finished with a very tiny screw. That sounds more like you. Midoriya deadpanned. How goes the soul? Should be ready for testing tomorrow, she gloated, clapping, which brings us to Project 2, Stain Removal. Oh, good name. Midoriya laughed. Thanks. Hatsum beamed. Think of anything? Actually, yeah, from my fight with the sludge villain and watching Uraraka's fight with Mineta. He replied, pulling out a small sphere, similar to his ice and incendiary explosives. This is a glue grenade. Hatsum inspected it closely. What's the specs on it? If I hit him with it, it explodes into a wad of high strength, thick adhesive, and then hardens quickly when exposed to the air. Won't be able to cut his way out of that. Midoriya answered, a hint of pride coming through. Your brilliance almost reaches half that of my own, Deku Scrub. Hatsum laughed, I like it. Have you tested it? Midoriya nodded. Was stuck to my doorknob for like an hour last night. Don't ask. She snorted. Sounds about right. What do you have for avoiding him from getting your blood? Midoriya shrugged, I didn't get that far. Hatsum beamed. That's why you need me watching your back, Deku Scrub. See all these little steel panels we've been using? It gave me an idea. What's that? Well, you've already got bigger panels going down your arms, just bigger. We use these little ones to make armor going down the rest of you. The panels are small enough you'll be able to move like chainmail. Hatsum explained. How long do you think that will take? Deku replied. Sounds like it could work. Probably a while. She replied. Suddenly, without warning, she grabbed some cloth measuring tape and began grabbing him all over. What are you doing? Midoriya shouted. How are we going to build you telescopic armor for you if I don't know your measurements? Hatsum asked. Duh. As logical as it was, her measuring the diameter of his thighs made him tremble nervously. Sure. I just don't want Stain ending anyone in the meantime. Hatsum paused. Any ideas on what we should do? Midoriya thought, rubbing his chin. Well, he hates fake heroes. There's got to be something we could do for that. Hatsum and Midoriya's eyes met and they both widened in sync. That's it. They yelled in unison. We need to make me a mask. Midoriya exclaimed, grabbing some supplies from the back of the room. Might as well make it a full helmet, Hatsum suggested. And the two worked into the night, until Midoriya got a rather angry phone call from his mother, wondering when he'd come home. Hatsum giggled as he hung up, red-faced. You go on ahead, Hatsum assured him. I'll be done soon. All right. Good night, Hatsum. Midoriya smiled. And thanks for all your help. Don't get mushy on me, Deku Scrub, Hatsum replied, grinning. Sweet dreams. As Midoriya began walking home, his phone buzzed. He saw it was a text from Azui. Are you busy? No, just heading home, he replied. I'm sorry for freaking out on you, Midoriya-chan. I just don't want you to get hurt. Midoriya frowned. He didn't want to worry her, by any means. I promise I won't do anything reckless anymore. Don't lie to me. Midoriya sighed as he boarded the bus back home. Yeah. I'm still going after Stain. I'm sorry. I still think it's a bad idea. But I know I can't talk you out of it. I just don't to lose you, like I lost Ida, or you lost your friend. You won't? You better mean that, Midoriya. You still owe me ice cream. Midoriya smiled. Maybe he hadn't screwed up too badly. The next morning, Midoriya got to school early, as he promised Hatsum. He opened the lab door and saw she was already there. Hey, Deku Scrub. She waved, and Midoriya noticed she was in the same tank top as yesterday, and there were dark circles under her eyes. Hatsum, did you go home last night? He asked, concerned. What time is it? She asked. She pulled out her phone and laughed. Guess I pulled an all-nighter. Oops. You nutcase, that's really bad for you. Midoriya scolded. Isn't your family worried? Hatsum ignored him and held up her finished helmet. Tada! I modeled it after your doodles from your hero notebook. Midoriya blushed. She had caught him making notes in his hero notebook, and she had done a good job making a green helmet, with ears on top to mimic All Might's hair. I didn't realize you had seen that. Zoom quirk, Deku Scrub. She replied, pointing to the crosshairs in her eyes. I see, Yurith Haye. She giggled. The lack of sleep was making her a bit loopy. Loopier than usual. That's creepy, Midoriya replied, putting the helmet on. It was just the right size, and the visor hid his eyes while allowing all the same functions his goggles had. Heat vision, shaders, zoom, they were loaded. This is awesome though. Should we get Stain's attention tonight? Yes. Hatsum cheered. Why do you think I powered through all night to finish this for you? Midoriya beamed. Thanks, Hatsum. I'm really glad I have your help. And I'm glad to make such cool babies. Now let's get to class before Power Loader finds an excuse to expel me. Hatsum replied. Midoriya was so excited to begin phase 2 of their plan, he didn't even mind when Hatsum fell asleep on his shoulder during their afternoon classes later that day. She had earned it. Hiroki Taichi was a thug. Worse than that, he was a murderer in a red room, and he took great joy in making innocent women suffer for whatever perverted deep web lurkers got off on it. As he set up his webcam, he spoke to his viewers. Greetings, dark web faithfuls. Sorry for... Right here. She objected, slightly hurt. I know, Power Loader deadpanned before turning back to Midoriya. Lock up when you're done. As they entered the lab, Hatsum grumbled, That's garbage, I can't believe he trusts you more than me. You went 5 for 5 on explosions in class last week, Midoriya pointed out with a laugh. Nothing blew up this week? Hatsum yelled, throwing her hands up in the air. You are the worst. Come on, it's probably in the back, Midoriya suggested, ignoring his rival. The worst, she repeated, following him. The lab had a few offices up front before leading to the workshop in the back. But before the workshop area, they stopped in front of a door labeled, Authorized Personnel Only. This one was, unfortunately, locked with a key card swipe. Probably should have seen this coming, Midoriya stated nervously. See, this is why you're the worst, Hatsum replied, pulling a small plastic card out of her work glove. You underestimate me once again. You think I only have lockpicks for old-school locks? She swiped the white piece of plastic across the keycard slot, and it beeped with a green light. She pulled the door open for her partner. After you. Point Hatsum, she gloated. Hatsum, that's amazing. Midoriya gushed, thoroughly impressed with the electronic lockpick. You've got to teach me how to make that? Hatsum beamed. Isn't it? At least you can appreciate my babies. Later though, look at that. The room itself stored many of Power Loader's various support augmentations and suits, but in the back behind a bulletproof glass case was the suit he and Midoriya had built last summer. There it is. Midoriya exclaimed proudly, running over to it. It had another swipe card access panel. Think it's safe for us to take it? Midoriya asked. Hatsum looked around. Well, everything in this room is caked in dust. When do you think the last time he was in here was? The two inspected everything, and to their relief, the mech suit was the least dusty thing, which meant they were in the clear. Hatsum used her, baby, to bypass the swipe system and open the glass case. Midoriya ran his hand down the arm of the suit. I missed this guy. Hatsum inspected it closely. You say you guys made this with scrap from a beach? She knocked the metal. This is so sturdy. You're kidding me. It's true. Midoriya insisted, beaming. Now how do we get it out of here? They exchanged looks. Neither of them had thought of that. It made for an awkward bus ride home though, as Midoriya sat in his mech suit next to Hatsum. Every weird look they got was met with a hurried, "It's a school project. Isn't it cool?" from Hatsum. Oddly enough, everyone seemed to buy it as they left the bus and headed for Hatsum's house. Are you sure your family isn't going to mind a guy in a mech suit just waltzing into your house? Midoriya asked as Hatsum unlocked her front door. It's just me and my dad, Deku Scrub, Hatsum assured him, and he's honestly never home. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't worry about, she answered, sincerely, we get along fine, he just works a lot and has his own life with me in UA and stuff. Come on, we'll put that in my basement, and you can tell me all about your date with the Frog Princess on Sunday. Don't say it like that, Midoriya objected as he followed her down the stairs. And you said I'm the worst. The next day, Midoriya met Tsuyu at the park for their long-delayed ice cream meeting. She had made it there first, and was waiting for him just outside the entrance. When he came into view, she gave him a small smile. Hey Midoriya. He smiled. Hey Tsu. He still had trouble remembering to call her Tsu. It was hard to form the habit outside of texting. Despite how much she disliked his intentions on being a vigilante, they had begun texting each other daily, comparing the different struggles their courses brought them and family life and the like. So where's this place you wanted to go? I've never been here. Tsuyu asked. No. Midoriya replied, it's right around the corner. I thought maybe we could walk through the park with it. He got a bit nervous and added, if it's not too cheesy or anything. Karo, Tsuyu replied with a smile. That sounds relaxing. These last few weeks have been crazy. As Midoriya led her down the street, he dug his hands into his pockets and inquired, what do you mean? Finals? Karo, she confirmed, they're being really secretive about what we're fighting, and I have a feeling it's not robots. If it was robots, Midoriya replied, they don't have us building them. Maybe you'll be sparring each other? Maybe, she replied, I guess being surprised is part of it though. Being a hero means never know when of what you'll face, Karo. I guess that's true, you have to be able to adapt, Midoriya said, here's the place. They ordered 2 cones, Tsu thoroughly teasing the generous amount of sprinkles Midoriya asked for on his, and made their way back to the park. Thank you, Midoriya-kun, I definitely needed this. You're welcome to. So what are you doing to prepare for the mystery finals? Midoriya asked, licking his treat. Karo, just general training. Tsuyu sighed. Have to be in peak physical condition, Karo? Well, I think you look amazing. Midoriya blurted out, not thinking about his words. Thanks, Karo. Tsuyu blushed. You're cute too. No, I meant your F fighting and F fitness. He stuttered. BB, but you are C cute too. As they began walking the park, Midoriya found he was able to calm down a bit and converse like an actual human, thankfully. So how long have you known about this place? She asked. Oh, I used to come here with my friends as a kid all the time, he replied, a little sad. Her expression turned curious. With Bakugou? He nodded as he took a bite out of the cone. Yeah? See that stream? He pointed down the path they were on towards a bridge over a small creek, in a rather secluded section of the park. She turned towards it and nodded, reaching her tongue across to her arm to lick her cone. Yeah, why? That's actually where he started to bully me, Midoriya replied with nostalgic laugh. Kind of dumb to realize. He fell in there and I offered to help him out. He was mad. He thought I was looking down on him. Karo, that's so weird. Tsuyu said, laughing with him. Why do you think he was like that? Probably just wanted to be the best. Not rely on anyone. We both had this dream of being the #1 hero, Midoriya explained, but he's the one who had the power to back it up. They stopped at the bridge overlooking the stream and both leaned against the railing. And yet, here you are, Karo. Yeah, Midoriya said. Weird how life works out. I'm the one who survived, quirkless, and am hunting down bad guys. So, any word on Stain after you and your friend put out that video? She asked. After the video had gone viral, she had pieced it together pretty quickly that it was him, though officially his alibi when asked later is that he was with Hatsum studying at the library. As this is something he had done with her before, she simply hacked the timestamps of their check-in times. He shook his head. He's gone totally quiet. Which, I mean, is good. But, I don't know what it means. Probably wishful thinking to hope you scared him off, Karo, Tsuyu joked. Yeah, Midoriya replied. I know I can't talk you out of it, Karo, she began, but you don't have to be the one to bring him in. Remember that night we ended our internships? Kinda hard to forget, Midoriya-kun. Tsuyu croaked. Sludge guy tried to make me his meat puppet. Weird day. He smiled to her. Very funny. But, I meant it. You really saved me by stopping me from ending that villain. But when we were doing that, Ida got ended. And I saw how much it hurt you. Hurt everyone. I thought. He stopped, to slap his leg. Sorry, mosquito. What? He pulled his hand up to see a trickle of blood on his hand. It was far too much to have been made by any sort of insect. Tsuyu met his gaze. Run, he whispered to her. She jumped away, and Midoriya went to give chase, but no sooner had he taken one step did his entire body lock up and he crashed onto the wooden bridge. Tsuyu turned around to grab him, but there was already a figure standing between them. Stain, who had been hiding under the bridge, had climbed up, swiftly placed himself between the two teens. He already had the point of his blade pointed at Midoriya's neck. He was giving the boy an intense look of malice that sent chills down both teen spines. Don't move, he hissed to Tsuyu. All I want is to have a little chat with our friend here. If I have to do anything further, that will be on you. Tsuyu's eyes darted around. This was a rather secluded area of the park, and there was no one in sight. She clenched her fists but stayed put. Don't hurt him, Karo. What do you want? Midoriya asked, trying not to let the panic show in his voice. Stain looked down to Midoriya. Look, kid. I saw your video. Hard not to. Midoriya didn't say anything. He was caught completely off guard. Just as he was about to tell Tsuyu, he thought he had a knack for tracking down tricky villains. Maybe it worked too well. You're out of your depth, kid. Stain laughed. Using the same tech you used in your televised sports festival? Tracking you down was easy. But I'm going to give you one warning to stay out of my business. Stain crouched down by Midoriya. Watching you squirm is fun, kid. It was clear Stain was enjoying the position the three of them were in, so Midoriya needed to stall for time, once again. Why would you do that? Midoriya asked, slowly. You never let anyone walk away. Oddly enough, kid, because you fascinate me, Stain smirked. You've actually got the hero spirit, intervening where you aren't needed to save that useless pro. Believing in the broken system. Maybe you remind me of a young Stain. Stain's voice got really low. But listen, if you come looking for me again, I will end you. He pointed his sword towards Tsuyu and looked over to her. But while he did, Midoriya realized he could move again. He pulled a small tracking device from his pocket and stuck it on Stain's leg before putting his hands where they originally been. And when I skin you alive, I'll make your friend watch. Stain scowled. Now get out of here. Stain jumped from the side of the bridge abruptly, making a splash in the stream below. Tsuyu peered over the side of the bridge after him, but he was nowhere in sight. She ran over to Midoriya as he began to pull himself to his feet and wrapped him in a hug. Midoriya-chan, are you okay, Karo? She asked. He nodded, heart racing and pounding in his ears. I'm okay. I'm okay, he exhaled shakily. Let's get out of here. They ran from the park, and Midoriya couldn't stop himself from scanning every person they passed for signs of that deformed face, and looking over his shoulder. He could be anywhere, behind any tree. Midoriya-chan, Tsuyu said, grabbing his hand as they reached the entrance of the park. Huh? He asked, gasping. He was spiraling mentally, and she could see it. You're hyperventilating, Tsuyu answered quietly. Come on, let's go somewhere. They boarded another bus, shaking the entire time. As they sat down, she turned to him and asked, I saw you move. What happened? I have a theory his quirk works differently depending on people's blood types. After a minute or two I was able to move. I put a tracking device on him. I don't think he knew I was able to get free. He explained. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and went to open the tracking app, but he couldn't. His hands were shaking too hard. His breathing sped up again. Tsuyu gently grabbed his hand again. Midoriya, breathe. You're freaking out again, Karo? Sorry, Midoriya exhaled. He had me dead to rights. I never saw him coming. He gave a bitter laugh. And here I thought I was good at this villain hunting thing. Are you giving up? She asked as the bus screeched to a halt. They walked off the bus, Midoriya shrugging. I don't know. What if he's right? What if I'm out of my depth? Maybe I'm not cut out for this. That was humiliating. He looked around, seeing they were in a part of the city he wasn't used to, outside of school he had never seen. Where are we? He asked. This is where I went to school last year, Azui replied. Come on, I want to take you to my favorite spot. She led him around the back of the school to a field. At the other end of the field was a small pond surrounded by tall trees. It was a beautiful scene as the setting sun tinted the landscape gold. She sat down on the side of the pond and pat the ground next to her, signaling him to sit. He did as such, and she asked, Know what I think? What's that? Midoriya asked. A few weeks ago, I almost died, Azui answered, and one of the most brave and creative people saved my life, Karo. He blushed. He must be a pretty cool guy, Azui-san. Call me Tsu, Karo? She replied, and I think he's pretty great. But before that? I was terrified, Karo. Yeah? Midoriya asked. I never even stopped to ask, I'm sorry. She shook her head. Don't worry about it. That was a pretty crazy night, and with what happened to Ida, it seemed small in comparison. Anyway, it was terrifying, but it made me realize something. What's that? He asked again. That's what being a hero is, Karo. She shrugged. You're going to have close calls. Look, Midoriya-kun. You know I don't agree with the whole vigilante thing, but don't let Stain get in your head. Besides, you outsmarted him. You put the tracker on him. Find him. Bring him in. Why, you really believe me I can do it? Midoriya smiled. You beat me in a fight, you aren't allowed to lose ever again. So you smirked. You better do it, Karo. She leaned over and kissed his cheek, causing him to turn bright red and lock up. Thank you, listen. I mean this. She laughed her rib-biting laugh. It's getting late. We should go. I promised my parents I'd put my little sister to bed. Let's go, Karo. A stuttering mess, Midoriya followed her back to the bus, with his heart racing for two reasons. As they stopped outside his residence, Tsuyu gave him another peck on the cheek and wished him a good night. This time, Midoriya managed to keep it together and formed the sentence, Good night, Sue, and head upstairs. Of course, Inko had a million questions for her son that turned his face a bright red color, but he couldn't keep the smile off his face as he answered them. You make sure not to get in the way of her hero studies, Inko instructed, trying to sound stern behind her elation. She sounds like a wonderful girl. I won't, Mom. Finally, he was able to excuse himself to bed. And then he grabbed his battle backpack and snuck out of his window, using his spider legs to crawl down the side of the building. Grabbed the late bus and rode it to the other side of town. Running off the bus as it stopped, he charged down the sidewalk until he finally reached the familiar house, adrenaline driving him. He pounded on the door, not stopping until it was opened. Hatsum leaned against the doorframe groggily. What are you doing here? Am I having the good dream again? Deku blushed and blinked. Remember that? He held up his phone, showing a blinking red dot on a map. I found Stain. Hatsum's eyes widened and she snapped awake. What? She grabbed his shoulders and shook. Tell me everything. I will, he assured her, but first we need to finish our baby. Hatsum had taken off the simple helmet and visor that Midoriya and Power Loader had built last year, and replaced it with her more advanced headgear she had made a few weeks ago as her partner regaled her with the tale of his interrupted date. So he just vanished. What the hell, that's sneaky. At least you know his quirk wears off after like 2 minutes or so. Midoriya nodded as he tightened a reinforced version of his weaponized backpack to the suit. He'd need his variety of grenades. He probably had some storm drain or sewer grate or something ready for escape. Good thing I learned how to waterproof my tech, or that tracking device would have gotten zapped. Where is that place anyway? Hatsum asked as she finished fastening the helmet in place. I examined the arm wiring. We've got room for tasers or lasers. Which one? Taser, Midoriya answered. Immediately, lasers are cool, but way too easy to cause a bunch of collateral damage. And it's a warehouse downtown. He hasn't moved since I got on the bus over here, but I'm hoping he just changed his pants or went to sleep or something. Boo. Tasers are boring, she groaned, but began installing them anyway. I'm installing a laser on this one way or another. Anyway, sounds like we've got a lead. I mean, it doesn't hurt as a last resort, he conceded. Just make sure it's not too easy to trigger or something so I don't go shooting it off on accident. Yeah, which one of us is the pro? Hatsum joked as she finished wiring the taser on the right arm and moved to the left. Midoriya yawned as the sun peeked through the basement window, causing him to cover his eyes and pull down his goggles. Morning already? Yeah, Hatsum laughed. That happens when you're an inventor. You lose track of time. I wasn't going to sleep anyway, Midoriya admitted. The freak encounter just, he's under my skin. I'm still kinda shaky. Hatsum looked up from her wiring and glanced at him as he fastened boost tech to the bottom of the suit's red boots. Hey, are you okay, Izuku? Yeah, Sue and I talked about it, Midoriya relied, finishing the boots. If I'm going to be a hero, this is going to happen. I don't know, I can't believe how easy he made it. Yeah, because you got under his skin, Hatsum said, smiling at him. He stopped and looked up at her. He didn't have to come find you after the video. He's got his little crusade. You don't fit into that. You think I'm in his head? He parrot, incredulously. Totally. Hatsum beamed. Whatever you said when you saved him, the lady really grinded his gears, and then you called him out. He's a hypocrite. He cares more about his image than his mission if he took the time to find you. Now go make your gadgets to put in that weapon storage. I'm going to add those modifications we talked about when you got here. Speaking of when I got here, Deku said as he walked over to the workbench, what's the good dream? You'll never know, Hatsum replied happily as she opened a compartment on the forehead of the helmet. Shouldn't you be home before your mom notices you're gone? I left her a note telling her I was coming over here to study for our final, so I'm only half lying, Midoriya answered. You monster, Hatsum deadpanned, lying to your poor mother. Half monster? The slightly shorter boy insisted. She laughed. Pass me that wrench, bad boy, I have to install the receptor. The two worked into the morning, pushing themselves hard to put as many bells and whistles onto the suit until Midoriya would be a certifiable walking armory. With noon rapidly approaching, the finally finished the modifications they had dreamed up. Alright, now let's go get Stain. Midoriya half-shouted before, moving towards the suit, but was stopped as Hatsum grabbed his arm. Yua? Deku, she advised gently, take a look in the mirror. He looked around before raising an eyebrow to her and replying, you don't have a mirror down here, May. You're right, she laughed, and wrapped her arm around him before he could react and lifted her phone up in the air to take a selfie of the two of them. Say cheese. Midoriya didn't say cheese and more made a type noise as the phone clicked. Don't worry, you can't see the robot suit in it, Hatsum assured as she pulled the photo up and showed him. See? I mean, I know we're both cute, but look at ya dingus. Midoriya had to admit she had a point. They both had circles under their eyes and were covered in grease marks. Why yeah, I probably could use some rest. No duh, Hatsum replied, smiling, you're still running on adrenaline and whatever other extreme feelings you had from getting ambushed. You haven't slept in over 24 hours, and we haven't even tested the suit. You weren't stupid about the sludge guy, don't be stupid now. You're right, he sighed. I'm being too overzealous. Music to my ears, Deku Scrub, she laughed. Not only that, we have finals all week. You won't be building anything if you get kicked out of UA for flunking. He did a double take. Are you saying I should wait a week to go after him? She rolled her eyes. No, I'm telling you we are waiting a week to go after him. No arguments, now listen. He shut his mouth, begrudgingly, and she continued, we've been throwing ourselves at this and the MD Lady project for a month. We also have other classes. I know you want to go ahead and catch this guy, but you can't. Throw your life away. Midoriya sighed. Fine. You're right. Good, Hatsum smirked, smugly, we can test the suit here every day after school. Have some with this baby. And tackle Stain this weekend. Okay, fine, the boy conceded, so now what? Well, you monster, Hatsum scolded, you lied to your poor, innocent mother, like the dirty scoundrel you are. Laying it on a little thick there, Midoriya remarked, dryly while folding his arms. So we might as well study for our finals while you're here. She finished. Awkwardly, their stomachs rumbled in sync. Also, I'll make us breakfast. Midoriya blushed. A girl had never offered to cook for him before, why, they don't have to do that. She smirked. Even as they got comfortable with each other, she still managed to fluster him. Nonsense. You're my guest here. Besides, you can clean up the workbench while I cook. He laughed. Fine. You win. Hatsum went upstairs and Midoriya laughed to himself as he began putting her tools away. She was right. He couldn't neglect his life as Midoriya Izuku to be Deku the Hunter. He was always a good study, but hitting the books for his academics couldn't hurt. As he finished cleaning up after themselves, she yelled down to him that it was ready. He yawned and stretched as he got up the stairs, and meandered into Hatsum's kitchen. She had put 2 plates on the table, and he squinted down at his meal as he took a seat. It looked like it was supposed to be eggs and bacon, but the bacon was charred and shriveled black, and the eggs were misshapen and somehow runny and burnt at the same time. He and Hatsum carefully poked their eggs and took a small bite in almost unison before cringing. Confession, Hatsum muttered, not looking him in the eyes, I don't know how to cook. We live on carry-out in this family. Midoriya smiled as he pushed his plate away. You want me to order us something as we study? Please? He laughed. Okay. It ended up being a pretty decent Sunday. Pizza and schoolwork allowed them both to get their minds of staying at least partially for a few hours, at least until fatigue set in and made it impossible to focus anymore. Yawning, the boy packed up and bid his friend farewell to go recover for the week ahead. Midoriya went to bed early that night, in an effort to catch up on sleep as they started their finals the next day. Still, even as he laid in bed and closed his eyes, it was hard to shake the vision of Stain's paralyzing gaze, looking down at him with a blade pointed at his neck. Still, he tossed and turned until he was able to enter a state of slumber. But he knew before he drifted off he wouldn't sleep right until Stain was behind bars. The week itself was uneventful, as it were, with finals and schoolwork overtaking the hunt for Stain as the top priority in Midoriya's life. Even still, after class, Midoriya would go to the Hatsum residence and they would run various tests on his armor. The suit passed every standard with flying colors. It was truly what Midoriya and Hatsum considered their crowning achievement of what they'd accomplished at UA so far, even if it wasn't an official project. They agreed to raid the warehouse Stain was hiding out in Friday night. The tracking device would occasionally move about the downtown area, but always returned there. Having not heard of any more attacks from the villain in the last week, he could only hope that he was researching and not pulling any murders that were too hard to track or going unreported. Still, he never seemed to stay in one place long. And yet, even for all the testing and preparation they had done, Friday at lunch, nerves were beginning to mount for the two support students, and they sat wordlessly, barely able to digest their food as they thought about their weekend plans. So it was a welcome distraction when Azui and Uraraka came over to sit with them, catching the eyes of the two support students with their various scrapes and bruises. "Whoa," Midoriya breathed as they sat across from him and Hatsum. "What happened to the two of you?" "Our finals." Uraraka sighed. "We had to take on one of the teachers while in pairs, Karo," Azui explained. "Oh, is that why Mr. Power Loader wasn't in class this morning?" Hatsum asked. Uraraka nodded. "Yeah, he was one of the teachers. I had to take on 13 with Aoyama. Barely managed to make it out of there with a win." "Same for me and Tokoyami," Azui added. "We barely eked out a win past Ectoplasm, Karo." "Well, hey, that's still pretty awesome," Midoriya replied. "How did everyone else do?" "It was mixed, Karo," Azui riveted. "Midnight beat Zero and Mineta. And All Might took down Todoroki. They were originally going to put Todoroki on another team since we only have 17 students, but he insisted on fighting All Might alone." "Yikes," Midoriya inhaled sharply. "That sounds brutal." "It was," Uraraka whispered. "He's not taking it well. He's been pretty broody since the sports festival, Karo. So you said, I think whatever made you push him to use his fire quirk really got under his skin." "I never meant for that to happen," Midoriya replied, rubbing the back of his neck. "I talk to him but I never really see him around." "You could use your thermal goggles," Hatsum suggested. "Look for the person who is half really warm and half really cold." Her answer was a look of pure exasperation from Deku. The worst part about that suggestion is that it makes sense and still misses the point. "So how did your final project go, Karo?" Azui asked. "The telescopic metal slipper sole for MT Lady was successful," Hatsum gloated. "Before Midoriya could even think to open his mouth, we presented it to her yesterday. Said she'd even wear them when she patrols," Midoriya added, proudly. "And of course, wouldn't you know, she asked Power Loader out on a second date after we finished," Hatsum threw out, flatly. "As if to rub it in our faces we were exploited." The hero course students laughed. "Ah, they're at least kind of cute together," Uraraka argued. "So what are you two doing for the 2-week break?" Midoriya asked. "Karo, the hero course students have a summer training camp," Azui answered, excitement showing on her usually stoic face. "Everyone is going." "We're all pretty excited, Karo." "I never cared for camping," Hatsum frowned. "Not enough tech?" "Isn't that the point?" Uraraka asked. "Heathen," Hatsum replied, prompting Midoriya to roll his eyes. "I loved camping. I'm jealous," Midoriya said, grinning. "Wish I could go with you." "I wish you could too, Karo," Azui blurted out, prompting her to turn bright red. Deku did too, and Uraraka erupted into laughter while Hatsum began stabbing at some rice. 7 in the evening rolled around, and Midoriya hopped on the bus to the Hatsum residence. He hoped his mother hadn't noticed he gave her a longer hug than usual. His nerves had him on edge. He sat in silence on the bus, only interrupted by a text from Azui. "Hey, we're hitting the pool tomorrow before camp so I won't be around. Want to grab a bite after I get back from camp?" Midoriya couldn't even bring himself to smile. That seemed like an eternity away considering what he had planned for the next few hours. Still, it gave him something nice to look forward to. "I'd love to. Can't wait. Don't worry about tomorrow. I hope you all have a good time." The bus screeched to a halt, and Izuku climbed onto the sidewalk, taking a deep breath of the evening air, focusing back to those first few nights on the beach learning to build. He pushed himself through the pain, sweat, and tears with one goal in mind: to avenge his friend. Now, he was pushing himself for the people who had come into his life. The warm night air refreshed his lungs, giving him a rejuvenated sense of purpose. His eyes flew open, he was ready. Midoriya barely knocked on the door when it flew open to reveal a grinning Hatsum. "Took your sweet time?" she teased. "Let's put this baby to work." He smiled at her as they went inside, and went down into the basement. Hatsum had rigged a small camera on the helmet of his suit so she could see through his eyes, and had set up a control center at a work desk in her basement. 3 monitors would show the GPS of the tracker, the live video feed from the suit, and the status of the suit. "Impressive." Midoriya smirked, checking out her command center. "Pisach, I've been building computers since I was 5. Hatsum bragged. "Mostly for gaming, but cool." Climbing into the suit was like putting on a glove, especially after all the test runs they had taken it on this week. Under the cover of darkness, Midoriya left the Hatsum residence. He couldn't risk taking the bus or train to the downtown area, so it was decided he'd have to travel by rooftop. Using the boost boots they had installed, the suit could easily leap onto the roof of a 3-story building, using the mechanical spider legs he had added to land. While they couldn't carry the weight of the suit, they still were useful for landings and fighting. Making long strides, the suit was effortlessly clearing a building in 3 steps before leaping towards the next. "Hatsum, this is amazing," Midoriya said into the earpiece. "I feel like I'm flying in these." "It's about the next best thing in that suit," she laughed back to him. "We did great on those." Making a long jump across an entire street, Midoriya almost forgot that he was charging headlong into a superhero fight. It was such a freeing feeling. I wonder if this is how All Might feels when he takes long jumps and soars over the city? Within minutes, he had made it downtown, and was standing on a roof across from warehouse. The tracker says he's right by the front door. Go in with flamethrowers blazing. "We got him," Hatsum commanded. Midoriya didn't need to be told twice, her words getting his blood pumping. He leapt from the roof of the neighboring building, landed on the street, kicked open the door of the warehouse with his flamethrowers drawn. "Oh shit," he breathed. Oh damn," Hatsum agreed. On a pillar by the front door of the warehouse, a piece of paper was pinned with the tracking device on the corner. "Nice try, kid. You were warned." The note read. "He was moving around with the device earlier today, right?" Midoriya asked his partner. "Yeah, I checked as soon as I got home from school," Hatsum confirmed. She paused before gasping. "Which means he wanted to make sure he drew you here." Midoriya darted around, scanning the room. "In ambush?" But nothing came. The warehouse was completely empty. "There's no trace of anyone having been here." "He wanted you there so you'd be out of his way," Hatsum realized. "You're not his target tonight." "What do you mean?" "The thing empty lady had Power Loader accompany her to," Hatsum explained, "that red carpet event downtown. You need to get to the theater a mile east." "On it?" Midoriya agreed, running out the door and leaping back up to a rooftop. "I can't believe he outsmarted us. Has anything happened?" "Don't freak out. Nothing on any news sites or forums," Hatsum replied, and Midoriya could hear the furious typing through the comlink. "Then hopefully there's still time." "Am I going the right way?" he asked, confusion and frustration pushing him faster. Spotlights illuminated the night sky as the theater approached. "Leave it to MT lady to choose a highly public event for a second date, weeks after she was an assassination target. You're en route, Izuku. Just keep going," Hatsum urged. As Midoriya leapt into a building, his attention was caught by the sight of Stain, 2 buildings down, faced away as he peered down to the theater below. "He's in your sights, but I've got live feed of this event. They're about to come out now," Hatsum advised. "Hurry." Midoriya dashed across the 2 buildings. Time seemed to slow down as he approached the villain, who had pulled 2 smoke bombs from his belt. He could envision Stain's plan. With his speed, cover the event in smoke and the pro, and flee, leaving the event in panic and chaos. He couldn't let that happen. Stain jumped just as Midoriya arrived, but Deku was close enough to reach out and snag the villain by the arm, pivot his hips, and judo toss Stain back into the roof. Stain slid across the stones on the roof and sprang to his feet, eyeing the boy in the mech suit furiously. Deku didn't allow himself to get suckered into banter, flicking his wrist to shoot a glue grenade at the hero Ender. Stain leapt to the side as the projectile exploded into a sticky mess on the rooftop, and threw 2 knives at the Vigilante. One bounced harmlessly off the armor while Midoriya snagged the other one and snapped it between his fingers. "How did you get here so fast, you whelp?" Stain screamed, rushing forward with his katana drawn. Midoriya opened his palms and unleashed a burst of flame at the villain. "You're not the only one with tricks up his sleeve." "Nice one," Hatsum said. In her lab, her heart was pounding just to watch the fight, but she knew running her mouth would just be a distraction. Stain leapt over the flames and threw 3 blades at the wannabe hero, 2 aimed for the palms, 1 for the visor, all of them hitting and bouncing off harmlessly. But as Midoriya went for another flame burst, both arms were shooting off at angles. "Sneaky bastard knocked them, of course," Hatsum cursed. "They're both angled outward." It didn't matter at the moment. Stain was already on him, swinging his blade, the blows chipping away at Midoriya's metal plates. Midoriya swung with rights and lefts, but Stain was able to duck between each blow, clanging his blade against the armor with each evasion. "He's looking for spots between each plate. You need to create some distance," Hatsum advised, analyzing the attack pattern. "He's too fast for you to go hand-to-hand with, and at this rate he'll find or make a weak spot in the armor." Midoriya hatched a plan. He jumped backwards from Stain, and the hero Ender followed. But as the villain drew close, Deku used the boost boots to jump straight up. As the hero Ender looked upwards towards his foe, he didn't notice Deku had dropped a freeze grenade on the rooftop. Once he cleared the blast radius, he closed his fist, hitting a remote activator in his gauntlet. The freeze grenade exploded, but Stain managed to partially get out of the way. His lower half was encased, but his eyes glinted as he spotted a weak point on Midoriya's suit. There was a small gap where the boost boots connected to the feet. Stain threw another throwing knife from his sleeve, lodging it in the gap, the blade just reaching between 2 plates and nicking the skin above Midoriya's ankle. As Deku landed, he didn't even realize that a small blood trickle had landed on Stain's shirt, but he turned around in time just to see Stain lift up the cloth to lick. Midoriya locked into place, staring down Stain, who gave him the same terrifying stare of hatred that had frozen him last week in the park. "You keep on impressing me, you know that?" Stain seethed. Despite the compliment, there was a quiet frustration in the tone of the hero Ender. "You stepped up your game for this one, didn't you?" "Oh shit," Hatsum said into the headset, and Midoriya heard it disconnect. "This probably looks like a stalemate, doesn't it?" Stain laughed, before reaching down to the rooftop and grabbing his katana. In 2 swift hacks, he had freed his legs and turned back towards the Vigilante. "But looks like I've got you right where I want you." Stain began circling the suit. "Wonder what the easiest way to hack this apart is? While I figure it out, do you know why I'm here?" "To finish him, lady, I assume," Midoriya replied, keeping his cool. "Good guess," Stain answered, getting right in the visor. "Found an opening in the plates, by the way." He laughed, and Midoriya could feel the katana slide between the smallest of gaps in the armor, the tip just barely hitting his undershirt. "I'm here because I looked up more about you. Where you went to school. What you do at UA, and who taught you how to make all these wonderful toys." "Power loader," Midoriya breathed. "You're after him? Maybe I'll leave your body on his doorstep, break him before I end him." Stain breathed. "That'll make him proud, I bet." He was interrupted by the sound of sirens approaching. Midoriya." The headset came back on, and Midoriya was shocked as he heard Hatsum's voice. "The police are on their way, and the 2 minutes are almost up. You don't have time to catch him without being noticed. Get out." Stain looked away to see the flashing lights of approaching police vehicles, and the feeling began to surge back into Midoriya's arms. He wasted no time uppercutting Stain, knocking him a few feet away. In last-ditch attempt to catch the villain, he shot another glue grenade, but Stain rolled out of the way of the blast radius. He went to charge Midoriya again, but Midoriya threw a small grenade down, followed by a small stream of lighter fluid to create a wall of flames separating the two. He turned for the side of the roof to flee as he heard thundering footsteps approaching from below. The authorities were charging up the building. "Hear me, Midoriya Izuku!" Stain screamed in fury. Midoriya screeched to a halt, turning to look at the villain. In 2 weeks, your school comes back in. Stain screeched, spitting across the wall of flames, and I will end everyone you care about. The frog girl. The gravity girl. Your idiot friend with the pink hair. Even your mother. And you will watch every single one die. Only then will you know the sweet release of my blade. Stain turned and fled into the night, dropping into an alley and out of sight. Midoriya could not move, shaken to his core at the declaration of a time limit being put upon him, his friends and family threatened. Snap out of it, Deku, the police are right under you. Hatsum yelled in his ear. Coming to his senses, Midoriya leapt to the next roof. Thankfully the knife had not damaged the boost tech. When he was a few buildings away, he could hear the commotion behind him as the police canvassed the battle area. He and Hatsum did not speak at all as he traveled a few miles back to her residence. Landing in the yard of her house just on the outskirts of town, he didn't even need to knock on the door before Hatsum flew the door open, pale from what had happened. Come on, get in here, Hatsum said. She was interrupted as Midoriya opened the suit, immediately stepping out and throwing his arms around her. What are you doing, Deku Scrub? After a brief pause, he said into her shoulder, I can't let him hurt you, and his grip on her tightened. Hatsum burned bright red and smiled, but pushed the boy away. Hey, I'm not some damsel in distress. You're the one out there fighting psychopaths. Let's get inside and regroup. Sounds like we're on the clock. Right? He got away, Midoriya sighed. Hatsum smiled and grabbed his shoulder. Hey, come on. What does Power Loader say every time I blow something up? You crazy witch, I should expel you? Midoriya answered. No, Hatsum rolled her eyes, after that. He says every failure is nothing more than a learning experience. Midoriya flashed back to the beach, over a year ago. He remembered hearing the pros say that the first time he had burnt himself on a welding torch. Midoriya shook himself out of it. You're right. Sorry. We have 2 weeks to catch Stain. Let's get to work. Safe in his backup warehouse, Stain tuned the settings of an ancient machine, hoping to hit the right frequency. The machine crackled, and he overheard the kid's voice. I can't let him hurt you. Despite the crackling of the old radio, Stain recognized the voice belonging to Midoriya Izuku. Stain smirked. Must be talking to that partner with the pink hair. He thought back to what he had yelled to the boy. Impulsive anger had taken over him, but Stain just laughed it off. Ending innocence was below him, and he was more concerned with ending the present of heroes. Still, Midoriya was becoming a pain in his side, and he had urges to make the boy suffer. No, he wouldn't end the kid's mom, but Midoriya was a mama's boy. Let's see him sleep now. But something about this kid fascinated him. He was a seedling. He wanted to see how Midoriya grew. A quirkless boy playing with toys, making an attempt to be a hero. It was not something the hero Ender had seen before. It was when he decided to test the kid's mental fortitude. Well, Midoriya, you have 2 weeks. Stain leaned back in his chair. Show me what kind of hero you are. And I'll see what needs to be done with you. Day 1, Saturday. Bright and early Saturday morning, Midoriya sprang out of bed from an uneasy sleep, and after a brief breakfast, he excused himself to head to the Hatsum residence. You're spending an awful lot of time with that girl from your class, Inko said, suspiciously. I thought you were seeing the frog girl from the hero course? I can't tell my mom I'm making weapons with Hatsum. Midoriya panicked. It's complicated. Inko frowned. You better not be two-timing anyone, Izuku. I raised you better than that. Just because you're not a hero doesn't mean you can be a lecherous scoundrel. If that's not the case, Mom, I promise. We're working on support summer course work. Midoriya blushed, frantically waving his hands around in front of him. And maybe I'd have been better off telling her I'm a vigilante. Humiliated, he grabbed his battle backpack. After what happened in the park, he never left home without it, and left his home to grab the bus, looking over his shoulder the whole time. It occurred to him that the time limit could have been a ruse or an angry outburst. But considering Stain seemed to have a flair for the dramatic, he wasn't going to take the chance. He would not risk his mother or any of his classmates getting hurt. Making it across town, Hatsum once again threw the door open before he had even gotten on the porch. Took you long enough. Come on, let's get to work. They hit the basement, and Hatsum unfurled a large blueprint roll. Hatsum, did you? Midoriya began, but she interrupted him. Yes, Midoriya, I slept. I went to bed right after I wrote down the ideas. Okay, good, Midoriya sighed. What do you got? Well, let's be honest, Hatsum began, pulling her goggles down. You were a bit outmatched when it came to hand-to-hand combat. And by a bit, I mean a lot. Why yeah, Midoriya agreed, rubbing the back of his head. Not my best moment. He could get in close, he just had to avoid your fists, which didn't seem to be a problem. That's why, Hatsum pointed to the drawing by the arms of the suit, we put in 2-foot-long spikes on each arm, mounted just below the top of the wrist. Extends your reach, and they can puncture walls so you can climb them with the help of your spider things. Versatile. Midoriya smiled. I like it, that will help keep him off me. Now, about the plates, he was able to get the few gaps between plates. I was thinking a thin layer of Kevlar to catch any blades. It's the best we can do. I like it, we'll just have to make sure we don't cut off all the ventilation. Hatsum beamed. That should keep him from paralyzing you. Actually, I had an idea for a fail-safe idea if he does manage to get some of my blood. Midoriya said, taking out a piece of paper and showing her some notes he scribbled down. What do you think? The inventor's eyes sparkled with excitement as she read the plans. Oh man, Deku Scrub, you are speaking my language. I am into this. What are we standing around for? We've babies to make. The two geared up all their items from Hatsum's workbench. A few hours into the work, Deku stopped to check a text, and smiled as he saw the selfie Tsuyu had sent of her and Uraraka at the pool. I really do wish you could be here or go to camp with us. I'm excited to see you when we get back. The photo filled Midoriya with a renewed sense of vigor. He had no doubts in Tsuyu or Uraraka's combat ability, to be sure, but if he could help it, he'd never let the hero ender get close to anyone he cared for ever again. This was his new mission, and he couldn't let them, his mom, Power Loader, Hatsum, or anyone down. I hope you have fun at camp, smiley face. Text me if you can, if not, just have a good time. Hey, get off your phone, scrub. We have Kevlar to install. Hatsum yelled from over the noise of her power drill. Right, sorry May. It took the rest of the day to weave a thin layer of Kevlar between each of the plates to give a protective barrier to snag any knives that could make it in the cracks, although it wouldn't stop the katana if Stain managed to shove it through the plate. Afterwards, they only had time to calibrate the aim of the palm-mounted flamethrowers before Midoriya got an angry phone call from his mother summoning him back home. Like, can't she just let you stay here? We're wasting valuable time. Hatsum groaned. I don't think my mom would like me staying at your house, Midoriya stuttered, for obvious reasons. Hatsum blushed slightly too. Right, I get it. Anyway, get your butt over here tomorrow as soon as you can. He nodded. Alright. Have a mischievous smile spread across Midoriya's face as he finished. Have some good dreams. Shut up. Deus Sunday. Alarm blaring, Midoriya groaned as he rolled over. It was Sunday, and while he should be sleeping in, he pulled himself out of his bed. He could sleep when Stain was behind bars. He grabbed some fruit from the fridge, scribbled a note to his mother, and stumbled out of their apartment to the street so he could once again head to the Hatsum residence. As usual, she had the door open before he could knock, and this time handed him a mug of coffee. I don't drink he started, but she held a finger up to his lips. Drink the caffeine, Hatsum commanded. He did, and the two set to work, this time testing the suit to make sure it wouldn't overheat from their new additions. They had worked to re-ventilate the suit, and after a few hours of test runs, it seemed to be properly airing out even during strenuous, heat-producing actions. Returning to the basement, they installed his wrist spikes, making them spring-loaded, and ran several tests on them to make sure they would not fly out of the suit or activate unless Midoriya flicked his wrists in just the right way. Make sure when you use them growl and say, Hatsum took her best brooding pose, I'm the best at what I do, bub. I would never say that. Midoriya laughed. With that done, Midoriya turned to the workbench to build a few more glue grenades. I wish he could make the projectile systems on the arms faster. He dodged everything. Any more pressure in those tubes and your grenades risk exploding on your back, Hatsum replied. I'll see what I can do though. If there's one thing I know, it's explosions. Don't worry if it's too risky. I need to get some good shots on him, Midoriya replied. Maybe focus on the thing we talked about yesterday. Awesome, I was excited for that. Hatsum half-shouted, giddily running to a corner where she had dismantled a bunch of old radios and other such items to begin building the modifications. Stain won't know what hit him. That's the plan. Midoriya agreed from across the room. Hey, speaking of, Hatsum said, unscrewing a few plates to get to the central processing and wiring, it's cool we're making this better, but how are we supposed to find Stain again? The tracker was a dud, we know he's not going to return to the same warehouse. I've some ideas, Midoriya replied. But first there are a few additions I want to make on the suit that may take a few days. Hatsum turned to him, grinning. More additions? Deku Scrub, you are making this the greatest summer break a girl could hope for. He laughed. I'm glad you think so. Why don't I make some more coffee? I'm down for that, I'm going to be here a while. Hatsum beamed. Sleep is for the weak. Day 5, Wednesday. Midoriya texted Hatsum that morning to let her know he was going to be a bit late. When asked why, he told her and she understood completely. He grabbed a different bus, and after a short ride, made his way over to the graveyard, stepping in front of Bakugou's memorial. From his pockets, he pulled 2 small cans of soda. Brought you your favorite, Kaken? He set the can gently down on top of the grave. Cracking his open, he took a sip. You had weird taste, Kaken. It's a bit too sweet for me. Midoriya took a deep breath and sat down next to the grave. I'm sorry I haven't been back since the sports festival. To be honest, part of me wonders if I let you down by not ending the sludge guy. I feel like it's what you would have done. The wind rustled Midoriya's bushy hair. I guess I'm not you though. I'm sure you'd remind me of that if you were here. In the end, I did it my way. Hopefully that's enough, and you can be at peace. Taking another draught from the can, he sighed, I wonder what it would be like, if somehow we both made it into you. Maybe we would have learned how to get along better again. I'm not sure. I miss you, Kaken. I'm sure you'd punch me for that. But I miss how things were when we were little. Before we fought on the playground that day. Midoriya looked at his phone. He supposed he should get going. He and Hatsum had big plans for tonight. Oh, I saw your mom the other day. She came over to visit my mom. She's been doing a lot better since they found your body. I hope that makes you feel better wherever you are. I should go though. I'll be sure to visit soon. A strong gust of wind blew the can off the grave and into Midoriya's shoulder, causing the teen to burst out laughing. Fine, you ass, I won't visit too often. As Midoriya made his way down to the basement, he was greeted by the all-too-familiar sight of Hatsum's grinning face. Hey Deku Scrub. How you doing? He noticed her tone was slightly gentler than usual. As he got to know her, he found she was occasionally able to be tactful. Great. So where are we? I finished that speaker system you started yesterday. Good job, by the way, Hatsum answered, and I finished the main project. She pulled her goggles up. Are you sure about tonight? Midoriya nodded. I'm positive. It's the best way to rattle him. And I found the best place for it. Hatsum beamed. But let's run a few tests and get you out there tonight. Midoriya and Hatsum both pulled down their goggles. They were in for a long night. Midnight rolled around, and Midoriya stood, full suit, on top of a roof next to the seediest bar he could find on the dark web. You got the specs, May? He asked. Of course, your intel was right, Hatsum said over the comlink. No security cameras, no sprinklers, and a regular bust location. We don't know what kind of quirks the guys in there might have, but you're insulated against electric attacks. Be ready for anything. Alright. Wish me luck. Midoriya replied. Luck is for chumps and you don't need it, Hatsum retorted. Go kick some ass. Midoriya jumped down in front of the bar and kicked the door off the hinges, resulting in a crowd of about 20 angry-looking men and women turning on him. Pointing his flamethrowers at the crowd, he yelled through the speakers on his shoulders. One of you knows where Stain is. Whoever tells me doesn't get their ass kicked. This was enough to set off the bar of criminals. A man with bull horns charged him, head down, to plow him through the wall. Using the power stabilizers in the suit, he grabbed the bull by the horns, literally, pivoted his hips and threw him through the weak glass window. Turning back to the rest of the patrons, he sighed. Next, about 5 Enerduels drew guns and fired at the boy, who just rolled his eyes as the bullets harmlessly bounced off his armor and the bulletproof glass that had been installed on his visor. He fired 2 glue grenades, encasing all 5 of them and another surrounding 4 people in a thick sludge, immobilized and guns jammed via the thick goop. Okay, so is anyone going to take me up on my offer to talk? Midoriya asked, walking towards the bar. The bartender leapt from the bar, and his fist turned into a boulder as he lunged. Impressive as it was, Midoriya had better instincts, and was able to grab the man's head in his hands and slam him face first against the bar, knocking him out. The remaining patrons ran for the door, so Midoriya turned and froze the exit with a block of ice from a cryo grenade, and with the rest of them rounded up, he deployed another round of glue grenades, sticking them in place, the entire bar rounded up. You guys are rude, Midoriya griped. He turned to see the man with bullhorns stumble to his feet, so he shot one last glue grenade out the window and froze him in place as well. Okay, new game, Midoriya yelled over the shouts of confusion. Anyone with any intel about Stain doesn't have to have a run-in with the cops tonight. His offer was met with nothing but yelling and cursing. Anything on facial recognition? Wouldn't you know it, all of them have warrants out, Hatsum quipped into his ear. Can't imagine why they wouldn't want to cooperate. Well, guess that means we go with Plan B, Midoriya shrugged, hopping out the window. He turned back to the group of low-level thugs he had just busted and rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Have fun in jail? Day 6, Thursday. From Hatsum's living room, the 2 support students sat on her couch, sipping coffee and eating cold pizza, watching the news report of their field test. And in news of the hero Ender Stain, who was reportedly sighted near the red carpet premiere of Ain't No Mountain Lady Enough, is once again making headlines, but not for what he's done now. It appears he's been called out again by a mysterious vigilante. The news lady reported with a fake smile. The camera panned over to a shot of the bar that Deku had raided last night, now taped off and surrounded by police cars. Police were called to the scene of what looked to be an all-out bar brawl, resulting in the capture of 20 wanted felons and fugitives, all caught in a weird, strange glue. The reported continued. The best part about the glue is that the only people who know I use it are you and Stain, Midoriya said, leaning over to her, so they can't trace it back to me from the sports festival or anything. Don't be a glory hog, Hatsum rolled her eyes, smiling nonetheless, though it does feel pretty cool knowing we took down 20 villains using nothing but our babies. Suck it, quirks? They clinked their mugs together as they watched the rest of the newscast. The identity of the vigilante is unknown, however he did leave a note that reads, "The beatings will not stop until Stain is captured. Courtesy of Empty Lady." The newscaster read, "Nice touch giving credits to someone we know Stain hates." Midoriya added, "That was an even better idea." Well, we can't take the credit for it, Hatsum beamed, and it will piss him off more if heroes he thinks are fake are getting undeserved credit for busting bad dudes. We reached MT Lady for comment, and this is what she had to say, the news reporter continued, surprising the 2 students. They didn't think she'd give a comment. The 2 teens leaned forward to listen. I mean, I suppose it's flattering, Lady huffed, but I definitely don't shoot any gross goo out of my body. I can only assume whoever did this is a big fan of mine and has impeccable taste. But if there are any vigilantes out on the streets using their quirks unlicensed, rest assured, I will bring them to justice, because that is my job as a hero. Oh look in the background. Hatsum pointed, causing Midoriya to lean forward to squint. It's Mr. Power Loader. He's with her. No way. Midoriya laughed. Think they're dating for real? That would be the craziest thing. Hatsum laughed as well. Maybe he won her over. The news moved on to other topics, so the 2 decided it was time to get to work, and went down to the basement, admiring their work on the suit. You build more glue grenades, and I'll check the deep web for rumblings on Stain? Hatsum suggested. Midoriya nodded. Yeah. See if you can find another bar or small-time place for me to topple again tomorrow if no one has any sightings. I don't know if we'd have him rattled already, but we need keep the pressure on to find him before our 2 weeks are up. What if he sees through this? We need to have a way to for sure drag him out. Hatsum replied. Don't you have to leave soon, by the way? Where were you and your mom going? Not for a few hours, I promised my mom I'd be home for dinner. She wants to go to that little sushi place on the outside of town. I love it there, Midoriya said. And I'm worried about that too. But how do we trap him? The only concrete thing we know is his quirk works on you for 2 minutes, and that he's got it out for most heroes who aren't All Might. Specifically Lady and Power Loader for now. Hatsum hummed as she thought about it. We've got to be able to use that for something, but we don't know what they're doing day to day. I'm sure we can figure it out, Midoriya said, beginning to mix the chemical compound for his glue grenade. Stain always seems to know where a pro would be. Maybe we can find the schedules of the pros he's ended on old deep web archives or something? I'm all over that, Hatsum replied. You got a list? Yeah, it's in my back pocket, just gimme a sec, my hands are covered in gunk, Midoriya yelled. Hatsum, ever the impatient one, just walked over and stuck her hand in his back pocket, grabbing the list and making him turn beet red. Got it? You're going to make me mess up this B-batch? He objected. Warn me next time you do something like that. Time is of the essence, Izuku. Hatsum laughed. Hey, you been doing squats? See, cut that out. Dinner with his mom was exactly what Izuku needed, although she did convince him to leave his backpack. She took him to his favorite sushi place, and sitting across from her, he felt at ease. He hadn't allowed himself to feel at ease since he had stopped Stain from ending MD Lady. It was nice, he had forgotten what it was like to be a normal teenager for a minute. So, tell me about this girl who's been taking you from me the whole week, Inko teased her son. Izuku's face burned. Cut it out. Hatsum and I just build stuff together. Inko hummed in a disbelieving tone, so tell me why her and not any of your other classmates? Izuku paused and picked at his roll. Fair question, I guess. Well, I guess I trust her with my inventions, and she trusts me with hers, and when we're together we give each other really good ideas. Like, we kind of inspire each other, and she has this energy about her that's really admirable. It makes me excited to see what our work can do. Maybe it's... You're starting to mutter, dear. Inko laughed. Izuku blushed again as he saw his mom absolutely beaming at him. Don't give me that look. I can't help it, you should see your face when you talk about her. Inko laughed once more heartily that time. You sound absolutely taken with her, sweetheart. Izuku rolled his eyes, and that's when he saw him. Stain was right outside the shop, looking at him. Izuku dropped his chopsticks in shock. With his full attention, the hero ender gave him a small, seemingly non-threatening wave, before turning and running off. Izuku stammered, I have to use the restroom. He stumbled out of his seat and made a mad dash for the door. Looking up and down the empty street, he saw no sign of the villain. He peeked around the corners. Nothing, not a trace. Shaken, Midoriya walked back into the shop, sitting across from his mother, wordlessly. He looked up at her and nearly choked. He couldn't let her come to harm. There you are. Inko sighed. I'm stuffed. You want to take the rest home? Izuku just nodded. He had lost his appetite. As soon as they were in the car, he texted Hatsum to make sure she was okay. She answered right away, unharmed. He sent her a detailed message about what happened. Are you sure you saw him? Maybe your mind is playing tricks on you? Izuku scowled at his phone, but he understood why she might think that. Oh, I know what I saw. I don't get it. Well, who did you talk to about sushi? There was no way he'd just be there at random, was Hatsum's reply. Izuku's eyes widened. Just you. He bugged the suit. He bugged the suit when we were fighting. He's heard everything we've talked about the whole week. Sheet. Should we take it apart? Don't make me take apart the baby, Deku scrub. Izuku's hands trembled as he hastily replied. Oh. Find the bug but leave it. I have an idea. A serene, somewhat deranged smile formed across his face. Izuku knew exactly how to trap Stain now. Stain laughed to himself as he entered his new hideout. The look on that kid's face was priceless. The kid could talk a big game, and clearing out a hideout of petty crooks was certainly no easy feat. But he'd have to try harder to prove himself. Stain messed with the knobs on his ancient radio to see if he could hear Midoriya's assistant, Hatsum, was it? working on the suit. Hopefully they still hadn't caught on to him bugging them. You could be a great use to me, kid, Stain muttered, twisting the knobs until he could hear the distinct sounds of Hatsum muttering to herself about tweaks the machine needed. But you gotta prove you can keep pace with me. Stain looked at the time as the clock rolled over to midnight. It had been a week now since their fight. You've got a week to show me what you're made of. Day 7, Friday. Midoriya and Hatsum met at a small cafe a few blocks from her house before they got to work. There, they knew it was safe. So, did you find it? He asked. Hatsum nodded. It was right between the boost tech and the boot. It must have been on the side of the knife he threw. I don't get it. He's always 2 steps ahead of us. The boy with the green hair smiled. Not anymore. We're going to use it against him. The taller girl titled her head curiously. Oh. They paused their conversation as the waitress brought them their breakfast, both of them more than happy to have coffee in their systems. It hadn't taken long for Hatsum to get Midoriya hooked. As the waitress left, Midoriya leaned in. We're going to pretend we don't know he can hear us. Talk like normal. In a few days tell him I'm going somewhere public again and see if he shows up. She grinned. Sneaky. Think he knows about our failsafe? Izuku shook his head. I wrote it in my notebook and we've never said it out loud. We should be good. Awesome. She laughed. Bastard won't know what hit him. So what if I get a really good idea to add to your suit though? He shrugged. Just text it to me or write it down and show me. It's going to make communication tricky, but if we stop talking, he'll know we're on to him. Smart. Hatsum agreed. So do we still go rough up bad guys at the bars tonight? He nodded as he bit into his eggs. If we change the plans too much, he'll either think he scared me off, or he'll know we're on to him. Besides, he smirked, slightly. I think scaring me was his way of getting back at me for calling him out on the news again. As they finished their food and Midoriya paid for their meals, the waitress came back with a small box, confusing the 2 teens. You 2 kids are just the cutest couple. I just wanted to send you home with some pie. Enjoy. The older lady crowed. Izuku turned crimson as they got up to leave, but Hatsum just excitedly exclaimed, Deku. Free pie. I love pie. Thanks, miss. Clearing their throats as they walked down the stairs into the Hatsum basement, Midoriya gave his rehearsed line. Yeah, I couldn't sleep last night. Too freaked out that he was there. I mean, I'd lose my appetite if I saw that ugly face during my dinner, Hatsum answered. He resisted the urge to laugh. The bug, a small mic, had been found by Hatsum and sat next to the suit on the table where they could see it. He hadn't suspected she'd say that. I bet they call him Stain because that's what his face looks like, she added. Izuku shook his head as Hatsum smiled at him. He admired her in a lot of ways. Even in the face of Stain's threats, she remained confident that they would succeed. With everything that was going on, he was happy to have someone to help him stay sane. I just wish we didn't have to install the ventilation duct under my weapon storage, he sighed. It's too big of an opening. There, course, was no ventilation duct. Misdirection was a key part of Midoriya's plan. The 2 support students smirked at each other. Hopefully, this was the edge they needed over the hero ender. That night, they reattached the bug onto the boot of the suit so Midoriya could go through with their original plan of trying to glean information of some low-level thugs at a seedy underworld bar. While they didn't necessarily need it now, they had tracked some rather nefarious drug dealers to that area that night, and cleaning up the streets a little bit was never a bad thing. This time, Midoriya wasted no time kicking the door open and unleashing a barrage of glue grenades upon any and all patrons. A few had evaded this and charged him. A woman with drills for pigtails tried to crack his armor, but he deployed an charisma stick and smacked her across the face, knocking her out cold, and kicked a man with chainsaws for hands directly in the chest, knocking him over the bar, and deployed a few cryogrenades to capture those 2 stragglers. So, Midoriya yelled out to the angry and confused drug dealers and deadbeats, "Who wants to talk about Stain?" One of the bar patrons angrily spat on Deku. "You hurt my boy, Chainsaw Hands." "His name is Chainsaw Hands, and his quirk is Chainsaw Hands?" Deku asked incredulously, lowering his arms. The man spat again, so Deku hit him across the head with an charisma stick. "No need to be rude about it," the vigilante boy muttered. But I mean, chainsaw hands? Day 8 Saturday. Midoriya and Hatsum sat in her living room, once again, reviewing the news reports, delighted that their call out of stain was once again making the morning news. And the note says, the beatings will continue until Stain is found. The newscaster laughed, and the Vigilante then credits all these captures to go under Endeavor's record. Oh man, that will really get his goat, Hatsum laughed. The epitome of jerk-ass hero? Yeah, that's why I picked him, Midoriya agreed. The suit is downstairs, right? She nodded. Yeah, we can speak freely. Izuku beamed. I know how we're going to catch him. But first, we need to double-check he's following me. She leaned forward, once again forgetting the talk they had at the beginning of the year about personal space. What's that, Izuku? Well, I need some more materials for my glue grenades, he admitted. We'll announce we're going to Power Loader's lab. It should be closed today, but I still have the key to get the stuff. If he shows up, we'll know. That area is crowded enough where he shouldn't try anything risky, but peaceful enough he may try to spook me, just like the sushi place and the park. Stain raised an eyebrow at the newscast, almost allowing himself to laugh when the reporter read off the note Midoriya had left for him. Not backing down, are you Midoriya? Stain folded his arms. Conviction. I like it. Stain went back to sharpening his blades on a wet stone. No one has conviction anymore. Heroes and villains are practically the same. Just care about a quick buck. He held up the knife and caught a glimpse of his reflection in the blade. Not you though, Izuku? So determined. Stain's ancient radio began to crackle, catching his attention. He stopped the maintenance on his blades to listen in. I used too many glue grenades, he heard Midoriya say. We should go to the lab. Let me just make a quick patch here and we can go, Hatsum told him. Stain laughed. Let's see if I can't spook you a little more. There was no mistaking that look in your eyes. We'll see if your conviction is strong enough to overcome it. The two students arrived at the lab and took their time unlocking the front door, but locked it behind them just to be safe. Hatsum stayed by the front to keep watch while Midoriya went to fetch the chemical containers. After a few quiet minutes, he began to wonder if maybe Stain wasn't falling for it, but he heard Hatsum yelp. He stuffed the containers into the storage pouch on his pack and dashed towards the front. He burst into the lobby just to see a blood-red scarf disappear out the side of the window, and Hatsum looking paler than usual, shaking. May, are you okay? Midoriya exclaimed, gently grabbing her shoulders. She nodded and took a deep breath. Yeah. He tried to open the door. I wasn't expecting that at all. Glad you locked it. Did you? Midoriya asked. She nodded and tapped her goggles, which had been pulled down. Yeah, got it on camera just to be sure. She pulled out her phone, which was streaming live feed from the small nanny cam she had installed on the goggles, and she replayed her footage of Stain pounding on the door once and pulling at the handle. They decided to record this just so they could be absolutely sure the hero Ender had been following them. I wasn't expecting the pound since last time he just creeped on you, Hatsum admitted. Smug bastard scared the hell out of me. Midoriya's eyes flashed. Wait, Hatsum, I have the perfect idea for Phase 2. Monday. Stain was beginning to wonder if he had scared the boy and his friend off after all. After his little excursion 2 days prior, he hadn't heard them work on the suit since. Truth be told, he had no interest in Hatsum May. Support companies were merely that, vendors. True, they could be more particular about what heroes they chose to help, but he knew like any business, they existed to turn a profit. In Stain's opinion, of course, it was all worthless. All he needed was his blades, his spike-tipped boots, and his mission. All those fancy toys Midoriya bothered with, well, perhaps they made sense for a quirkless kid. But he could be trained in the art of the blade if he took Stain's offer. Of course, he still had to prove himself to Stain first. No, Stain had scared Hatsum because she was a liability. A weakness. If Midoriya was to be like him, he had to go this alone, so that Stain could show him how to purify the hero world. Stain was interrupted from his thoughts as his radio crackled once more. What the hell, May? Midoriya yelled, I thought you were my friend, now you want to call it quits? Stain's attention was fully grasped now, approaching the old but reliable machine. I'm in this to make cool gear, Deku scrub. The girl yelled back, "Not get ended. I don't want anything to do with this. Your plans are crazy and they never work." "Oh, I'm sorry, a few days ago all you could talk about was his ugly face," Midoriya argued. "I've had to face him like 4 times now, and I'm not chickening out." "Because you're insane, you absolute madman," Hatsum screamed, her voice going even higher in her anger. "You didn't see how he looked at me. I was just trying to help you out, but now you're going to get me ended. We can stop him." "He won't end anyone once I catch him," Midoriya yelled back. "You can't catch him," the girl screamed. Stain chuckled victoriously. "This planned." There was a pause at the other end of the radio. Apparently, this had hit Midoriya where it counted. He'll feel upset. Betrayed. Looking for a new ally. "You really don't think I can do this, do you?" Midoriya asked, his voice softening. "You've had every chance to do it, and failed, you idiot," Hatsum replied, her voice still sharp as one of Stain's blades. "You're not a hero. You're just some quirkless loser wannabe hiding behind a mask." "Hey, screw you, Hatsum," Midoriya snapped, heating back up in his tone. "Fine, I'll take the suit and I'll go find him myself." "I'm not letting you take the suit," Hatsum objected, shock in her voice. "I've spent just as much time working on it as you. It's mine too." "You can't stop me, you beach," Midoriya yelled. There was a loud crashing sound on the other end of the radio that made even Stain jump. But the smile returned to the hero Ender's face. "I broke him." The villain smiled to himself. They stopped fighting, but Stain could hear the familiar sounds of the robot's suit begin to walk away. "Izuku, wait!" Hatsum cried. Her voice had changed quickly, now sounding like she was choking back tears. "You don't even know where he is. Please don't be stupid. One of those crooks the other night told me he's holed up in the older movie in Hosu." Midoriya spat, venom in his tone. "I didn't tell you because I didn't think I could trust you. Guess I was right. I'll start there tomorrow when I'm not so mad. Izuku, please." "Goodbye, Hatsum." Stain laughed to himself. "All alone, Midoriya. Now, you can show me what you can do." Stain hadn't been to Hosu since the night that boy, what was his name? Engine? Lithium? Ingenium? Had come to avenge his brother. But maybe it was time he paid the city another visit. Day 11, Tuesday. Stain approached the old theater in Hosu. He knew just the one. It was the only big empty one in the middle of town. The kid hadn't been very specific about what time he'd be there, but he had geared up in the suit not too long ago, so Stain took off it as quickly as he could. Stain jumped from a neighboring roof and went down the roof entrance so he could have a higher vantage point. As he climbed down the stairs and took to the rafters, he could see the mecha suit Midoriya used ripping rotted chairs out of the abandoned rows as the moonlight beamed down from the holes in the building. "Ugh, he has to be here," Midoriya groaned. "This was my only lead." Now, Stain thought. Leaping from the rafter, Stain prepared the spikes on his steel-rimmed boots and landed with a ferocious kick across Midoriya's back. He could hear the suit dent as the teenager went crashing into an old row of chairs. He threw a knife for the ventilation shaft on the back of suit, but grunted when the knife fell, helplessly. Midoriya came back swinging, popping up from the aisle and unleashing a burst from his flamethrowers, having to aim high to avoid setting all the rotten wood on fire. Stain ran low to the ground under the flame, throwing another knife for the shoulder area of the suit. He had a plan for that. Midoriya's wrist sprouted foot-long spikes, 2 from each wrist, and swatted the knife away. Stain had already cleared the distance between the two of them, sword drawn, and swung for the shoulder again. Midoriya blocked with his left spikes and swung with the right. Stain scowled, jumping back. The spikes, while rudimentary, gave the kid enough reach that he had to be more careful to dodge. "I must say, Midoriya, I admire your conviction," Stain panted, taking another swing for the shoulder. "Too high. If only it wasn't so misplaced?" "Misplaced?" Midoriya asked, going for a point-blank flame burst, but Stain was fast enough to jam the weapon with a knife to the palm. It didn't pierce to the skin, though. "Why defend a hero system that looks down on people like us?" Stain questioned. He leapt over a low swipe of the spikes from Midoriya and kicked the helmet of the boy. To his chagrin, the helmet was fastened sturdily and did not come off. Like us? Midoriya seethed, shooting a cryo-grenade at the hero Ender, who effortlessly tilted his shoulders to the side as it sailed by, freezing a row of chairs. I wanted to a hero, like you, Stain laughed, throwing a knife into the visor of Midoriya. It bounced off harmlessly, but Stain used the momentary pause to jump up and kick the boy in the shoulder he had been targeting. He heard the steel plating dent slightly under his boot as Midoriya was knocked back. But you can't be a hero when you have to draw blood as a quirk? Stain lunged with his katana, but Midoriya used his boost boots to jump over the hero Ender, turn in midair, and shoot a glue grenade. The hero Ender leapt onto the abandoned stage to dodge. And I bet they won't let a quirkless boy into the hero course, will they? Midoriya said nothing as he jumped onto the stage, lunging with his spikes, but Stain blocked each blow with his sword. Yet here you are, Stain said, in an almost congratulatory tone, with all your determination, in your little Tin Man costume, determined to save a broken system from me. Stain dodged another blow, and stuck his katana under the damaged shoulder plate. In a swift motion, he pried it off the suit, revealing a leathery undersuit below. Midoriya backed up in shock. But someone with your potential, we could fix the system, Midoriya. Midoriya backed away, determined to play defense with an exposed weak spot. Stain did not let up, throwing knives at the exposed area on the boim with one piercing the leather hide. Join me. The world needs heroes with your conviction. Midoriya swatted the rest of the knives away with his wrist spikes, which was what Stain was hoping for as he jumped into the air, with all his weight, stomped down on the kid's chest, flattening him to the floor. Never! Midoriya yelled. Determined to the end, then, Stain shrugged. I wanted to see how you'd grow. Like a weed is the answer. He wedged his sword beneath Midoriya's visor, and laughed. I want to see if that conviction is still there as you die, you fake hero. Prying the visor open was easy. But Stain's face fell when he realized the helmet was empty. What? From the rafters, Midoriya Izuku dropped down with his spider legs, using one of them to grab the back of Stain's head and slam him against the stage. Shocked and stunned from the blow to the head, Stain could only look up helplessly as Midoriya threw a glue grenade that covered the hero Ender in sticky sludge, immobilized. Two more sealed him securely to the stage, unable to move a muscle. How? Stain seethed, enraged and confused. The robotic suit stood up and waved next to Midoriya and his spider legs. Didn't you have any cool remote-control toys as a kid, Stain? Midoriya laughed. He turned to the mech suit. Say hi, Handsome. Hi, Handsome, came Handsome's voice from the speakers on the mech suit. Midoriya turned and gave the mech suit an exasperated look. Don't ruin this for me. You insolent brat. Stain screamed, thrashing against the glue impotently. Sorry, Stain, but we figured the best way to fight you hand-to-hand was to not fight you hand-to-hand at all, Midoriya shrugged. Oh, we knew about the bug too. You showing up to spook me and my mom kinda tipped your hand. I helped him figure that out. Handsome added, still making the mech suit wave. Then she started making the suit do the running man. Midoriya just paused and watched the suit for a second in disbelief before turning back to Stain. Anyway, Handsome should have called the cops by now. Right? Right? The dancing robot replied. Midoriya smiled. You gave me 14 days, but it only took 11. Guess you underestimated me. Stain said nothing, seething in silent rage as he glared at Midoriya with intense hatred. But this time, under all the glue, it didn't seem so scary. Well, have fun in jail. Midoriya laughed, waving awkwardly. Let's go, Handsome. Cool, get in me. The robot suit said, opening up so Midoriya could climb in. You have to know how that sounds, Midoriya griped as he withdrew his spider legs and climbed in his mech suit. Midoriya stayed a minute and watched from a few buildings away as the police apprehended Stain under heavy restraints and hauled him away. Satisfied, he leapt across a few buildings, a feeling he hadn't felt in years overtaking him. It was a giddiness he hadn't known since childhood. He had done it. He had taken down Stain. But not alone. Once he made it to the Handsome residence, he let himself in to find May waiting for him, looking as delighted as he had ever seen her after any successful experiment. As he stepped out of the suit, the two laughed as Hatsum ran into his arms. "I can't believe we pulled it off," Hatsum yelled, ecstatic. "Our babies did so good." "Ha, I know," Midoriya cried, lifting her off the ground and spinning her in the air. "This is the greatest summer in the history of ever." But something changed when he did that. When he picked her up and spun her, she looked down at him, with something different in her eyes. Midoriya couldn't figure it out, but whatever it was, it made her pull him in, hands cupping his face, and kiss him. And Midoriya must have liked it. He must have liked the taste of her lips and the feel of her skin, because he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her in to kiss her back. And if you asked them the next day how they wound up in her bed with no clothes on, crossing a milestone together, they wouldn't really be able to give you a good answer, because it happened in a flurry of passion and adrenaline. But it happened, and truly, the summer had been more eventful than they'd have ever expected. Midoriya was woken Wednesday morning to the sound of a buzzing phone somewhere from the floor beside him. His eyes fluttered open in confusion. This was not his room. Where was he? The events of the night before flooded back to him in his sleepy haze. In their excitement and adrenaline of success, Hatsum had kissed him. And Midoriya welcomed it, and the situation escalated into, well, he was still naked, and he rolled over to see May still passed out next to him. In fact, now that he was awake, he's not sure how he managed to sleep in the first place. She snored like a truck. She was cute when she slept, nonetheless, even with her mouth flung open, drooling, and an arm draped across her face. Seeing her like this, with them both naked, he felt himself blush. What a situation he had found himself in. Midoriya stared at the ceiling. He'd never had ex before. What did this mean for their friendship? Their partnership? How did he feel about her? How did she feel about him? Did this mean they were dating? Did he want to date her? Why didn't he think of this before pulling off her underwear? And where was that buzzing coming from? Being as quiet as possible, he rolled from Hatsum's bed. It was more comfortable than he expected, and huge. He poked at it and wondered if she had invented it herself. He'd ask later. He grabbed his cargo shorts and inhaled sharply, realizing the buzzing was his mom calling him for the 50th time that morning. "Hey Mom," he answered quietly, moving away from the bed knowing what was coming. "Izuku, where have you been?" Inko yelled, distraught. "I've been calling for hours." Izuku quietly made for the door as Hatsum rolled over. He didn't want to wake her. Closing the door behind him, standing in the hall, he answered, "Sorry Mom, I was working on a project with May and I must have fallen asleep. I'm still here." To his surprise, Inko breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. With that crazy vigilante running around and all the stain nonsense and villain attacks, I was worried sick. Izuku frowned. "I'm sorry Mom, I'm in one piece I swear." "Good," Inko replied, but her voice turned stern once again. "But I'm not a fan of you just spending the night at a girl's house. I hope we're responsible, young man." Izuku turned a bright red. He definitely had been anything but responsible. But technically, he was responsible for the capture of a wanted murderer. "Don't worry Mom, nothing to worry about." "I certainly hope not," Inko snapped. "You be home at a decent time tonight." Her time softened. "And by all means, please bring her by with an invention. I'd love to be able to see what you two do all day." "I'll see if she wants to come over before summer break ends," Deku conceded, hoping to get his mom off his case. With his mom off his back and the conversation behind him, he peered back into Hatsum's room. He hadn't seen many girls' rooms, but he wondered if hers was outside of the norm. Clean and dirty clothes were mixed together on the floor haphazardly, and the walls were lined with posters for various mecha anime. She gave a loud snore and rolled over again. He smiled. He knew that there were nights after he left that she didn't sleep and worked all night. Midoriya figured he could at least make her breakfast. By now, he was well acquainted with her house. As he dug around the refrigerator, he was pleased the eggs had not yet expired. He was no expert cook, but he could manage eggs and toast. As he grabbed some bread, his mind wandered. He was supposed to go out with Tsuyu when she got back from camp. But, was he dating Hatsum now? He couldn't just meet with the frog girl and pretend nothing had happened. He was raised better than that. Dating her? He wasn't opposed to the idea. He loved every minute they spent together. But it was always very goal-oriented. Did she have any romantic feelings at all, let alone for him? It never seemed to come up. But being around her made him feel happy. Made him content. Like it was right where he wanted to be. Is this what normal teenagers worry about? He wondered as he prodded the eggs with a spatula. When was the last time I worried about something besides catching a villain? In comparison, at least villain hunting was easily solved with gadgets. Girls were a mystery, and nothing he built in the lab would help in here. His thoughts were interrupted as Hatsum stumbled into the kitchen, sat at the table and let her head rest on the table in a daze. She looked up at him. Deku, you're still naked? Midoriya blushed and looked down at himself. He had been so preoccupied in his thoughts he hadn't noticed the distinct lack of pants. It appears as so. Mace stared at him until it finally registered. Wait, that wasn't the good dream, we really did that. We did the… She stopped and made pantomime X motions with her hands. The naughty stuff with the parts? Midoriya covered his hands with his face. Why, to his shock, Hatsum just laughed. Whoops. Guess I was just a little excited about our babies being so successful. Midoriya handed her a plate of food. Oh. Is that all? It was hard to keep the disappointment from his voice. He had run through a million scenarios of what she might say in his head, and that was exactly none of them. Well, of course I'm attracted to you, romantically and physically, Hatsum scratched the back of her neck, but I don't know if dating or being involved like that is a good idea. Midoriya wasn't sure if he should feel relieved or sad. Oh. Hatsum's eyes shifted uncomfortably. I do like you, but I've read comics. Romantic relationships in Vigilante people have a 1.2% success rate. And someone usually dies. I don't want to mess this up. I want to be the greatest inventor of support tech in Japan. She took a bite of her food. And you want to be a hero. I want us to do these things together. Dating would be a bad idea. If something were to go wrong, it'd distract me from my work. I might slip up on an invention and open a lawsuit, and you could get hurt. Sorry. That makes sense. Izuku admitted. So why did he want to cry? Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Hatsum suggested. Even if it was fun. Sure, he conceded. He needed to change the topic. Well, we've been working on this stain thing and my suit for the whole break. It's only Wednesday, did you have any dash? Hatsum didn't even let him finish the sentence before reaching across the table and grabbing his shoulders and shouting, yes. Grab your pants and get to the basement. I've already thought of a schematic for a boosting system that could make your backpack and things fly. She pulled him closer and kissed him before pushing him off and shaking her head. Wait, no, we just agreed we're not doing that. My bad. Come on, let's go. Midoriya stared after her in confusion. Between her and Tsu, I sure know how to pick him. He knew she made a good point, but when he thought about how her lips felt against his, how she had looked at him last night, he sighed. No use worrying about it now. She had made up her mind. Better focus and move on. Despite a general awkwardness in the air, the two got to work, and as dinner time approached, Deku's backpack now allowed him to hover up to 5 feet off the ground. May, this is incredible. Midoriya gushed, I love this. Right? She pulled up her goggles. We just need to get some power output. If we can get these to 20 feet off the ground, there'd be a huge market for this type of tech. Checking the time, the boy inhaled sharply. I better go, my mom will be furious if I'm late. Are you coming back tomorrow? May asked. We could finish this up, I bet. Izuku paused. He hadn't really even thought about it. He had gotten so used to spending all his time with Hatsum, it was hard to picture doing anything else besides be in that basement, inventing. He smiled. After all you've done for me? Of course. She waved him off, but turning back to her basement workshop, her smile faltered. It seemed a lot emptier. I made the right decision, she reassured herself, and the weird, unfamiliar pang in her chest. So why did she feel like doing that thing where people leak from their tear ducts? She pulled her goggles down and shook her head. Nothing that can't be fixed with power tools. Sitting on the bus home, Midoriya browsed his phone to distract himself. He still wasn't sure how he felt about what happened. I guess it doesn't matter. He decided. Even if I do have feelings for May, she shot it down. That means I should respect her wishes. Besides, she's been nothing but an awesome friend and partner. With both the sludge villain and Stain captured, what did he do with his time now? He needed some kind of distraction, his mind wandering from Hatsum to Tsuyu and back. Maybe I can think up some new schematics? It was a nice change of pace after spending over a week hunting down a serial ender. He played Mario Kart with his mom for the first time in what felt like ages. They had popcorn. It was refreshing and nostalgic, just like how they used to, and at least kept his mind off things. Still, as he laid in bed, his mind began to drift until he heard a buzzing on his nightstand. He grabbed his phone, confused. Tsuyu was calling him, well after 11 at night. What? He hadn't heard from her since camp, which he understood. They were deep in the woods undergoing quirk training. So he smiled. A distraction seemed welcome. Hey Tsu, he said, hoping not to wake his mother. He wasn't expecting a crying Uraraka to answer him. And Midoriya? She sniffed into the receiver. His brows furrowed. Uraraka, what's wrong? Why are you calling me from Tsuyu's phone? Thank God it's you. She breathed, trying to calm herself. I wanted to get a hold of you, but my phone got smashed and I couldn't figure out how to unlock hers. And when I did, you were in her contacts as cute spider boy and... Slow down, Midoriya replied, blushing. What's happening? Is something wrong? The phone went silent for a minute. Ochako? Midoriya asked. We were attacked, Izuku? The zero-gravity heroine uttered. It took all of Midoriya's restraint not to scream. What? He hissed into the phone when he regained his composure. Well, she began. Uraraka's explanation. It was a few days into our summer camp training. The wild pussycats were there helping Mr. Aizawa and Vlad King with our quirk enhancement training, and they arranged a test of courage game for Class 1A and B. Class 1B went into the woods and was supposed to scare us on a mock patrol of sorts, you know? See if we could make it through facing the unknown. Something went wrong though. A villain started a forest fire, and a toxic gas began to fill the forest. From what I've gathered, a group from the League of Villains from the Vanguard Action Squad attacked. I didn't run into all of them, but I'll try and run it down the best I can. So, one of the pussycats, Mandalay, had her nephew there. Boy named Kuda. An absolutely insane villain with a muscle-enhancing quirk, some guy called Muscular, ended him in cold blood. It was awful. The poor boy. While this was going on, Shuji and Tokoyami were under attack as well by some guy whose quirk was to control and grow his teeth. Shuji lost an arm, and Tokoyami lost control of Dark Shadow. One of the villains had this ability to clone other people, and sent someone to attack Aizawa and some of the remedial students. While Aizawa was busy with the clone, the attack spread. Around that time, the creepy guy with a teeth-growing quirk attacked Todoroki, who was by himself. He didn't have to stay with the remedial group because of his efforts fighting All Might one-on-one. Shuji tried to lead Dark Shadow to them, but Todoroki was nowhere to be found. With no source of light, Shuji got horribly injured and Dark Shadow went on a full rampage. A weird macho woman with a magnet quirk teamed with someone with a sand quirk to take down Tiger and Mandalay, while Pixie Bob and Ragdoll were attacked and went missing. The two of them just barely managed to succeed. The gas was at least taken care of by Kendo and Tetsu from Class B. But by the time they got him, most of the damage was done. While this was happening, Tsuyu and I were fighting this deranged girl with a bunch of knives. She pinned Tsuyu to a tree with a blade. And I managed to take her down, but that was when Dark Shadow came through. It knocked the three of us out altogether. Todoroki was captured, it turned out. No one knows what happened to Tokoyami, but he's been missing since. 15 students are in critical condition, 13 more were injured. Momo has a concussion herself from taking a nasty blow to the head. The pros are planning on going to save Todoroki soon, but I'm still at the hospital with Tsuyu. Midoriya had gotten out of bed, the news compelling him to stand, and he was pacing around his room anxiously. All this had happened in the last few days. Why? He asked his friend, why did this happen? Word is, the photo of Todoroki from the sports festival got out, Uraraka sighed. You were in recovery, but during the ceremony he was all scowling and brooding. He got some bad press over it. Maybe the villains think they could convince him to join their side. We don't know. That's insane. But you said you're still there with Tsuyu? Midoriya asked, beginning to panic. What's wrong? What happened to her? Uraraka paused but began to explain. Well, when Dark Shadow attacked, I only got clipped by it. Tsuyu did not. She took it pretty hard. Is she okay? Midoriya asked. She's had a lot of broken bones, Uraraka sniffed. Tissue damage. Recovery girl has been in here every day. She's going to have to rehab her arms. She even took some ligament damage in her right. Thankfully she fights more with her legs, but if she gets seriously injured in them again, she runs the risk of losing her arms. Midoriya's brain immediately began racing. He could build her compression sleeve to help heal and suppress the pain that came with that sort of thing. Where are you guys? I need to come see her. I can leave now. I can. Calm down, Izuku. She's in rough shape and sleeping now. She's been in and out of it these last few days. You can come tomorrow. It's by the camp. Midoriya wrote down the name and address of the hospital. I'll come visit tomorrow. Are you in there too? Are you okay? Yeah, I was discharged a few days ago, Uraraka assured him. I've just been coming up to visit her and everyone else. We've all been taking this pretty bad. I can meet you there tomorrow afternoon, Midoriya replied. I should be there. Thanks Izuku, she sighed. I know you've been on her mind. A knife twisted in the boy's chest. While she was suffering in the hospital, he had spent the night with Hatsum. Even if they weren't technically dating or together, he felt like scum. Still, he needed to be there. Hey, take my number from her phone. Midoriya suggested. Text me tomorrow. We can meet up. I swear, son, I am more thankful every day that you went with the support course instead of the heroics. Inko sighed to her son the next morning as he relayed the phone call to his mother. The news was going over the events of the attack as well. Seeing the aftermath of all the fighting and fire was even worse, knowing what had happened. Izuku could swear his mom knew what she was doing, making comments like that. They just twisted that invisible knife in his stomach a little deeper. Whatever this villain uprising thing is, they sure do have it out for UA's hero class. I do hope your frog friend is all right, she replied to her son, hugging him as he slung his backpack on. Give her my regards. Thanks, Mom. He of course went to see Hatsum at her house first. For once, she didn't fling the door open as he walked up. This feels weird, he realized, having knocked on the door for the first time in weeks. She opened the door with her trademark grin once again though. Hey Midoriya. Izuku gasped. He had seen her sleep-deprived before, but this was different. In addition to the bags under her eyes, they were red and bloodshot. May, what happened? Explosion smoke in the eye, she answered quickly, ready to finish the hover function. He rubbed the back his neck. Yeah, but I'm going to need to leave around lunch. As Hatsum tilted her head in confusion, Midoriya explained the phone call he had received from Uraraka. Damn, she sighed. Well, let's get to work. I won't keep you from Azui. He furrowed his brow as he followed her into the basement. She never used Azui's name, always referring to the hero student as Froggy or something of that nature. Are you okay, May? Yeah, just tired, let's get moving. She replied in a rush. Now let's see your pack and see what we can do with its hover power output. Midoriya handed her his pack and pulled his goggles down, but not before surveying the basement. He saw no recent scorch marks from an explosion. They were fairly common down here. Something wasn't adding up, but he knew better than to pry when Hatsum was in inventing mode. The 5 alarms Midoriya set for noon sharp began blaring, pulling his attention from the pack. I should get going, the boy sighed, silencing his phone. I feel like we're so close on the pack though. Well, we still have the last 3 days of break, Hatsum said. I took the measurements for your pack. I'll tinker around with the ideas and get it perfect. I also have an idea for one of my own and see how you put some of that stuff in there. Are you going for the spider legs too? Midoriya asked with a small grin. She laughed. No, that's your thing. But I will say your ideas inspire me. He blushed. High praise. Okay, we'll pick this up tomorrow. He headed for the stairs, and Hatsum struggled with the urge to call out to him. No, she scolded herself. Can't turn out like dad. Babies come first. Uraraka was waiting for him outside of the hospital, with her usual bright smile. Hey Midoriya. Hey Uraraka. So who all is still here? Midoriya asked. Tsu, Momo, a ton of Class B students, and Shuji, she listed off. Everyone else was discharged for minor injuries. And get this, Momo and a boy from Class 1B were able to get a tracking device on one of those Nomu things. Midoriya was impressed. He was familiar with her quirk from his sports festival research. She would have needed plenty of technical know-how to pull off something like that. So the pros and police know where to find the League of Villains? Uraraka beamed. Up. I saw All Might talking to her. I bet they'll have Todoroki back soon. Her face fell. I hope they find Tokoyami soon too. He's one of Tsu's best friends. Midoriya remembered how powerful Dark Shadow could be. It was hard to imagine Tokoyami wouldn't be able to survive. But if he had been captured or subdued, he didn't want to think about it. Unless you had a powerful light source or a quirk that produced light, it was hard to match that power. He'll turn up, I'm sure, the support student said. As they approached Tsuyu's room, the heroine stayed back. I'm going to visit Momo first. I'll be back in a little bit. She gave a playful wink and walked the other way down the hallway. Midoriya gulped and gave a light knock on the door occupied by the girl with the frog quirk. She was sitting on her bed, cross-legged, staring out the window, taking in the sunlight that was streaming through the glass. At the sound, she turned towards with a curious, Karo? But upon seeing the green-headed boy, a small smile hit her face. Hey Midoriya-kun. He smiled to see her, but the sight made his chest ache. Her right arm was in a sling, and she was bandaged up all over the place. Recovery Girl had likely some the best she could even to get her to the state she was in. Hey Tsu, he replied softly, being sure to call her by her preferred name. Uraraka told me she took my phone after I fell asleep to call you, Karo, she said, turning back towards the window as Izuku sat down in the chair next to her bed. Kind of rude of her. He tilted his head towards her. You didn't want me to know you were here? Why? To his surprise, Tsuyu blushed and looked down. I didn't want you to see me like this. What? Why? He gently reached over and placed a palm on her knee. She gave Midoriya a small smile. Before I left, you told me I was your hero, Karo. And I was so worried about you getting hurt chasing Stain, and I'm the one who ended up hurt. He stood up and hugged Tsuyu gently, and she wasted no time returning the embrace. Tsu, I'm just glad you're okay. You guys got attacked by serious villains. And you guys even took one down before Dark Shadow went nuts. From the sound of it, she sighed, and it sounded like a low croak. It was hypnotic. Midoriya has missed the weird little sounds she made that sounded so different from everyone else. It was a fascinating part of her quirk. That's what gets me the most. No one knows what happened to Tokoyami. Yeah, he was... Midoriya scolded himself. There was no reason to assume the boy was dead yet. A good friend of yours, right? If he didn't see Tsuyu talking to Uraraka at school, she was almost always either being harassed by Mineta or talking with the bird-like teen. She nodded sadly. No one believes me, but I think he was kidnapped by the League of Villains too. You think? He asked. But how would they have taken out Dark Shadow? Karo, they had someone with a fire quirk with them, Azui replied. And even if it wasn't him, he would have collapsed once dawn hit. They've searched every cave near the campground for a trace of him. It's the only thing I can think of. Makes sense, the boy admitted. But it sounds like Momo managed to get a tracker to their location. Karo, she croaked, I just hope they can save them in time. The school needs it. She nodded up to the television. The two of them watched as the press conference UA continued. The principal apologizing profusely, along with Aizawa and Vlad King for the failure of the school to prevent disaster. You can't seem to promise results, a reporter alleged, and this is the most prestigious hero school in Japan. But 2 nights ago, a vigilante managed to capture the hero Ender. What say you to defend the principles you claim to teach when you can't achieve the same results as lawbreakers? Izuku scowled. Geez, he whispered, it's not like I did this to prove something to the Hero Society. Tsuyu grabbed his hand. I meant to bring that up though, Karo. You did it. That's pretty amazing, I'm really proud of you. He gave her a weak smile as he blushed. Thanks. I didn't do it alone though. Did Hatsum help? She asked. Guilt pulled at the boy's insides like a puppet on a string. Yeah. I never would have done it without her. But, I need to tell you the truth. He cringed. After spending so much time with her, something happened between us. But we decided that we're better off as friends and teammates. But if you don't want to spend time with me anymore, I understand. I know we weren't dating or anything, but I wanted you to know. Tsuyu looked down to her feet. Karo, it's not like I had claimed to you, Midoriya. And, I'll come clean, Tokoyami had asked me out too. I wasn't sure. There was an awkward pause in the room and she admitted to him, it does suck. I was thinking about you a lot. But with everything that happened, I'm not going to dwell on it, Karo. We have bigger things to worry about than petty love triangles. Are you okay? To be honest, I'm still kind of messed up about it. He admitted. Never really expected anything like this. But you're right. Well, then let's not jump into anything. She shrugged. I want to keep hanging out with you. You're very sweet and making you flustered is fun. Besides, we have hero and support careers to really focus on, Karo. He gave a small laugh. Yeah, you're right. I get in my own head sometimes. She smiled. I appreciate you being honest with me, Karo. Do you still want to get lunch when I get out of here? He beamed. Of course. Oh, I wanted to know how your arm is doing. She looked at with her default poker face. I need to rest it and rehab it after class with Recovery Girl for a while. I guess they're giving me a compression sleeve to take home. He frowned, but pulled out a cloth measuring tape from his pocket. He wrapped it around her left upper arm. Tsuyu blushed. What are you doing? I want to make you a nicer compression sleeve, he conceded sheepishly. Basic ones are good, but I might be able to make one that periodically releases soothing heat. You know, like a heating pad. Assuming your left and right arm are the same size under the bandages on your right, I needed measurements. She turned a deep red, but poked his cheek with her tongue. See, Karo. This is what I mean. You're too sweet. The two talked for a while longer, and before they knew it, the day had passed them by. Uraraka came by to grab Midoriya as visiting hours ended. We'll come back tomorrow, Uraraka assured her froggy friend. And maybe we'll hear some news on Tokoyami and Todoroki? Midoriya suggested hopefully, as he waved goodbye to Tsuyu. Unfortunately, they would hear about it soon. It just wouldn't be the news they wanted. Todoroki Shudo was by no means a coward. Soft-spoken, yes. Reserved, yes. But with his hands bound up to his elbows, rendering him unable to use his quirk, and surrounded by about 10 villains, he didn't feel ashamed to admit to himself he was a bit unnerved. He had seen their ringleader before at the USJ. The man who wore a hand on his face. The man sat in front of him, just staring him down in silence while the rest of the criminal scum shifted in awkward discomfort. After minutes of this, the villain Shigaraki Tamura spoke. Your life really sucks, huh? What? Todoroki asked. He genuinely wasn't expecting that to be what the villain opened with. Shigaraki held up a picture of the boy from the sports festival. Look at this. You were on top of the world here. You beat all the other kids. Known for your strength. For helping All Might at the USJ. All the internship offers. So why are you looking like you're at 1 HP after a total party wipe? The hero hopeful looked away. That's none of your business. I think you know some of this hero stuff is kind of bogus, huh? Shigaraki continued, paying no mind to the boy. After all, he leaned in close. What kind of hero society would let someone as abusive as Endeavor be the number 2 hero? Shudo looked up, his attention grasped. Hatsum had been an inventor since a very young age. She actually got it from her parents. They had owned their own support company in a very urban area, and had made tech for many heroes for as far back as she could remember, and long before she was born. Apparently, her father had been commissioned by some speedster named Gran Torino to make boots compatible with his jet quirk, which was their big break. One of Hatsum's earliest and happiest memories was waking up one night around the age of 5 or 6. She didn't remember specifically why she had woken up, probably some bad dream, or had to use the bathroom, or she had gotten a wonderful schematic idea in her sleep, you know, kid stuff. But she had heard noises coming from her basement. This would terrify most kids her age, but Hatsune was never like most kids. Curious, inventive, and easily distractible, she immediately went downstairs. It was her favorite place in the house, after all, her parents' workshop. There, she found her mom and dad hard at work, building the boot with breathable holes for this mysterious Gran Torino. Seeing his daughter, Mr. Hatsune put down his tools and lifted his visor, giving his daughter a bright smile that he always wore when he was in his inventing zone. "There's my girl," he crowed. "Did we wake you?" May ignored the question and ran right up to the bench. Not that she needed to, she could zoom in on it from the other side of the room, but it was more fun to look up close. "What's this, Dad?" Mr. Hatsune laughed and picked up his daughter. "You want to learn my process, darling?" "Yes." Mrs. Hatsune laughed. "Shouldn't she be in bed, dear? Sleep is for the weak." Mr. Hatsune bellowed heartily. "Yeah. Sleep is for the weak." May echoed, fist pumping. Her eyes lit up excitedly as her father explained their work to her. That, of course, was years ago. In the years that had followed, Mrs. Hatsune had gotten very ill. And try as he might, Mr. Hatsune was good at building machines. Not cures. They lost a lot of money moving around Japan, trying to find the best doctor to help her condition. But after a few years, Mrs. Hatsune had lost the good fight. Her dad had lost everything. Their business had gone under since they weren't helming it well. And even when he did invent, Mr. Hatsune lost that look, the look that expressed his love for putting machines, gear, and suits together. He ended up taking a lower position at the company of an old colleague. He grew to hate inventing, it reminded him of his failures, and spent all his hours off the clock trying to forget his failures, usually at the bottom of a glass of gin or whatever was on drink special that night. Hatsune May never felt that way though. The smell of motor oil and grease stains reminded her of her mom. She saw her mother in every successful experiment, every functional gadget. And every time she failed or something exploded, it was always her mom who compelled her to try again. She recalled a conversation they had almost 10 years ago. "Every invention is a bit like you, dear," Mrs. Hatsune used to say. "You have to create it with love and care. Just like we did with you." "Is that why you call them babies?" May had asked, curious as most children were. "Why, yes, I suppose so," Mrs. Hatsune had laughed. "And if it doesn't go right, pick it up. Take care of it and try it again." May had, of course, picked up the habit. In fact, it had made her nothing but ecstatic when she found out the habit of calling her products babies had rubbed off on Izuku. As her mind drifted to the boy, her partner, for a split second, she noticed smoke coming from the replica backpack she was building. "Oh," she uttered, realizing she had gotten some wiring wrong. She cut off the circuit to stop the flow of power, and breathed a sigh of relief that she noticed it before anything blew up this time. She stretched, reaching her hands above her head, and removed her goggles to check the time. Still early evening. She could almost hear Midoriya now, reminding her, as he did almost every night, to go get some sleep. It was funny that way. She had stopped him from charging after staying while sleep-deprived, and he was always finding sneaky ways to get her to take food or rest breaks too. Maybe that's what partners were for. They looked out for each other better than they did by themselves. Or at least, she could certainly say the same of her and Midoriya. Truth be told, statistics weren't why she pushed Midoriya away. She didn't have a good understanding of romance or feelings, social cues were a bit outside of her realm of expertise, and by a bit, she knew most people found her to be off-putting. Hatsune May had pushed Midoriya away because she had seen what losing someone could do to you. Inventing was her life. She didn't want to lose that, like her dad did. And if Midoriya was insistent on throwing himself into danger for a living, it just didn't seem like a good risk. Hatsune did not have many fears, but to lose both Midoriya and her passion? She shuddered at the thought. "But goddamn if you don't know me better than I do sometimes," May grumbled to the Midoriya-shaped mech suit in her basement. She began rewiring her own pack. She had a few different ideas for hers, like how she'd be a spider-legged flamethrower like him. Hers would have a more original flair. Besides, Hatsune had no interest in combat herself. Building combat items was a thrill, for sure, but hers was more to help her out around the lab. A multi-purpose tool. It was precarious. She and Midoriya made an amazing team, Much as she liked to play up the whole rivalry she had decided on in the beginning of the year, that sure bit her in the ass. She would have never been able to manage some of the things they had done in their first semester going solo. Most people didn't like being around her long, but they just thrived together. She truly did not want to lose that. But being around him made her sweaty, jumpy, excited. Feelings were pesky. She pulled her goggles back down. Better throw myself into my work. After all, inventing was what Hatsume did best. While this was happening, Midoriya and Uraraka were riding the train back towards their homes, wondering what the pros were going to do. Maybe if they can't find Todoroki, that crazy vigilante could? Uraraka joked. Wishful thinking, I guess. I just want things to be okay. The thought had crossed Midoriya's mind since hearing about the attack. But attacking a league was far different from hunting down one person, even if he was a serial ender. Not only that, he had no leads and no idea what he'd been getting into. This might be something he should leave to the pros, even if that was not his favorite way to look towards a potential hero career. A commotion was coming from a few seats down. Yo! A middle schooler yelled, pointing at his phone. The heroes are raiding that hideout. We got live feed, son. People began scrambling to watch on their phones, and Midoriya and Uraraka grabbed their phones curiously to do the same. It was an amazing sight to see. All Might and Gran Torino had burst through the wall of a bar, with Kamui Woods using his powers to apprehend them. A villain with a fire quirk went to fight back, but he was swiftly kicked in the jaw by Gran Torino. Who's Speedy Grandpa? Uraraka asked, leaning over Midoriya's shoulder. He laughed. It was awesome to see the pros hard at work, busting the League of Villains. He was relieved to see Todoroki standing in the middle of the room, unharmed. He still needed to make peace with that guy. He turned to his friend, blushing at how close she was. At least she was better about personal space than Hatsume. That's Gran Torino. Sort of an Aizawa type. Didn't care for the spotlight. I've barely heard of him myself. I like Speedy Grandpa better, Uraraka commented, causing the boy to laugh. Okay, we can call him that, he conceded. Things were going good, but suddenly the villains and Todoroki began melting away in an inky black goop. The warping villain was out cold too, so Midoriya squinted, trying to figure out what sort of quirk he was looking at. What the heck, that's not supposed to happen. Uraraka wondered out loud. All Might punches the dudes and then there's some sound bites? Midoriya bit his tongue. He was one of the few people who knew All Might was performing heroics with borrowed time. He wondered how he had been doing since he had caught the hero after the sludge villain incident, or after fighting the Nomu at the USJ. He shook the thought from his head. This was All Might. He could do anything. With little warning, All Might left, leaving Endeavor to secure the scene, the number 2 hero cursing at the symbol of peace for failing to save his son. The news cut away. Midoriya looked over to see Uraraka looking devastated. I hope Todoroki is going to be okay, and Tokoyami will be there too, wherever they're going. Midoriya gave her a sympathetic smile. Me too. But something felt wrong. Ashuitsuyu replayed the video of the pro heroes raiding that bar. She was happy to see Todoroki alive and well. She maybe didn't hang out with the boy, but she certainly didn't want him to get hurt. But as much as she tried, she could not find Tokoyami. She sighed. She was worried. As much as Dark Shadow had scared her when she was attacked by it so many days ago, what it could do to her friend was even worse. Karo. She riveted to herself. Hopefully All Might finds where those villains went soon. The good news is that the doctors were hopeful she could get released tomorrow, leaving her a few more days of the summer break to enjoy. Her test results just needed to keep trending the way they were. She laid back and closed her eyes. Being in the hospital was the worst. Still, at least that particular hospital had comfy beds. Azui began to relax. Perhaps in the morning she would wake to good news. As the train came to a halt, Uraraka and Midoriya parted ways, saying she would talk to him later and meet up tomorrow to visit their friends again. Midoriya checked his phone. It was still early evening. Perhaps he could stop at Hatsume's house and see if she was ready with the pack. He felt bad for ditching her after he had promised to help her on her projects, but at least she understood this was something of an odd occasion. But a notification popped on his phone. More live feed was starting on the villain hideout raid. Stopping at a bench, he opened the video. There was a feeling his stomach he hadn't felt since he was little, and it was the excitement of watching All Might save the day. But when he saw who the symbol of peace was fighting, the feeling was all but gone. He remembered the day he met All Might. A powerful villain had left him injured, weakened, and whoever was filming caught a glimpse of All Might's face, a grimace. Just seeing the top hero of the world looking so grim cemented it in Midoriya's mind. It was the same villain. Anxiety overtook Midoriya. What could he do? From the video, he had no idea where the attack was, and even if he did, would he be able to make it in time? And if he did, what could he do? All he had on him was his backpack with the spider legs, and a limited supply of his grenades. He just had a bad feeling about everything. Suddenly, Midoriya could hear a rumbling from the distance. Turning, he could see blasts of air shaking buildings. He knew where it was. With no hesitation, Midoriya deployed his spider legs and armored gauntlets, and used a grappling hook to reach the top of a nearby building. He turned off the live feed video and called Hatsum. "Hey Deku Scrub, what's up?" she asked, confused. "Who calls anymore? You usually text Dash. Did you see the video?" He yelled, scanning for the next roof to jump to. "Video?" Hatsum questioned. "What do you mean?" "All Might." Izuku breathed, rearing back. "He's fighting downtown, trying to save Todoroki from those villains who attacked the hero course. I'm going down to check it out and Dash. And scope it out only is how you better be finishing that sentence." Hatsum growled. In her basement, she was already running to her computer, firing up the monitors to see if she could get live feed. "You have limited equipment and no idea what you'd be up against. Put on your earpiece and I'll hit you when I'm booted up." She hung up before he could argue with her. Midoriya jumped to another roof using his spider legs, cursing under his breath. He knew she had a point. Last time he rushed into a fight unprepared, Stain had come close to ending him. Still, he couldn't deny it. He had the heroic spirit. When he heard sirens, his first instinct was to run towards them. After all, the one time he hadn't heard them, his friend died. The rumbling got closer, and Midoriya charged headlong towards it. But as he approached a taller building, a figure came bursting through the wall, back first, towards him. All Might. He realized, ducking just in time to avoid getting clobbered by the pro. It took a minute for the boy to register the pro had already reverted to his weakened form. But he sprang up and rushed back into the fight, seemingly not even noticing Midoriya's presence. As All Might erupted onto the street, cheers from a crowd around them rang out in a chorus. Heart racing, Midoriya leapt onto a neighboring rooftop, reminding himself he needed to keep his distance. Hatsum did have a point. Speaking of, he heard her voice ring out in her ear. "Who is this guy, even? And am I out of the loop? Since when did All Might ever look like that?" "I don't know his name," Midoriya admitted, "but this is the first time All Might's been seen in public like this. And that's the guy that did it to him?" "Deku Scrub, this is bad," Hatsum said, as Midoriya finally reached a roof where he could peer down and look at the fight below. He could see what she meant. Every punch, every move thrown between All Might and the villain he would later learn was All for One, was creating a shockwave that rocked the whole block. Midoriya scanned the rest of the street. He could see a few of the villains, and he could see Todoroki near the fight. And Tokoyami, bound and gagged even. But everyone had stopped, in the shock of the fight, to watch. Best Jeanist lay in a heap not too far away. "I wish I had the suit, I could snipe the villains just watching with some glue grenades," Midoriya grumbled into the headset. "You need to get back, I'm getting a lot of feed." "Any of those buildings could topple at any minute," Hatsum scolded him. "Also, we can add a launcher into those gauntlets of yours. You know, when you get back here." But Midoriya couldn't bring himself to move as his hero and his rival went blow for blow, until finally, All Might began to beat the villain into the ground. In his heart, Midoriya knew this was likely All Might's last gasp as a hero. The pro reared back and unloaded the United States of Smash against All for One. That is not why Midoriya cried that day. No, what was even more shocking was that as All Might had finished off the villain, a trail of ice had crept up under the two, and as the finishing blow was landed, a spike of ice erupted and pierced the symbol of peace through the heart. In shock, Midoriya traced the ice trail back to the source, mouth agape. No. Todoroki had done it. A portal of black mist opened behind them. Shigaraki pat the young man on the back, and the two began to walk off together. Sirens blared, people were screaming, and in his ear, Hatsum was yelling in his ear. Izuku! Izuku! What happened? All the feeds cut? Even as Midoriya saw paramedics load All Might into an ambulance, he knew it was too late. All Might is dead. Midoriya woke up on the couch the next morning, realizing he must have fallen asleep there. After Hatsum had gotten him out of his trance, he returned home and disconnected his earpiece. His mother had seen the news and hugged him the second he walked in. "I'm so sorry, son," she cried, trembling into his ear. He couldn't acknowledge her as he sat on the couch, numb. He had not moved from the spot as the night went on, watching as the news stories confirmed that All Might died in the hospital within hours after arriving. The principal had been at his side as it happened, his only company in his final moments. It was reported he entrusted the mouse with a few letters and a task of some kind. The sun was not yet risen, so it had to be early. He reached into his pocket and checked his phone, 4 a.m. He also had missed a plethora of text messages from Uraraka, Tsuyu, and Hatsum. They all blended together as he scanned them. Had he seen the news? Was he okay? Disbelief, shock, anger, and concern. He swiped the notifications away and meandered over to the bathroom. When he was done, he splashed some cold water against his face. It did nothing to wake him up, so he went to his bedroom instead. In a haze, he sat on his bed, plugged his phone into charge, and laid down. Sometime later, he must have fallen asleep, because when he woke next, it was noon and the sun was beating into his room. He pulled himself back into a sitting position, and it became apparent to him he was sitting in a room filled with posters of All Might. His breathing quickened. He couldn't look at them right now. He hastily began taking the posters down, making sure not to tear them, of course, and folded them up in a corner of the room. The scene replayed in Midoriya's mind as he stared at his blank walls, over and over again, watching the look on his hero's face as he realized the ice spike had impaled his chest. The expressionless, cold look on Todoroki's face. He squeezed his eyes shut and rubbed the bridge of his nose. It couldn't be real. How could Todoroki have done something like that? To the man that wanted to save him. The more the scene replayed, his breathing began to pick up. He clenched his fists. He began to feel anxious and twitchy. What could he do? The fight had been right in front of him. But as he was watching, he didn't act, but Todoroki had. That son of a bitch. A knock came at his door. "Mom, I'm not Dash." The door creaked open, and he was shocked when Azuitsu entered his room. "Hey, Midoriya-kun." "Oh," he replied dully, "Hatsu." He wasn't sure what to do. He wasn't expecting company. "Do you mind if I sit, Karo?" asked, head tilted. "Your mom told me I'd find you in here." He moved over slightly and pat his bed, allowing her to sit next to him. "I figured you'd be taking it pretty hard, Karo," Tsuyu muttered, quietly, gesturing towards the posters as she sat down. Is that why you're here?" he asked, unable to look at her. She nodded. "I was discharged this morning, but didn't feel like going home. And I remembered all the texts you sent me about looking up to All Might, Karo. I just felt like coming here was the right thing to do." The two sat in silence for a minute as Midoriya calmed his breathing. "He told me," Midoriya sniffled, "he told me after the sports festival that I could be a hero. Something you'd probably wanted to hear your whole life," Tsuyu croaked. "After my internships, he said something like that to me too." "Really?" Midoriya asked. "Why didn't you tell me?" She shrugged. "Never came up. But he pulled me aside after hero training and told me about how Captain Selkie had told him all about the drug smugglers I helped him round up. He looked at me and said, 'I expect you to be the next great aquatic hero, Froppy.'" Tsuyu laid back on the bed. "It was pretty much the coolest moment of my life, Karo." Midoriya let out a quick snort of laughter. "That's amazing. I guess that really was why he was the symbol of peace. He inspired so many people to be the greatest hero they could be. It's not going to be the same without him at school, Karo." Tsuyu sighed. "He was a big inspiration for all of us." After a few minutes of silence, Midoriya turned to his friend and asked, Did any of you suspect Todoroki would ever? She shook her head. No, he never seemed like a bad guy. Just quiet. Maybe sad, Karo? Midoriya turned back to his ceiling. And they still have Tokoyami? I saw, Tsuyu replied, heartbroken. He looked pretty roughed up. I hope he's holding up okay. I'm sorry, Tsu, Izuku sighed. I had made it to the fight. I was there. But seeing All Might and All for One fighting, I had frozen up. I didn't think to act. I should have done something. From across the bed, a tongue uncoiled and poked his cheek. How do you think I feel? I was stuck in a hospital bed as the league took off with one of my best friends. Don't blame yourself, Karo. You do that a lot. Midoriya let out another bitter, hollow laugh. All Might said something like that to me too. Don't beat yourself up either. I won't if you don't, she offered. Deal, he accepted. So now what? I'm sorry I'm not better company. Tsuyu grabbed his hand. Same. But I think I'd rather be miserable together than alone. I'll accept that, Midoriya said. Thanks, Tsu. Hatsume had always followed heroics. You had to, if you wanted to be in support. You had to know what quirks made the two rankings, who was up and coming, and what these heroes needed to supplement their strengths and weaknesses. Especially ones that didn't have combat-related powers, like Eraserhead and his scarves. Still, All Might's death had rocked her to the core. When heroes wanted gear, it was an effort to chase that number one position the symbol of peace had held for so long. She'd never heard anyone so broken as when Midoriya finally answered her over the earpiece yesterday. Nor had she suspected that the Todoroki guy would end up joining the side of the villains. She didn't know what to expect when school came back in. Monday rolled around, as they often do, and school returned in session for the students of UA, even as they had to combat a sea of reporters looking for comments about All Might or the villain attack. The principal called an assembly and announced to the student body they would begin a conversion into a boarding school in order to keep the students safe. The results were mixed, to say the least. The hero classes had seemed rather downcast, but the dark cloud extended to Midoriya as well. He hadn't slept well and it showed. After the assembly, Power Loader had assigned them to build augmentations for the hero course costumes, ways that they could be more protective in the event of future attacks, and to help them develop ultimate moves. But Midoriya just stared at the blueprints for someone named Monoma in Class 1B and sighed in frustration. He couldn't find his inspiration today. Hatsume was about to go see what she could do to help him, when Power Loader walked over to the two of them. She cringed, expecting to be in trouble for something she wasn't sure what, but then again, she usually didn't see anything wrong with her processes. Higuri tapped Midoriya on the shoulder instead, making him jump. Easy kid, Power Loader advised, backing up. Principal wants to see you. You're not in trouble, so don't freak or anything. Confused, Midoriya shot a glance towards his friend. Hatsume just shrugged at him. With a heavy sigh, he dragged himself out of the room, but was surprised to see a third-year student waiting for him. The older boy himself almost struck a passing resemblance to All Might. Blonde hair and smaller blue eyes, he towered over the first year. You're Midoriya, right? He asked in a friendly manner. Deku nodded. Yes, pleased to meet you. Togata Mirio? The blonde student exclaimed, I saw your performance in the sports festival. You're pretty impressive. Let's go see what Principal Nizu wants. Sure. Midoriya stuttered, trying to keep his composure. He'd heard the name. This was the top student at UA, expected to go on to be a top 10 ranking hero. Once they had made it to the office, they were greeted in the same, usual, calm manner the principal spoke in. Joining them in the room was Recovery Girl. Take a seat, gentlemen. I have some news to tell you, and something to give the both of you. The mouse proclaimed. Sure. Izuku accepted. Mirio nodded as well. This may be a difficult conversation to have, so I'm going to cut to the chase, the principal explained, but All Might was not born with a natural quirk. What? The two students questioned, leaning forward almost in unison. Indeed, the principal nodded, his quirk is truly a mystery, but it is called One for All. It is a stockpiling quirk that can be transferred from one user to another, growing more powerful with every person. And our dearly departed All Might was the 8th user of this truly astounding power. So many people have speculated on his quirk, but I've never heard anything like that, Midoriya pondered in awe. But why tell us this? Mirio questioned. The principal walked over to a small, metal briefcase on his desk. Before his passing, All Might knew his time was running out. I believe you. He tipped his hand towards Izuku, had the luck of finding him in his weakened state. I don't know if I'd call it luck, the green-haired boy replied, rubbing the back of his neck. That wasn't exactly the best day of my life. Quite. Regardless, the principal continued, not breaking his tone, All Might was in search of a successor to this power before he passed. The power can only be passed if the user intends to pass it on through his DNA. Which is why he entrusted this to me. He opened the case, revealing a long, golden strand of hair. Whoa, both boys uttered, absorbing everything that had just been laid out to them. The principal nodded and closed the case. We are preserving this with utmost care. Mirio, you were being groomed to be the next recipient. Me? He gasped in shock. Niza beamed. Indeed. Your brightness? Asked, head tilted. Your mom told me I'd find you in here. He moved over slightly and pat his bed, allowing her to sit next to him. I figured you'd be taking it pretty hard, Karo. Siu muttered, quietly, gesturing towards the posters as she sat down. Is that why you're here? He asked, unable to look at her. She nodded. I was discharged this morning, but didn't feel like going home. And I remembered all the texts you sent me about looking up to All Might, Karo. I just felt like coming here was the right thing to do. The two sat in silence for a minute as Midoriya calmed his breathing. He told me, Midoriya sniffled. He told me after the sports festival that I could be a hero. Something you'd probably wanted to hear your whole life, Tsuyu croaked. After my internships, he said something like that to me too. Really? Midoriya asked. Why didn't you tell me? She shrugged. Never came up. But he pulled me aside after hero training and told me about how Captain Selkie had told him all about the drug smugglers I helped him round up. He looked at me and said, I expect you to be the next great aquatic hero, Froppy. Tsuyu laid back on the bed. It was pretty much the coolest moment of my life, Karo. Midoriya let out a quick snort of laughter. That's amazing. I guess that really was why he was the symbol of peace. He inspired so many people to be the greatest hero they could be. It's not going to be the same without him at school, Karo. Tsuyu sighed. He was a big inspiration for all of us. After a few minutes of silence, Midoriya turned to his friend and asked, Did any of you suspect Todoroki would ever? She shook her head. No, he never seemed like a bad guy. Just quiet. Maybe sad, Karo. Midoriya turned back to his ceiling. And they still have Tokoyami? I saw, Tsuyu replied, heartbroken. He looked pretty roughed up. I hope he's holding up okay. I'm sorry, Tsu, Izuku sighed. I had made it to the fight. I was there. But seeing All Might and all for one fighting, I had frozen up. I didn't think to act. I should have done something. From across the bed, a tongue uncoiled and poked his cheek. How do you think I feel? I was stuck in a hospital bed as the league took off with one of my best friends. Don't blame yourself, Karo. You do that a lot. Midoriya let out another bitter, hollow laugh. All Might said something like that to me too. Don't beat yourself up either. I won't if you don't, she offered. Deal, he accepted. So now what? I'm sorry I'm not better company. Tsuyu grabbed his hand. Same. But I think I'd rather be miserable together than alone. I'll accept that, Midoriya said. Thanks, Tsu. Hatsume had always followed heroics. You had to, if you wanted to be in support. You had to know what quirks made the two rankings, who was up and coming, and what these heroes needed to supplement their strengths and weaknesses. Especially ones that didn't have combat-related powers, like Eraserhead and his scarves. Still, All Might's death had rocked her to the core. When heroes wanted gear, it was an effort to chase that number one position the symbol of peace had held for so long. She'd never heard anyone so broken as when Midoriya finally answered her over the earpiece yesterday. Nor had she suspected that the Todoroki guy would end up joining the side of the villains. She didn't know what to expect when school came back in. Monday rolled around, as they often do, and school returned in session for the students of UA, even as they had to combat a sea of reporters looking for comments about All Might or the villain attack. The principal called an assembly and announced to the student body they would begin a conversion into a boarding school in order to keep the students safe. The results were mixed, to say the least. The hero classes had seemed rather downcast, but the dark cloud extended to Midoriya as well. He hadn't slept well and it showed. After the assembly, Power Loader had assigned them to build augmentations for the hero course costumes, ways that they could be more protective in the event of future attacks, and to help them develop ultimate moves. But Midoriya just stared at the blueprints for someone named Monoma in Class 1B and sighed in frustration. He couldn't find his inspiration today. Hatsum was about to go see what she could do to help him, when Power Loader walked over to the two of them. She cringed, expecting to be in trouble for something she wasn't sure what, but then again, she usually didn't see anything wrong with her processes. Higuri tapped Midoriya on the shoulder instead, making him jump. "Easy kid," Power Loader advised, backing up. "Principal wants to see you. You're not in trouble, so don't freak or anything." Confused, Midoriya shot a glance towards his friend. Hatsum just shrugged at him. With a heavy sigh, he dragged himself out of the room, but was surprised to see a third-year student waiting for him. The older boy himself almost struck a passing resemblance to All Might. Blonde hair and smaller blue eyes, he towered over the first year. "You're Midoriya, right?" he asked in a friendly manner. Deku nodded. "Yes, pleased to meet you." "Togata Mirio?" the blonde student exclaimed. "I saw your performance in the sports festival. You're pretty impressive. Let's go see what Principal Nizu wants." Sure." Midoriya stuttered, trying to keep his composure. He'd heard the name. This was the top student at U, expected to go on to be a top 10 ranking hero. Once they had made it to the office, they were greeted in the same, usual, calm manner the principal spoke in. Joining them in the room was Recovery Girl. "Take a seat, gentlemen. I have some news to tell you, and something to give the both of you," the mouse proclaimed. Sure." Izuku accepted. Mirio nodded as well. "This may be a difficult conversation to have, so I'm going to cut to the chase," the principal explained, but All Might was not born with a natural quirk. "What?" the two students questioned, leaning forward almost in unison. "Indeed," the principal nodded, "his quirk is truly a mystery, but it is called One for All. It is a stockpiling quirk that can be transferred from one user to another, growing more powerful with every person. And our dearly departed All Might was the 8th user of this truly astounding power. So many people have speculated on his quirk, but I've never heard anything like that," Midoriya pondered in awe. "But why tell us this?" Mirio questioned. The principal walked over to a small, metal briefcase on his desk. Before his passing, All Might knew his time was running out. "I believe you." He tipped his hand towards Izuku, had the luck of finding him in his weakened state. "I don't know if I'd call it luck," the green-haired boy replied, rubbing the back of his neck. "That wasn't exactly the best day of my life." "Quite. Regardless," the principal continued, not breaking his tone, All Might was in search of a successor to this power before he passed. The power can only be passed if the user intends to pass it on through his DNA. Which is why he entrusted this to me. He opened the case, revealing a long, golden strand of hair. "Whoa," both boys uttered, absorbing everything that had just been laid out to them. The principal nodded and closed the case. "We are preserving this with utmost care." Mirio, you were being groomed to be the next recipient." "Me?" he gasped in shock. Nizu beamed. "Indeed. Your brightness, your disposition, your physical capabilities. Your tenure here has molded you into the ideal successor to One for All." However, Nizu smiled and turned to Midoriya. He had also, in the last few months, considered that you might be a worthy successor for this powerful quirk. "What?" Midoriya screamed, falling out of his chair. He quickly sized himself up compared to Mirio. While Midoriya had buffed up since being trained by Power Loader, Mirio looked like he could bench press the younger boy in one hand without breaking a sweat. Nizu nodded and continued. All Might talked about it a lot after the sports festival. He remembered the young, timid boy he saved, who asked him about becoming a hero. And even after being rejected by his hero, the boy was trained by another pro, used his strengths to find work around his weaknesses, and made his way into our support program. With nothing but tenacity, the will to succeed, and ingenuity, he proved himself as being able to hang with the toughest of quirk users, using only what he could build with his own two hands. That combination of heroic spirit and conviction shook him to his core. Midoriya stared down at his own feet as the room grew silent. "So, what do we do?" Mirio asked. "Well, All Might knew he had run out of time," the principal answered, sadly. "He gave me the hair, with full intent to pass it on to whichever of you ingested it. He had prepared a letter for each of you in the hospital. The poor man. I think he was fighting off the Reaper himself in order to finish both. I want you both to read your letters, and take the rest of week to decide between the two of you who should be the inheritor. You can meet back here next Monday with your decision." This was what he asked of me before he passed on. The mouse slid a letter to each of them. The two students held their letters gingerly and looked at each other uneasily. "I know this is a lot to take in," the mouse added, "so you don't have to talk about it now. If you'd like, I can excuse from your afternoon studies so you can have some time alone to process this. I think I'll take you up on that." Mirio decided. Midoriya nodded in agreement. "It is done," Netsu said with a smile. "I trust you two will come to the right decision." The two students thanked their principal and left the office. They looked to each other in the hall, and the older boy gave Mirio a confident smile. "Let's meet outside your class tomorrow afternoon and talk." 1H. Midoriya nodded. "Okay. Sounds good." Sitting outside the front of the school, Midoriya opened his letter from All Might. It was not lost on him that this was one of the last pieces of communication anyone would ever hear from the symbol of peace. His hands shook as he unfolded the paper. "Dear Midoriya, I don't have much time, but I apologize for the brevity of this letter. I want you to know that I am proud of you. Proud because even on my darkest day as a hero, where I failed to save you, friend, when I had to crush your dreams, you rose up from that tragedy and did everything you could to prove me wrong. Your tenacity, your fighting spirit, the lengths you have gone to protect others. I have friends in the police, young Midoriya. While I did not inform them, I suspected that you were involved with the capture of the sludge villain and stopping MT Lady's assassination. You were in the right place, and it matches your performance in the sports festival." Midoriya lowered the letter momentarily. "I need to cover my tracks better." He went back to reading, however. "I have never been more happy to be wrong. You have all the makings of a hero. Spirit, bravery, tenacity, and a drive to be there for those in need. Whether or not you take one for all, I know you are meant for greatness. I'm proud of you. But be warned, one for all is a dangerous power. You will need to train your body, or else the force of my strength will be devastating on your body. Please take this into consideration. There is one last thing I want you to know. It's about Todoroki." Midoriya inhaled sharply just seeing the name. He was shocked All Might lasted so long as to write these, but he hadn't expected what he was about to read. "I know you and the rest of the world will damn him. But even with what he had done, there was a sadness in his eyes. I do not believe he is beyond saving. And I want you to save him from a life of villainy, if you can. Either way, I believe in you." Midoriya sniffed and wiped his eyes as he reached the end of the letter. Having a quirk had been his dream forever. But he had come this far without one. What would it mean for his gear? If he was throwing punches with the force of All Might, it would tear his gauntlets or the mech suit apart. Of course, with a powerful quirk, he'd be more suited to join the hero course. "But do I want to?" he said to himself, slipping into his muttering habit. "I've been making tech for the last year. And I love making support gear. Would I be letting Power Loader down? Handsome? But if I don't take it, am I letting All Might down? Or should it go to Mirio after all, since he's probably more capable or handling the strain? And Todoroki? Me save him? Why would he leave that to me? I barely knew him." He was snapped out of his thoughts by a hand waving in front of his face. He looked up to see Hatsum looking at him, concerned. "There you are," she said, exasperated. "Where have you been? Do you know how boring the day is when you're not in class?" Midoriya looked around. He must have been lost in thought all afternoon, as students were leaving the building, looking at him in confusion as he sat there muttering to himself. To her surprise, he grabbed her hand and began pulling her towards her house. Come on, we need to talk. From the safety of her basement, Hatsum let out a whistle as she processed the contents of All Might's letter. Hot damn. Yeah, Midoriya sighed, so I don't know what to do. I mean, with that kind of power, you'd hardly need any of this. She gestured around at the various gadgets and scrap they had gathered over the summer, though you'd probably need some stuff to lessen the damage to your limbs. She had done her best not to sound sad when she said that, but Midoriya had picked it up. After spending so much time together, it was easy to pick up on changes in her usually excited demeanor. I don't know if I'm the right person for it. And besides, Midoriya looked around and gestured towards the basement as well. I love doing this. I'm more sad about not being able to come here to your basement every day when we switch to dorms than I am about not being home. Hatsum's face turned slightly pink. Yeah, being here with you making babies has been the best summer I can remember. Realizing they had done both connotations of that statement now, they both looked away from each other for a minute in embarrassment. So, what are you going to do? Hatsum asked. Take the power? Hunt down Todoroki? I don't know. I guess I'll hear out Mirio tomorrow and think about it, he shrugged. I have the week. After that, I'll worry about Todoroki. It's almost hard to believe. How's your pack coming? Hatsum's face lit up. Let me show you. She put on her pack, and it sprouted metal gauntlets just like his, although hers did not contain weaponry. She pulled the tip of her finger off the gauntlet, revealing a drill. Oh my god, that's so cool! Midoriya yelled, not even hiding how much he was geeking out. I know. And check it out. Hatsum exclaimed. Socket wrench? She said into a speaker on her right arm. A compartment opened in her right forearm, having seen dispensed from the backpack. And when I'm done, she showed him, opening a similar compartment on her left arm, inserting the tool, and it was placed back into the backpack. That's going to help so much around here and at school. He crowed. You've outdone yourself. Yup. Hatsum beamed. Hey, speaking of packs, you wanted to put launchers for your grenades on your arms, right? He nodded. Totally. Let's get to work. At the very least, working on projects with May always cheered him up. Feeling somewhat alleviated, he was in better spirits when he met Mirio after class on Tuesday. True to his word, Mirio was waiting for him. Hey Midoriya, let's step outside to the courtyard. For a second, the green-haired boy felt apprehensive. In middle school, that usually meant Kaken and his cronies wanted to beat him up or something. But then he remembered the point of this was to for real talk. The two stood under a tree in the shade. Mirio grabbed his shoulder and took a deep breath. I think you should take it, he said. Izuku's jaw dropped. Jay, just like that? You don't think you're better suited for it? Mirio shook his head. That's not what it's about. This school night have groomed my abilities, but All Might saw it in your actions. I think that's more important. He saw a hero in you. Izuku said nothing and looked to his feet. He wasn't quite sure how he felt. Last year he would have jumped for this chance. But now? The only thing that matters now is if you want it. Take some time and let me know, okay? Mirio smiled at him. I'll take it if you don't want it, of course. But consider it as you having first dibs. Mirio's smile reminded him of All Might's. I will. Thanks, Mirio. Izuku replied, sincerely. I'll think it over. Mirio gave Deku his number if he wanted to talk it over more. Izuku left the school, head reeling. As he walked the halls, he pondered, and was so lost in thought he didn't notice someone was waiting for him by the front gate. Midoriya. A voice croaked as he walked by. He whipped around to see Azuitsu had stayed back by the doors, alone. Hey, what's up? He asked. She looked around to make sure no one was listening in. I need your help with something. I need some gear, Ko? Her behavior threw Izuku for a loop. She was always forthcoming, secretive behavior didn't seem like her. Sure, but what for? He asked. I know how to save Tokoyami. She whispered. Midoriya couldn't believe his ears. Checking around for anyone, he pulled Tsuyu away from the front doors and gave her an incredulous look. After all the talks we've had about why I shouldn't be hunting people down, now you want to go hunt down Tokoyami? He whispered, that doesn't seem like you. Tsuyu's flat expression flattened a little more as she deadpanned. I don't think you're in a position to try and talk me out of it. I'm not. He held up his hands defensively. If a friend of mine was kidnapped, I'd do anything to get them back to. I'm just surprised. He tilted his head to her and added, what brought this about, anyway? Like I said, you're pretty anti-vigilante. Dark Shadow showed up at my house last night, Tsuyu whispered. Left a message for me, Karo? Izuku furrowed his brow. That doesn't make sense. He can't control Dark Shadow at night, it's when it's strongest, and he's got to be guarded like crazy. Tsuyu shook her head. Wherever they're keeping Tokoyami must have a lot of light. But he's explained to me when we've been alone that Dark Shadow is incredibly loyal. I think he's trying to free his master, Karo. He can't attack when he or Tokoyami are exposed to a lot of light, Karo, but he was able to slip this message through my window. Feasible as anything else, Midoriya replied. You saw him? What was the message he left you? Tsuyu nodded and handed Midoriya a piece of paper. Unfolding it, all he could make out was various numbers that looked like they had been scratched into the paper sloppily. I don't know what they mean, but it has to tell us how to find him. Well, Midoriya said, that's the first piece of the puzzle. But you said you needed gear. What kind of gear? She rubbed her arm, uncomfortably as she answered. You had figured out gear to stop Stain, Karo. With what we know about the quirks of the villains, I'd need something to protect me from their abilities. And we can't use the suit you have here because it's school property, Midoriya concluded. I'm not sure. Stain was one man, and it took diversion tactics with a robot suit and all my gear to stop just him. And he managed to damage the suit. I've seen the news. We know of a warping quirk, fire quirk, a sand quirk, not to mention. That Shigaraki guy can decay anything he touches. I don't know a workaround for that. Midoriya sighed. Then you have Todoroki, and that's another fire quirk and ice. I don't know if I can make one suit to fight all of that head-on. Karo, Tsuyu croaked sadly, there has to be something we can do. Even if it was both of us, Midoriya wondered aloud, rubbing his chin, we'd be outgunned if we tried to fight. They both seemed to have the same idea as each other as they looked up and met gazes. So we don't fight, they both said in unison. Your quirk, with the camouflage and wall scaling, is perfect for stealth missions, Midoriya theorized, pulling a notebook from his pocket and jotting down some notes. The camouflage isn't perfect, Karo, she added, if someone gets a good look at me I stand out. We could enhance that, he assured her, mind beginning to race. A suit that blends with you. And you can carry items in your stomach? It's not very useful, Tsuyu replied, placing a finger to her chin. Midoriya shook his head. I disagree. If we made you a stealth suit we could probably fit a few useful tools in there, and they wouldn't be cumbersome or a liability. Karo, you really think you could make me a stealth outfit? Tsuyu asked. He nodded, tapping his pen to his chin. But it's best we figure out where you'd need to go first. Might be able to make more specifics if we know the environment. Mind if I hold on to this? She shook her head. Go for it. Let me know what you figure out, Karo. She stepped forward and hugged him. Thanks for helping me, Karo. He turned red, but answered, Don't thank me yet, I haven't done anything. That evening, Midoriya went, as he always did, to Hatsume's basement. A stealth suit to rescue the emo bird? She crowed, rubbing her chin. That sounds like a fun project. A new baby, right? He agreed, but first we need to decipher this, whatever this is. Hatsume and Midoriya analyzed the scratched-out numbers closely. Too long to be an address? A code, maybe? May hypothesized. The two scanned over the paper for a few minutes, before Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck. Hey, you don't mind doing this, do you? Doing what? We're in my basement. We're usually in here, she replied, perplexed. No, this whole helping Ejui thing. He shifted, uncomfortably. I know you told me to forget what happened and all that, but you've been kind of weird since then and I was worried there's some stuff you aren't saying. She gave a small laugh. Izuku. To be honest, you're right. There's plenty you don't know about me. But that's on me. And of course I want to help you. I get to make babies. Besides, we're a team. Izuku smiled. Good. There's no one else in Japan I could trust with this. He jerked his hand toward a map that had been on the back wall for their fight with Stain. Their eyes both met the map, and they looked back to each other with inspiration. Its coordinates, they yelled in unison. They ran over to Hatsum's computer, and she began furiously typing away to enter the latitude and longitude. Midoriya suspected it was the only way she knew how to type. It was a city a few hours away, and its coordinates matched up with an old, run-down hospital. A hospital? Hatsum rubbed her chin. Weird place to hide out for a villain group. I don't know, they probably have some old medical supplies. Apparently the girl who attacked Uraraka and Azui used syringe-like tubes to capture blood, so I'm sure there's plenty of useful items for them. Midoriya theorized. Fair point, Mei conceded. We should scope it out, make sure that's the place. I've got something for that, Izuku realized, grabbing his backpack and pulling out the small flying drone he had used for scouting out before the sports festival. He turned around to see Hatsum also holding a small flying dun. Oh, he mouthed, laughing. You had one too? She smirked. Duh. What did you make yours for? Midoriya asked, tilting his head. Hatsum just gave him an incredulous look. Why wouldn't I make a flying spy dun? Deku scrub. Great minds think alike. She tapped her forehead. Fair. After syncing the two drones up to Hatsum's computer, Deku climbed the bus towards the area of town they had seen the hospital in. They had a few hours of daylight left to burn, and the sooner they found anything out about the new villain hideout, the better chances they had to make some particular equipment before Tokoyami got moved. Stopping a few blocks away, Midoriya adjusted his earpiece in a back alley. You got visual? He asked, holding a drone up a few feet from his face. Up. I've got a good shot of that pretty face of yours, she confirmed from her control center. Midoriya bit his lip. When she flirted, he didn't exactly want to move on. He shook the thoughts out of his head. Now was Deku the villain hunter time, not girl problem time. All right, releasing them. I'll control mine, but let me know if you pick up on anything or want me to go elsewhere. He released the two drones and opened the app he had designed on his phone for it. He began scanning the windows of the floors. He started from the bottom, Hatsum started towards the top. It was 10 stories. At first he was worried they had been wrong as nothing was showing up on his camera, but as he got to the 4th floor he noticed a faint light glowing in a few of the rooms. Hey, are you getting anything? He asked into his earpiece. I've got some lights on the 4th floor. Nothing, Hatsum answered. Hold on, I'll come to you. Keeping his distance from the windows, he swept them all, and almost dropped his phone when he finally hit the jackpot. Tokoyami was in one of the hospital beds, with multiple interrogation lamps surrounding him. On one side of the bed, a man with multiple scars and burns stood by him, holding a blue flame up to his chin. To the other side, a girl in a school uniform was holding a knife to his right pectoral muscle. Holy shit, are they torturing him? Hatsum nearly yelled in his ear, making Midoriya jump. It looks like it. We should get out of here before anyone notices us. Midoriya sighed. Hang in there, Tokoyami. Re-entering Hatsum's basement, Midoriya couldn't help but to smile seeing she was already working on some blueprints. Got some ideas? She looked up and gave him the ever-so-familiar smile she always had when inspiration took her. Oh Izuku, when you see what I've thought up and dug up, you'll gladly admit I'm the brains of this operation. You wish, he laughed. What do you got? Well, she grabbed his arm and pulled him over to the blueprints, making him blush a bit. I was able to see that they aren't on the power grid, so that means they're running the generator in the basement. We can shut that down easy. Which means we wait until it's night, and then Froggy uses this stealth suit. Blending technology fabric isn't easy to come by, Midoriya frowned. Hatsum beamed and fiddled with her backpack, pulling out a long sheet of it. You don't think I've been sneaking some of this from school when we were doing the MT Lady project? You don't know me as well as you thought you did. Midoriya beamed back at her. But you are the brains of the operation. Told you. Hatsum laughed, sticking her tongue out. Now, bring her back here tomorrow. I'm going to need to take her measurements. But this is weird. Midoriya thought to himself as he awkwardly stood in the basement the next day, watching Hatsum take Tsuyu's measurements for a stealth suit. So this will help the camouflage part of my quirk, Karo? Tsuyu asked. Mei nodded as she jotted down numbers on a notepad. Those type of quirks are rare, but the material is way easier to make or come by than, say, making clothes out of hair like MT Lady, or that guy Deku Scrub has had to talk to lately. What's that been all about anyway, Midoriya? Azui asked, holding her arms out so Hatsum could wrap the cloth measuring tape around her waist. The principal says I'm not supposed to really spread this around, Midoriya admitted, realizing he hadn't really stopped to think about this when telling Hatsum the other day. But it has something to do with All Might? Quickly changing the subject, he added, I saw him for the first time in last year's sports festival. I can't believe they let him fight naked. It's probably a good fighting strategy if you're going one-on-one with someone, Karo, Azui replied, very distracting. Especially if you can go intangible like he can. Maybe you should have fought staying naked, Hatsum joked. Midoriya and Azui exchanged uncomfortable glances that went right over Hatsum's head. So is there a plan, Karo? Tsuyu asked. I've never snuck into a hospital. What did you guys see? Midoriya waved her over to another workbenches as Hatsum compared her notes to her blueprints. I got the schematics for the building. Apparently you can just find those on the internet? He pointed to the basement. The building is still off the power grid, so they must be using a generator here. If we can shut it down, you'll be nearly impossible to see in the stealth suit. We're also going to make plenty of smoke bombs and flash grenades in case you do get spotted. Hatsum added from her table, beginning to cut the fabric for the costume. This build is pretty old, so if you get spotted, Midoriya continued, the vents are big enough for you to fit in, which is funny, because most vents aren't big enough for people anymore. Action movies have been lying to me, Karo, Azui joked, getting a chuckle from the other two. You can just rip a vent grate off with your tongue. If you can lift someone, you should be strong enough. Izuku advised. And Tokoyami is here. He circled the room. They were smart enough not to put him by any vents, Karo, Tsuyu grumbled. I'm sure he'll be guarded. That's why we're going to draw them out. Hatsum and Midoriya both answered her, beaming, and then laughing at each other. They had a tendency to think in tandem when they were on a roll. Karo? They had to act soon, dormitory move-in was beginning next week, and there was no way they would be able to make a secret stealth suit and matching gear on campus without drawing suspicion. In fact, Hatsum was dreading the fact that she would have an 8 p.m. curfew for the workshop. Still, Midoriya forced himself to focus on improvements for Monoma. He'd managed to make a few good, minor additions, but felt he could do more to really give the guy an edge before the end of the week. He was pulled from his thoughts as Power Loader cleared his throat from the front of the room. Listen up guys, now that we've had a few days back, I want to talk about next week. Everyone's attention snapped forward, and the teacher continued. This is the time of year licensing comes up. For the heroes, it's provisional licensing. For business course, it's some accounting thing. Who cares, right? The class chuckled. Still got it, Higuri. But for us? Well, it's commissions licensing, level C. Excited murmurs floated around the room. Hatsum reached over and grabbed Midoriya's hand, bouncing up and down on her feet like a kid in a candy store. Midoriya blushed, but listened intently to his teacher. Now, as you know, plenty of agencies offer internships for our students. Well, many of these agencies are always looking for more gear to make capture, restraining, and takedown of villains easier. UA has many promising young minds who have made many wonderful products for pros. Now, being licensed at a first-year level doesn't mean you can just go selling whatever you want online or whatever, but he held up a finger for emphasis. It does mean you can patent some of your ideas through our school's program. And it also means that you can work on requests for patented items through the costume companies we're contracted with, or items requested specifically of the school. And of course, his grin returned, any commissioned items, you do get a cut for your labor. Excited whispers went around the room, and the teacher cleared his throat again. Now, that's the fun part. The less than fun part is that the first step in this process is to prepare a portfolio to submit for review. That's what we'll be working on next week. The class groaned, making the teacher scowl. Shut up. You've all made great tech. But part of going into this business is knowing how to present it. Which does not mean, he glared towards a certain pink-haired student, turning a cherished competition into a giant advertisement. Hatsume's eyes shifted, and Midoriya stifled a laugh. Anyway, get back to work. Power Loader finished, gruffly. Midoriya became so engrossed in his work again, he didn't notice the teacher meander over to his desk. Midoriya, a word? Izuku looked up, confused, as Power Loader lead him out into the hallway. Long time, no chat, kid. He gave the teacher a small smile. Yeah. Summer was a bit crazy. To his surprise, Mr. Higuri reached out and gave the boy a small squeeze on the shoulder. I know you never really stopped looking up to the guy, Midoriya. Are you holding up all right? Izuku let his face fall. He had a feeling this might have been where the conversation was going. Did Principal Nizu tell you? The teacher nodded. Yeah. It's down to you or Mirio to be the next All Might. I wanted to see if you two had decided. Mirio said the power is mine if I want it, Midoriya admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. But, I don't know if it's the right thing. Midoriya finished, eyes dropping. If I took one for all, I'd have to switch over to the hero course and try keep up, but I love what I do here, and you've done so much for me I wouldn't want to let you down. Hey! Power Loader commanded, grabbing both of his shoulders, taking the boy by surprise. I didn't do that so you'd owe me one, kid. I did that because I saw something in you. And look at you. The pro beamed. I was right. I'm going to be proud of you either way. Midoriya turned red. It was maybe one of the nicest things anyone had said to him. No matter what you do, Power Loader said with a powerful tone, do it for you. Of course I want you to stay. You're one of the best I got. And if you leave, I have no one to reign in Hatsume. As if on cue, an explosion sounded from the room followed by Hatsume's recognizable laughter. God damn it. Power Loader shuddered. But this is on you. Okay? Midoriya nodded, smile returning. Thanks, Power Loader. Giving him a final pat on the shoulder, Power Loader sighed. Now let's get in there before Hatsume burns this place to the ground. It was needless to say, Midoriya had plenty on his mind when he left school. When's final touches to make on Minoma's suit, a portfolio to build next week, infiltrating the hospital lair of the League of Villains, and his discussion with Power Loader. Also, it was laundry day, but that was pretty low on the list. He was so wrapped up in his thoughts, he almost didn't notice Mirio's face poking out from the floor a few feet away, giving him a broad grin. Hey Midoriya! Mirio crowed excitedly. Bitch, what the crap? Midoriya screamed, tripping over his feet and crashing next to the older boy's face. Whoops! Didn't mean to scare you, Mirio laughed heartily. Just wanted to see how you were doing with everything. Midoriya calmed down as he picked himself up. Still need some time. I'll get to you before Monday, no worries. Cool. Mirio nodded. Catch you later. With that, he vanished back into the floor. Tilting his head to the side, he didn't notice Hatsume come up behind him. Hey, Deku Scrub. Chatting with the floor? He chuckled as he stood up. Mirio was there. Anyway, let's grab Tsu and finish her suit. Late into Wednesday evening, Midoriya and Hatsume were waiting in the girls' living room while Tsu changed into her stealth suit in the basement. I hope this works, Hatsume sighed. Midoriya gave her a funny look. You're never nervous about your babies, May. You're all about failure being the mother of invention. True, she replied with a smile, but I've never made a stealth suit before. And this one we only have one shot with? They both jumped though as a froggy voice rang through the room. You did fine, Caro. I've been on the couch for like 5 minutes. The two support students whipped around and squinted. Only by really focusing could they make out the thin air distortions of Tsuyu, but this was in the light. The heroine known as Froppy faded into view. It's perfect, Caro. Well, Midoriya grinned. Then we strike tomorrow. Midoriya and Tsuyu stood in a back alley, a block away from the hospital building. Midoriya had taken the helmet off of his mech suit and affixed it to his pack, and Tsuyu was already geared up in her stealth suit. The two of them put in their earpieces. Can you hear us, May? Midoriya whispered. Loud and clear. She bellowed, making the two vigilantes flinch. This is so cool, it's like a heist movie. Except, you know, instead of diamonds, we're stealing Emo Bird from the bad guys. Midoriya stifled a laugh while Tsuyu tilted her head curiously. Do you have eyes on the hospital, Caro? Sure do. Hatsum confirmed. If anything goes sour, I'll tell you, and you get the hell out of there. Alright, Midoriya exhaled, rolling his neck to limber up. Let's go save Tokoyami. He and Tsuyu shared a fist pound and crept towards the hospital, leering around the corner to see who was standing guard. It was a man in a black and white costume that covered his entire body. He seemed to be having a conversation with himself. He shot a puzzled look at Tsuyu, who shrugged. I didn't run into that one, Karo. She whispered. Hatsum, you got any intel on the guy out front? Midoriya asked. Worth a search on the generic internet search browser. The sound of furious typing answered them, before a momentary pause. The guy's name is Twice. Mental patient escapee. He can clone himself or anyone else, though the clones are usually weaker than himself. Take him out quick before he makes an army to stop you. There was a pause again before she added, who makes the support items and suits for bad guys anyway? Nodding, Tsu camouflaged herself and crawled around the side of the building, up and over the line of sight for the villain. Midoriya, around the corner, slipped on his helmet and deployed his gauntlets and mechanical spider legs. Looking around the corner, he sprang into action as Tsuyu wrapped the villain up, with her tongue, in one fell motion. Ooh, is it my birthday, Daddy? Twice squealed in delight, just in time for Izuku to run in with a leaping Superman lunge across his left eye, knocking him out. Midoriya used a glue grenade to make sure he wouldn't be moving. I'm going to need to scrub my tongue for days. Tsuyu shuddered. They quietly crept in. This was where the two of them separated. Good luck, Midoriya. Tsuyu whispered. Luck is for chumps, let's rescue Tokoyami, he replied with a smile. Stealing my lines, Hatsum grumbled into his earpiece. Just don't break my babies out there. Tsuyu tore a vent grate of the wall and climbed into it. Izuku went towards the basement, switching on the night vision in his headgear. Being careful not to make any noise, he peered down the stairs and saw a singular, buff person guarding the door. That one's Magna, May informed him, chipperly, uses her quirk as a magnet against people using that big old pillar thing next to her. She's tough, but nothing special. Wait until Tsuyu is in position and take her down. Waiting was the hardest part for these missions, Midoriya realized, setting the proper projectile in his gauntlets. He and Hatsum had finally rigged projectile launchers like on the mech suit to his gauntlets. She's ready, Deku Scrub. Hatsum chimed in only a few minutes later. Leaning over the railing with careful aim, Midoriya shot a tranquilizer dart into the neck of the buff villain. Yua! Was all Magna managed to cry out before slumping into the floor. Midoriya had secured her in place with a glue grenade as well. He had made sure to prepare plenty for tonight. They were becoming his most useful too. He quickly made his way to the boiler room and found the only generator still roaring actively. Commence generator shutdown, Deku. Hatsum commanded. Midoriya brought down two armored gauntlets onto the machine, causing to buckle and break under his blows. The best way to shut it down for good was to break it. Shutdown complete. Hatsum hollered. Go, Froppet. Midoriya rolled his eyes as he turned and bolted. He had to get in position for part 2 of his job. Diversion. As he made his way out of the entrance, past a still unconscious Twice, he looked up and took a deep breath. Well, I guess it worked in product testing. Don't doubt my genius, Midoriya. May growled in his ear, we're on the job. Activating the hover function Hatsum installed on his pack, he kicked it full thrust until he was levitating just under the 4th-story windows. He could hear disheveled sounds of panic inside. Getting right under a window, he used a glue grenade to stick a small, wireless speaker under the window, then hovered up to smash it open with one punch. What was that? Someone yelled from inside. Midoriya quickly flew as far away from the window as possibly, and whispered, "Cue the music." May laughed from her computer as she began shuffling her annoying and distracting music playlist, which had the small speaker under the open window playing "You're the Best Around" at full blast, making it the only thing the villains could hear. Even over the music, Midoriya could make out the sound of panic and commotion from inside. But he wasn't done. He knew that Dabi, who had some sort of fire quirk to his knowledge, would be left to guard Tokoyami, and with only that fire to subdue Dark Shadow, it would take a disaster to get him to leave his post. So a disaster was what Izuku would give them. He began zipping past fourth-story windows, smashing them in as random pattern as he could, shooting remote grenades into the hallway at Hatsume's command. She was tracking them both on GPS to make sure there was no friendly fire. Most importantly, he had done this on the other side of the fourth floor from when Tokoyami was being held. And once all the remote grenades were in place, he began flying back towards where the boy was being held, and triggered the detonators. Explosions rang out in the night sky, only partially drowning out the song, the final countdown. "Tsuyu is in the room," Hatsume yelled. "She's over Dabi and Tokoyami and he hasn't seen her yet. He's not leaving. Go." Midoriya got in position, right outside the window, behind Dabi. Tsuyu saw him and prepared. They had gone over the sequence a million times. Midoriya punched out the window, having telegraphed the blow, to sync up with Tsuyu wrapping up Dabi in her tongue. Before he could react, Midoriya had already entered the room and smashed the villain across the back of the head, knocking him out. Quickly, Deku scooped up Tokoyami in his arms and jumped out the window, whispering, "Time to go." Tsuyu followed, using her powerful legs to leap to the next rooftop over. The hover function of the pack was not equipped to handle the weight of two teenage boys, but it did slow down their descent enough for Midoriya to deploy his spider legs for the landing, and charge along Azui as Tokoyami slipped in and out of consciousness. "And Midoriya?" the Gothic hero uttered. "Azui? Save your strength," Midoriya commanded as they jumped to another nearby roof. "We did it, Karo," Tsuyu cheered. "We did dash." They froze in their tracks as they heard the sound of smashing concrete behind them. Whipping around, their hearts sank as they saw a giant of a man, with short, spiky blonde hair and one eye, had burst through the wall of the hospital and landed on the roof closest to the hideout. His quirk allowed his muscles to burst from his skin, as evident by his pulsating, fleshy, red arms and legs. Midoriya gulped. He knew who it was before Hatsume chimed into both of them, saying, That's muscular. Guys, he's basically like a slightly less strong version of All Might. He's bad. Get out. Get out. Split up. Midoriya yelled, hoping they could lose the villain. Before he could react, Tsuyu used her tongue and yanked Tokoyami from his arms, and took the other hero to a roof to their right. Snapping out of his trance, he went left. Seeing them flee, Muscular let out a vicious laugh. Good. I love a good game of chase before a end. Midoriya already could tell they would never be able to outpace him. He could clear a roof in 2 strides, and as the Vigilante looked over his shoulder, he could see Muscular had made a beeline for Tsuyu and Tokoyami. Ah, damn it! He cursed to himself, stopping and retracting his spider legs to use the hover function of his pack. Izuku, what are you doing? Mei yelled. I'm on the job, he grunted. Don't. He was able to catch up to the chase, Muscular reaching out with his right arm to snag Tsuyu's leg. Midoriya took careful aim, leading his shot to where the villain's foot would land next, and shot a glue grenade that exploded and trapped the villain to the roof momentarily. Both of them stopped and looked at the airborne Vigilante. Tsuyu hesitated, but Midoriya screamed, hastily, just Gio. She didn't need to be told twice. She kept going from roof to roof with Tokoyami. What are you doing? Mei yelled, a rare panic rising in her tone. You're going to get ended against him. The split second was all it took for Muscular to tear a chunk of roof off the building and turn towards Midoriya. You just made a big mistake, little boy. The villain scowled. Even with his leg weighed down with a chunk of concrete, he expanded his muscles and leapt at Midoriya faster than the boy could react. Tackled from mid-air, the breath was driven from Midoriya's lungs as a shoulder hit his chest. The villain had wrapped the boy in his left arm and raised his right arm threateningly. In a panic, and with the sounds of Mei yelping in his ear, Izuku managed to raise his left gauntlet and unleash a burst of flames that seared the face and good eye of the villain. Muscular screamed in pain, allowing Izuku to kick off of him as they began falling towards the pavement. Being grabbed by Muscular had knocked the hover function off his pack offline, but Midoriya was able to deploy his spider legs and land on a roof, the villain crashing into the street below. Midoriya could hear car horns and screaming. People were already being drawn to the loud music and explosions, and a serial ender crashing into the street was going to incite a backpack. Midoriya took off again, hoping the flames to the face and the fall to the street were enough to keep the villain down long enough for him to escape. Go go go! Hatsum urged, sounding near beside herself. The anxiety in her voice just compelled Izuku to move faster. Their pleas fell on deaf ears as a surge of screams and the sound of rushing air made him turn once more, and he gasped. A car was zipping through the air heading right towards him. It would be easy enough to dodge, but the sound of shrieking coming from the vehicle told him there were people inside still. Damn it! Bracing for impact, Midoriya planted his feet on the roof and used all 4 spider claws to catch the hood and undercarriage of the vehicle. While the claws held the full weight, the impact nearly knocked Midoriya over, but he managed to place the vehicle down on its wheels. Hey, it's that crazy vigilante guy! Yelled the man from the driver's seat, apparently forgetting the pants-wetting terror of getting thrown by a supervillain. You're welcome, Midoriya yelled, jumping to the next roof over. He had only gotten 5 roofs away when Muscular came soaring through the air himself, looking to land in front of Midoriya. Got you now, boy. I'll pick my teeth with your femur when I'm done with you. That's not sanitary, was all the response Deku managed to yell back. He means it, Hatsum yelled over her earpiece. You're outgunned, you need to get out of there. Is anyone in these buildings? He asked in a panic. No, Mei replied, confused, these buildings are condemned. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and immediately jumped towards a taller building to his right, but not before shooting an explosive at where Muscular was landing. The explosion knocked a giant hole in the dilapidated roof, and Muscular crashed through to the floor below, and it sounded like he even went a few floors down in the weakened structure. Midoriya used the grappling hooks on the undersides of his gauntlet and launched himself up a few stories on the taller building. As he approached the building, he retracted the hook, wrapped himself in his spider legs as an impromptu shield, and crashed through a window, rolling like a ball across the floor. Thankfully, the building had a few broken or boarded-up windows, so he hoped this one wouldn't be too noticeable. With no time to rest, Midoriya ran into the hall, recognizing this as an old apartment building, and went to the stairwell to head down. The more he moved, the less likely it would be that Muscular would be able to find him. Hatsum, do you see anything? He said as quietly as he could. Adrenaline was making his heart pound in his ears. He's looking around, Hatsum replied, her voice still trembling. He's looking for a helmeted vigilante with spider legs. Get to the street, get back in your civilian gear, get on the nearest subway terminal, and get back here now. He realized she was right. Using the spider legs, he jumped down the spiraling stairwell, using them to catch himself at the bottom of the 5-story landing. He quickly retracted them, his gauntlets, and shoved the helmet in his backpack before slipping out of the street into the panicked sidewalks. He breathed a sigh of relief. He could see some pro-heroes arriving to the scene just in time. Eraserhead, Endeavor, E-Lady, Kamui Woods, Hawks. He was able to blend into the crowd and make his way into a crowded train car below the street. Without his helmet, he couldn't use his earpiece, but he managed to find enough cell service to get a message to Azui and Hatsum, letting them know he was safely on a train. He kept it vague so that nothing could be linked from that message to any sort of vigilantism. Midoriya sighed and relaxed into his seat. His heart was still pounding, and the soreness in his chest didn't help either. Still, he knew it was miraculous that he had encountered Muscular, a known ender, and managed to escape with nothing more than probably a bruised chest. How many pros had fallen to that madman? Too many to count. As he finally was able to exit the subway, the trip delayed for how many people were trying to get on and off in the panic, he stopped in a small shop to see if he could find any news about the fight at the hospital. Most coverage had shifted to the appearance of Muscular, and how Endeavor and a smattering of other heroes had shown up to stop him. Midoriya breathed a sigh of relief. While there were few reports of explosions and loud music on a few news stories, because no one knew the League of Villains had been hiding in that hospital, the only things that anyone had confirmed were Muscular and Endeavor fighting. That was, until he came across a live interview with the man he had saved. Opening it, he listened. "Yeah man," the bystander told the cameraman, excitedly. "He caught me with the crazy octopus claws or whatever and took off. Vigilante bro totes saved my bacon. Just wish I had gotten a pic." Midoriya frowned. Hopefully those wouldn't get linked back to him. But Hatsum had prepared another tampered security tape for an alibi if need be. Still, he allowed himself a sigh of relief as he walked towards his partner's home. That had been way too close, and if it weren't for those abandoned buildings, he'd be roadkill. I wonder what I could use to combat such high-level quirks? I don't think even the full mech suit could take that guy. After brainstorming for a bit, Hatsum's house appeared in his field of vision, just the sight of their home base, filling him with satisfaction. They had done it. Sure, maybe things hadn't quite gone to plan, but all things considered, the only damage caused was one guy's car and buildings that were already condemned. As he approached the door, like usual, Hatsum flung the entrance open, as she had done so many times before. But this time, she didn't greet him normally. She ran to him and wrapped him in possibly the tightest hug he'd ever experienced. It was not a friendly hug he'd normally get at the end of a day of inventing, or even a passionate embrace like one they had shared before being intimate. Her hands were shaking as they gripped into his back, a sort of desperate tightness in her arms. It was as if Midoriya was sand and she was fighting to make sure he didn't slip through her grasp. And he couldn't help but notice her cheeks were still moist as she buried her face into the crook of his neck. She had been crying. Shocked by her reaction, he slowly wrapped his arms around her. "I'm okay," he whispered, unsure of what else to say. "I promise." His only response was a sniffle into his neck. As this happened, Tsuyu and Tokoyami slowly made their way out of the house. Looking past Hatsum, Midoriya and the two hero students exchanged grins of triumph. The two snuck past the support students, not wanting to interrupt, but as they began walking down the block, Midoriya pulled away from his partner. "I just want to make sure they're okay," he assured Mei. She nodded, wiping her eyes, and he added, "I'll be right in." As she headed inside, Midoriya jogged over to Tsuyu and Tokoyami. "Hey, wait guys." The two turned their heads and looked at him. It was then Midoriya noticed they were holding hands, and perhaps he was interrupting their moment. "I just wanted to make sure you were both okay." He recovered, smiling at them. It was a relief to see them both in one piece. They both beamed at him. Tokoyami himself made a full turn and bowed, deeply, to Midoriya, causing the Vigilante tech head to blush. "I am forever in your debt, Midoriya Izuku," he replied, "and your secret vigilantism will be safe with me." He finished by shaking Midoriya's hand firmly, with both hands. "Hey, what are friends for?" Midoriya replied, scratching the back of his neck. "How about you, Tsu? Muscular didn't get you, did he?" Tsu shook her head, and wrapped Midoriya in a hug. After a brief moment, she let go and her hand found its way back to Tokoyami's. "I'm doing great, Karo. Don't worry about that. Go to Mei. She needs you." Izuku tilted his head to the side. "Huh. She was beside herself with worry when you were distracting Muscular," Tsuyu explained. "I heard every yell. She forgot to switch off my headset. And you should have seen the look on her face when we showed up without you. It was the true face of fear," Tokoyami added. "Oh," Midoriya mumbled. In their time partnering together, he had never considered that Hatsum was scared for him. Even when she sounded worried, it just seemed like heat-of-the-moment emotions, not a long-term effect. "She loves you, Karo." Tsuyu smiled. "It's easy to see when she looks at you. But before you do, thank you again, Karo." She touched a finger to her chin. "You're maybe more of a hero than anyone in our class, Midoriya. We've got your back." Tokoyami nodded. Midoriya gave an embarrassed laugh. "Thanks guys. Be safe, okay? Text me that you got home okay." The three parted ways, and Midoriya made his way into the house, to find Hatsum standing in the kitchen, leaning against the counter. She must have still had too much adrenaline to sit. Walking up behind her, he wrapped his arms around her midsection and pressed his face into the nape of her neck. She didn't flinch from his embrace, and placed her hands on top of his arms. "Gee, glad you're okay." He gulped. Had no idea what he was doing, but it felt right. He loosened his grip and spun her around gently with his hands. She looked at him, confused, as he cupped her cheeks with his hands, and kissed her. She did not resist though, and reciprocated. After a few moments, the two separated into an embrace again. Quietly, Hatsum whispered, "I can't lose you. This is a bad idea." "You won't," he assured her. I don't care if this is a mistake, or dangerous, or risky. I love you. She let out a small sob. I love you too, you reckless idiot. You broke your hover baby. Let's go fix it before you leave. How? Shigaraki seethed, kicking over a trash can in their new, cramped temporary hideout. It was the best Kurogyari could do on short notice. How does this happen? I didn't get a look at either of their faces, Muscular scowled. But if I ever see those stupid spider legs or that long tongue again, I'll end on sight. They didn't even get bloodied up, Toga pouted. That's no fun. Todoroki was in the corner, silent. But he knew who it was. He moved to leave the room, but not before Dabi growled at him. Where are you going, new meat? Just for some air, Todoroki replied flatly. No one bothered to stop him, so he moved to the room of the dilapidated, shut-down pizzeria. Midoriya. He scowled. You said I didn't deserve to be a hero. Well, neither do you. Time to finish you. No one really took notice as Midoriya and Hatsum walked into UA the next morning holding hands. After all, Tokoyami had been found the night before, and was being hounded by reporters at the gate to the campus. According to him, the villains abandoned him during the attack, and in a panic he had fled. His return was the sort of good news and press the school needed, that the aspiring hero was eager to come back even after his deadly extended encounter, showing a resolute faith in the hero school. It was perhaps this renewed vigor and excitement at a successful rescue operation that allowed Midoriya to put the finishing touches on Monoma's costume. Yeah, this is perfect. He smiled to himself. Some small springs in his heels will let him leap towards people to copy quirks if he gets a hold of them, but won't make it too hard to run. Hatsum leaned over as she finished making some additions to Kaminari's suit, and whispered, This is the sort of thing I was hoping I'd get to make in my internships. He'll be able to project his blasts without frying whatever brain cells he had left. He looked over at her additions. She had certainly tricked out the costume. All the hero costumes had got at least a little something changed. As the morning ended, Power Loader took the hero costumes back, making comments or pointers as one would expect of a teacher. Alright, so Monday, you guys move into Heights Alliance's Class 1H building and we'll start on portfolios. He pointed to the large pile of gadgets in the back of the class. And Hatsum, you're going to need to put some of those damn babies in your room. All the space they're taking up is fire hazard. Can't I just stay in the development studio? She whined. Midoriya stifled a laugh. It would take me the whole weekend to list why that's a horrible idea. Power Loader deadpanned. So no. The lunch bell rang, so the class began filing out. Hatsum grabbed a few of her smaller babies and began shoving them in her backpack. What are you doing? Midoriya asked. Some of these I want to take back to my house, she beamed. Some of these are home babies. Not school babies. Need help? He asked, opening his school bag. Seemed like the boyfriend thing to do anyway. She smiled and began excitedly shoveling gear into his pack as well until they were full. The two looked at the still intimidating pile of inventions along the studio. Where are you going to put all of these? Izuku asked his girlfriend. She smirked. I can just throw them in my room and stay with you. Midoriya turned crimson. Why, you know that's not allowed. She laughed as the two made their way to the cafeteria. Since when have the rules ever stopped you from doing the right thing? How does that constitute the right thing? Because, Hatsum argued, we'd have more space for the wonderful babies we make together. And it would make your girlfriend happy. What kind of monster would you be if you made your partner and lover unhappy? You're only impeding our scientific breakthroughs, Deku Scrub. You sure know how to sell someone on an idea. Izuku laughed at her somewhat convincing argument. Maybe. I will take your maybe as a blood oath. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they both jumped as Mirio's head popped through the table. Greetings, Midoriya, he cried. Bitch, what the crap? Hatsum and Midoriya yelled in unison. Mirio gave a hearty laugh. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Are you? Midoriya shifted his eyes. Are you naked right now under the table? Mirio disappeared in a hurry. Moments later he entered the cafeteria normally. Hey Midoriya. Got a minute? He gave a glance at Hatsum that clearly meant, alone. To her credit, This social cue managed to register, and she stood up and abruptly stated, "Oh heavens, look at the time." She looked at her wrist. There was no watch there. "I must go vacuum my cat." Midoriya laughed as she walked over to the Class 1A table, made no effort to appear like she was vacuuming a cat, and greeted Tsuyu and Tokoyami. "Well, she's a lively one," Mirio chuckled. "Sorry to keep pestering you, but I wanted to know if you had thought about it." "I have," Izuku replied, smiling. Looking back at the hero table, he saw Mei showing their friends one of the gadgets the two of them made, a taser glove. He thought back to the night before, remembering what Tsuyu had said, that he was more of a hero than anyone her or the gothic teen knew. "You take it?" Midoriya finished, smiling. "Are you sure?" Mirio asked, stunned. "I thought this was a chance of a lifetime for you." "It would have been," the younger boy admitted, "but All Might believed in me being able to be a hero without a quirk. And I love support. It's where I belong. Besides, I think you remind me a lot of All Might." "Really?" Mirio responded, flattered. "Well, I guess I'll do my best to live up to him." "I think you'll do great," Midoriya assured him. "Go take it from the principal." Mirio went to leave, but Midoriya remembered himself and grabbed the taller boy's arm. "But if you need gear to help you adjust to that power, I think Hatsum and I could be a big help, build you whatever you need." As if summoned by a demonic ritual, Hatsum seemed to flash step over to them, already brimming with excitement. "Does this guy need a baby, Deku Scrub?" "Baby?" Mirio echoed in confusion. "Our inventions," Midoriya hastily explained. "She calls them babies." "That's right," Mei cried. "Me and this guy here can make real good babies for you." Mirio laughed. "I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, guys." As he walked out of the cafeteria, Hatsum slung an arm around Midoriya. "So wait, if he would need gear, does that mean?" "Yeah," Midoriya shrugged. "I turned down the offer. Support is too fun. Right?" Hatsum cried. "Why punch stuff when you can use tasers and lasers and phasers and other babies?" In her excitement, she forgot they were in school and kissed him, which drew a few whistles from their classmates. Izuku pushed her off gently. "See, come on, not in public." Hatsum beamed as she brushed off his embarrassment. "Fine, fine." The weekend came and went, Midoriya fulfilling his duties as a good boyfriend and helping Hatsum move her excess of babies from the development studio to her dorm room. She, in turn, repaid him in other ways towards the end of the day. Sunday night arrived, and Izuku and his mother spent a nice evening at home, his poor mother in tears to see her son going off to live at the school. And while he would miss his mom too, Izuku didn't have the heart to tell her he was more excited than anything. "And you bring that girlfriend over," Inko demanded. "I haven't met her yet and you spent your whole summer there." Okay, he promised. "If I can tear her away from the lab, I'll bring her over one weekend." "All right, grease monkeys." Power Loader hollered, outside of the building for 1H, "Check out the swanky new digs." The students oohed as they stepped in. Except Izuku and Mei, of course, having been granted permission to move some items into her room. "Boys on the left. Girls on the right," the hero explained. "Bathrooms and common area are down here. Restrooms and showers have been separated by gender. And if any of you require special accommodations with that, feel free to let me know in private." He looked at the expectant faces on Midoriya and Hatsum's face and sighed. "As there is no workshop here, the development studio will remain open until 8 p.m. and under supervision." He grunted. There was backlash about Mei forgetting to go home at night, so the changes were rolled in with the dorm system. "So after 8 you leave and sleep. And shower. You all smell like sweat and puberty." Hatsum scowled. "That's only 5 hours of inventing time after class." Midoriya wasn't thrilled either. How would they be able to make gear for his excursions if they were under supervision? That was a problem they could handle another time, he figured. The only threat he had to worry about at the present was Todoroki. He hadn't forgotten the former hero student. He didn't know if Shudo had been present at the hospital, but he knew that was not the point of their raid. He had been so lost in his thoughts, he only snapped out of it when they finally made it to classes that morning, and Power Loader began going over what they would need to present for a portfolio. "Pick your 3 most useful devices." Detailed specs, overview, the works. You can all make the tech, now sell it? Power loader instructed. Present them Friday. Passing grades will move on to an actual presentation showcase to an association of heroes. How am I supposed to pick just 3? Hatsum grumbled, rubbing her chin. I make 3 babies on a good day. You blow 3 up on an average day, Midoriya teased. I can still present them, Hatsum replied indignantly. That night, Midoriya and Hatsum stayed in the support lab until they were forced out by their long-suffering teacher. Deku spent the time perfecting a new piece of equipment he wanted to include on his portfolio, but also something he thought might help him against Todoroki. He figured the only way he could make Vigilante equipment at school was if he disguised it as a project. Hatsum herself was perfecting her toolbox pack. Even Power Loader was impressed with it, up until she was begging for more time in the lab. I'm pretty sure your pack alone could get you a passing grade, Midoriya assured her as they walked back to Heights Alliance, and the boost boots and the hover pack will push it over the edge. Well, duh, but why stop there? She grumbled. Anyway, tell me about what you were working on. It was for the freezer burn guy, right? Yeah, Midoriya laughed. A few ideas. It's hard to combat fire and ice at the same time. But I had an idea on how to cut off the use of one or both of his sides in battle. The first is kind of like a smoke bomb, but it releases a long-lasting mist. Makes like a fog cloud of moisture, he explained. I can market it as an atmospheric fire suppressant. It will moisturize a large area and will make it really easy to put fires out. But really it will make it harder for Todoroki to use fire against you, Hatsum finished. So, purpose. Always thinking. Smart. That will just make using ice easier though, Midoriya admitted. And then my flamethrowers won't be as effective. There was to be a weakness for both of his quirks. I've got a few ideas but I dunno how they'd work. What about your glue things? Hatsum suggested. They might work, but the chemical will break down and melt under high enough heat, Midoriya sighed. Well, it's not like we're being timed like Stain, she shrugged, we'll figure something out. It was a nice sentiment, although they would soon find out that wasn't quite right. In their talk, Midoriya hadn't realized she had followed him up to his dorm. He blinked as it dawned on him. Aren't you not allowed to be in here after curfew? He asked a little nervously. She pushed him inside, mischievously smiling. Oh no. I'm making babies tonight one way or another. He gulped but grinned. She was much more confident now that he had convinced her that dating was worth the risk. The next few weeks went on without much news. The Hero Corps students took their provisional licensing exams, though only a small number of the 1A and B students passed. Hatsum and Midoriya's portfolios passed the initial commission's license phase, along with 3 or 4 other classmates, and they were pressed to complete their 3 products for a showcase at the end of the month. If they impressed, they would get their commission's license. It was the Saturday before the showcase convention, and Hatsum and Midoriya were hard at work perfecting their 3 items. Midoriya rounded out his portfolio with his glue grenades and his other idea for nullifying Todoroki's quirk. He was surprised that the last one had so much interest. He marketed it as a way of nullifying quirks that altered a user's internal temperature, but perhaps for how common fire-type quirks were, it was a larger market than he thought. As they were working, Power Loader himself was finishing up a project on some excavation gear. As he was working, his phone began buzzing, and he cut himself on a tool. Damn it. He ran over to a towel and held it to the wound and answered the phone on his shoulder. Yes? Curious, Midoriya tried to listen in on the conversation, though he was only able to make out a feminine voice. Power Loader grunted. Yes. I'll be there at 8:30. I didn't forget. He set his phone down and cleaned his wound. That's what I get for dating a younger woman. So needy. Hatsum and Midoriya exchanged a small smirk. Neither had expected the pair to last this long, or more surprisingly, that their teacher would be the one with complaints. You two will need to be out of here at 8 sharp, the long-suffering teacher instructed. None of this, let me just tighten this screw for like 8 minutes, crap. Actually, we have to leave early tonight, Hatsum beamed. I get to meet Midoriya's mom tonight and probably embarrass the crap out of him by looking at baby pictures. Izuku sighed. He was already nervous for this, and Hatsum's attitude was not helping. But if there was one thing she loved as much as inventing, it was finding new ways of making him blush. Well damn, looks like Christmas came early for me, their teacher joked. Try not to end him. So got everything ready for the convention Friday? Hatsum asked as they boarded the bus. Midoriya nodded, trying to calm his nerves. Having never brought a girl home to his mom under confirmed pretenses of dating, he was a bit of a wreck. Yeah. I hope I get some takers. I can't believe we could already start making money off this stuff. I know. Hatsum exclaimed, bouncing in her seat in excitement. I love it. Imagine how in demand we'll be if we already are getting our names and babies out there. Izuku laughed. Yeah, we'll be able to open our own development lab if this stuff takes off. Hatsum Midoriya Industries. She crowed, excitedly. You get top billing, huh? Well duh, she beamed. I'm the brains of this operation as has been established. Fair enough, he conceded, lightheartedly, although we should tackle this convention first. As the bus screeched to halt, Midoriya took a deep breath as Hatsum grinned up at the building. Anything I should know about your mom? Hatsum asked. You know, brownie points. And no, he replied, leading her in the front doors and to the elevator. Just be on your best behavior. My behavior, like my baby's, is always immaculate, Hatsum declared. Midoriya decided it was in his best interest not to argue that with her. As they reached the door, Midoriya took a deep breath and knocked. His mother came to the door almost immediately. Izuku, she cried, hugging him, it feels like I haven't seen you in years. And this must be May. Hatsum smiled, not her usual wild grin, but a polite smile that she had been rehearsing all week, and bowed. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Izuku was thoroughly impressed. She was pulling out all the stops with her manners for this one. Inko was almost in tears as she embraced Hatsum, surprising the girl. Son, why didn't you tell me she was so gorgeous? Hatsum and Midoriya made eye contact, and he smiled. You're right, Mom. How could I forget? May only responded with a soft smile. She wasn't used to compliments, since most of her life people found her less than sociable. Inko pulled away and wiped her eye. Why didn't you tell me your other friend was coming too? Izuku's eyebrows furrowed together in confusion at this statement. Friend? Yes, he's been here for a bit now. I'm sorry, what was your name, dear? Inko moved aside, gesturing to the couch. Midoriya and Hatsum locked up. There he was on the couch. Sure, he had a hat on to hide his two-toned hair, and concealer to cover the scar over his left eye, but there was no mistaking that face and the multicolored eyes. Greetings, Midoriya, Todoroki said, flatly. I just had quite the lovely chat with your mother. A million scenarios played in Midoriya's head as he looked at the disguised villain on his couch. Todoroki seemed to take great pleasure in the look of terror and anger splayed on not only Midoriya's face, but Hatsum's as well. If he hurts my mom, I'll end him. Midoriya's hands shook, fear and rage waging a war in his head. I'm sorry, dear, what did you say your name was? Inko asked. NG, Todoroki lied, we went to middle school together. Right, Izuku? Time seemed to slow down as Midoriya evaluated his play. If he acted, his mom would know there was more to his work in support than merely making gear. Todoroki kept his right arm pointed at Inko at all times, implying he could freeze her at any moment. Oh, of course. Midoriya replied, putting on his best rehearsed grin. How have you been, NG? Glancing to his left, Midoriya couldn't decipher the look on Hatsum's face, but if he had to guess, she was plotting a device to remove Todoroki's fingernails as slowly and painfully as possible. A little rough, Todoroki smirked. Being quirkless, I wasn't able to get into you like we always talked about. He paused. I guess I just don't deserve to be a hero. The irony was not lost on Deku. It was, however, lost on Inko, who stood up and declared, I'll make us some more tea. Will you be joining us for dinner, NG? As his mother left for the kitchen, Todoroki stood up and kept his right arm trained at her back. No thanks, I'll be leaving now. Izuku's hand twitched for the release switch on his pack. He could use a spider leg to impale Todoroki in seconds, but no way he could do it without his mother noticing. Don't be hasty, Todoroki whispered, seeing the looks on the faces of Izuku and Mei. Wouldn't want anyone to get hurt in the crossfire. Begrudgingly, Hatsum and Midoriya parted to the side so Todoroki could walk between them. Making eye contact with Izuku, and with a low voice, the son of Endeavor whispered, "I'll see you soon to finish what I started. Don't try avoiding it, or it might affect certain parties." Izuku seethed, but both boys were taken off guard as Hatsum tapped Todoroki on the shoulder. "Hey, pretty boy." Todoroki turned, and was greeted as Hatsum spat on his face. He grimaced as he wiped his eye, the girl adding, "Get the hell out of here." Todoroki regained his composure, and merely smirked again and walked away. Izuku gawked at his partner. "May, that was the coolest thing you've ever seen me do that didn't involve cranking out super cute babies?" she asked. "Well, yes, but also dangerous," Izuku said, trying his hardest to scold her but smiling nonetheless. "Oh, he's already gone?" Inko asked, walking back into the room with a tray of tea. "How sad. Did you know he's shown up here almost every weekend the last month looking for you? So, he's been trying to meet me face to face?" "What?" Midoriya wondered. He was snapped out of this trance as Inko grabbed May's hand and pulled her over to the couch. "I have so many things to ask you. And we can look at photos of Izuku as a baby. He had the cutest All Might onesie." May's eyes lit up. "Yes. I must evaluate the adorableness of him as a child for any potential offspring, as well anticipate what they would look like." After an awkward pause, she added, "Not anytime soon, obviously. If Todoroki doesn't end me, these two might." Midoriya blanched. Still, he had a hard time relaxing after what had happened. Thankfully, the two seemed to get along wonderfully, which helped put him at ease after some time. After a long trek through memory lane, Midoriya pulled out an invention the two of them had come up with in class just for his mother. They thought it'd be good for brownie points, as May said. It was a glove that, when worn, would let her use her quirk on things about twice the size of their usual limit. "You two made this?" Inko nearly sobbed as she levitated a frying pan over to herself. "This will help out so much around the house." "I don't know what to say. Just tell your friends how good me and your kid are at making babies so they buy all our stuff when we own our own company." May crowed proudly. "With your help in advertising, me and Izuku will make babies all over this town." Deku covered his face in his hands. He had begged Hatsum not to phrase it that way, but she had gotten so excited she must have forgotten. Thankfully, his mom was so ecstatic she hadn't noticed. Rubbing tears from her eyes, she hugged the two kids again. "This is so thoughtful." She pulled away and shifted to grabbing her son's shoulders. "Izuku, you take good care of this girl. She's a good one." "Mom, I will," he assured her, hoping the night would end soon. After they ate, Inko began washing up while Izuku showed Hatsum around the apartment he had grown up in. When they got to his room, the two students stopped as they saw a note on his bed. It was from Todoroki. He must have slipped it in there earlier. The two exchanged looks, and Izuku picked up the note. "I know you were behind the attack at the hospital. I'm coming for you. Nowhere is safe. Next week. Saturday. Be ready." Well, Midoriya evaluated, he's not as threatening as Stain was. But we'll have to be alert. He doesn't have you bugged either if he kept showing up here like a little lost puppy to find you, Hatsum added, not hiding the disgust she had for the boy. "I don't think he knows what he's doing." The two looked at each other, the same thought hitting them. "He's acting alone." "This is good," Midoriya analyzed. "He doesn't know what he's doing, but with his power, he thinks he can do this alone. And if he's alone, he'll be easier to take down when we figure out the perfect babies to make." Hatsum exclaimed, a bit too loudly. "Are you two okay in there?" Inko called out, nervously. "Why you have to cool it with that?" Izuku stammered. "We're fine, Mom. Just talking about inventions." He yelled towards the door before turning back to his girlfriend to whisper, "We'll talk more about taking Todoroki down later." "My bad," May laughed. "By the way, your mom is like some sort of classic mom and it's great." "I'm glad you like her," Izuku laughed. "Well, yeah, I can see where you get that cute face from," May snickered, pinching his cheeks as they left his old room. After another round of embarrassing stories, Midoriya finally had convinced his mom to let them leave so they wouldn't miss curfew. Once finally at the street and out of earshot of his mom, The two glanced up and down the street for any sign of Todoroki or anyone suspicious. There was nothing to be found, thankfully. Alright, so he's tailing us. We know that much, Midoriya whispered as they boarded the bus. Not well, obviously, Hatsum added. He probably just looked up where you lived off the internet and hoped you'd come by. And he came by to threaten me, Midoriya added. Which makes no sense. I don't even know where I'm going to be next Saturday. How can he know? He must have some sort of plan. Well, you got the freezer burn busting babies that you've developed for the showcase Friday, Hatsum pointed out. Just make a few more this week and keep them on you, then we can take him down. Besides, whatever he's planning, he hasn't changed anything. What do you mean? Izuku asked. I mean, change what? He's still the same standoffish kid was at school, Hatsum shrugged. Not that we knew him, but he always was by himself, completely confident he could handle whatever. Like he's separated himself from everyone else. He's not even acting like a villain. You don't think showing up at my house was acting like a villain? Midoriya deadpanned. I mean, a little, May relented, but come on, if he wanted to be villainous, he could have kidnapped your mom. Told you to come alone to some remote location or she died. Held her at icicle point. Any plethora of crazy stuff. She made a stabbing motion. Cut off a toe and mailed it to you with a ransom note just like in the old movies. Those used to give me so many ideas for babies that could capture villains and make them talk. The thought made the boy squirm, more so than anything because she was absolutely right. I wonder why he didn't think to do that. Speaking of which, why are you so good at knowing what a villain should do? A sly grin overtook his girlfriend's face. Deku scrub, the best villains in history are geniuses. And I, if you haven't noticed, am a genius. As long as you aren't an evil genius, he chuckled. Of course not, May rolled her eyes, but then narrowed them in a mock-threatening way. Of course, if you ever break my heart, I could think of ways to torture you. She leaned forward almost seductively. Unless you think that sounds kind of fun, never thought about bringing any of our toys to your bed? Izuku turned crimson and felt some blood rushing to other parts of his body, before stuttering out. We're in public. Let's talk about that later. He cleared his throat. Anyway, you were saying something about Todoroki? Call me crazy Hatsum began, to which Midoriya interrupted her to add. I call you crazy at least once a day. Hatsum gave him a deflated glare. Anyway, call me crazy, but All Might is probably right. I don't think Todoroki is fully into this whole villain thing yet. He's basically challenging you to a duel with some vague threats. He might have switched teams, but he's still acting like some sort of samurai-type hero with some code of honor or something. She paused and thought. Samurai movies aren't as good. They only use swords, no fun babies. Ignoring her last non sequitur, Midoriya's eyes widened. You're right. This must be what All Might meant. Which means, we gotta strike while the iron is hot. Hatsum whispered screamed, excitedly. Or icy hot, to be precise, and I actually have some ideas. Midoriya grinned back at her. Yeah. If we can get him now, before he sinks too far into villain life, that would be the best way to fulfill the mission. And since we don't know what he's planning, we'll go on the defensive. What are your ideas? Hatsum beamed. I've had an idea for a baby like this for a while. Hey, wake up! Hatsum shouted in his ear, bright and early the next morning. It was amazing how no one actually seemed to care that she was spending the night in his room. Midoriya groaned and took a glance at his all-might clock. May, it's not even 7:30. By the time we eat and get to the lab, it will be 8 o'clock and open for the day. May said excitedly. Who has time to sleep in when there is science to be done and babies to make? Midoriya rolled out of bed, literally smacking against the carpet and sighed. Alright, I'm up. Don't you ever run out of batteries? She reached down and pulled her boyfriend up to his feet. Nope. Come on, sleepyhead. Who ever heard of a well-rested vigilante anyways? Hatsum had been right. By the time they had both grabbed a quick bite and made their walk over to the development studio, the clock rolled over to 8 a.m., and it was this time unlocked by a different teacher than usual, Mr. Aizawa, still in a sleeping bag. You're the two kids power loaders said would be here. He sighed. Guess that's what I get for volunteering to help. Yeah, you're the hero teacher guy. Hatsum was drawing a blank on the name. Pencil tip. Rubber eraser? Eraser head, Midoriya replied, face-palming. That's the one. Hatsum cried, snapping her fingers. Just try and keep it down. He grunted. He got to the teacher's desk and promptly fell asleep behind it. Well, that's different. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. At least we can talk freely about our plans, I guess. The two spent the rest of the morning tinkering with the gauntlets of Midoriya's pack, making the specifications to the forearms of the gauntlets. They were going to implement Hatsum's new idea. To make room for it, they had to remove the grappling hooks in the pack, but with the hover function and the spider legs, they seemed redundant. Still, Izuku was hesitant to do so after it had saved his life against Muscular a few weeks back. It's either that or your spider claws, Hatsum shrugged. I know you love those, but they take up a ton of room. They're too versatile, Midoriya argued. Between climbing, catching cars, fighting, they're the main part of this. Catching cars? The two jumped as Aizawa jumped appeared behind them, giving them a blank but deadly stare. We've tested the strength of them to be able to catch cars, Hatsum improvised. She was good at covering the functional uses of their gear. Might help for your duties. You've got the restraining scarves and you're good at sneaking, but in a pinch they could provide you some backup strength and wall scaling for getaways. Midoriya felt some tension leave his shoulders as Aizawa processed the explanation. No thanks, he grunted. I have a preferred fighting style. Come on. Hatsum cried. We'll give you a discount for being our friend's teacher. Still, as he skulked back to his desk, there was a look in his eyes that threw the two inventors off. Needless to say, they worked until lunchtime in silence, until Izuku could convince his partner that they should go grab something to eat. Usually they would bring something back to the lab, but Izuku didn't like the way Aizawa was looking at him. We have alibis for the hospital raid if anyone asks, right? Midoriya whispered. Hatsum nodded. I have some modified receipts, and you, me, and Froggy worked out our cover stories for days. We're covered. Why? Just in case, he replied, looking to his feet. Aizawa weirded me out. Well, he won't out-weird me. She crowed. I got it handled. In the afternoon and the next few days, the dynamic support duo put their focus off Todoroki and towards the showcase at the school on Friday, though it helped the two things were related. They, along with 3 others from their class, were the only first years who made it to the showcase this year. Otherwise it was the second and third year classes. The pressure was on, although both students felt fairly confident in their tech. Friday morning arrived. This time both Midoriya and Hatsum woke up in eager moods to tackle the showcase. Arriving at Gym Gamma, which had been reserved for the presentation, they set up displays with their gear next to each other. They exchanged a few nervous glances as pros and representatives from costume labs began filing in. Still, Hatsum's excited demeanor couldn't be contained, nervousness or not. She began chatting up every pro who came within 30 feet. Midoriya smiled as he watched her at work. He had to match her confidence. Excuse me. He jumped. While he was watching his girlfriend at work, he hadn't noticed the teacher, Snipe, walk over. Sorry. Midoriya apologized. He remembered some advice Power Loader told him earlier in the week. Don't apologize. Thank them. Thanks for checking the display out. Something catch your eye? Tell me about these. Snipe nodded, pointing at the model glue grenade. Oh, this is a wonderful capture tool. As Midoriya explained the specs of his glue grenade, it drew the attention of a few costume developers. Tell me, I see you have them as a throwable grenade, Snipe asked. Do you think you could make them bullets? Izuku's mind buzzed as he ran through the testing procedure in his head. It'd need some testing and redesign, but I don't see why not. That'd do me a wonder, young man. Snipe replied, earnestly. You get those done, and I'll get you and Higuri a contract. Deku nearly wet himself. His first contract. This was a breakthrough that could set him up for life. Why, yes, sir. He beamed. The presentation had drawn attention from a few costume designers, who asked about his other inventions. As the morning wore on, he became more comfortable discussing his products with potential buyers, even proposing potential changes if needed to suit specific roles. He had a few more offers at the end of the day. As they were only going for license level C, All contracts would go through Power Loader, but as the day wound to a close, both students had 6 potential deals to discuss with their teacher on Monday. As they cleaned up their booths at the end of the day, Hatsum finally had time to run over to him and squeeze him from behind, lifting him off his feet. Deku scrub. We did it. He laughed as he took down his display models. I know. Our babies will be going out into the world soon. Our tech will be produced for pros and legit costume firms. So many people want my boost boots, she cried. The world will be filled with incredible jumps soon. Midoriya beamed. He loved seeing her so psyched. It was contagious. Let's go celebrate. Dinner, my treat. It was the sort of night they needed, dinner at some American-themed place Hatsum was a fan of, and then back to the dorms for a night on the couch with a movie. It was a perfect night, so perfect the two had forgotten about Todoroki. But in the middle of the night, Midoriya was woken by a chill. Amidst her snores, Hatsum shivered and sunk into him more. But it was late summer. The building itself seemed to be dropping to sub-zero temperatures though. Quietly, Midoriya hugged himself as he got out of bed to check the window. He gasped. The window was covered in a thick layer of ice. Through the distorted ice, Todoroki was standing in the courtyard. It was time. He had been hunted down. Midoriya changed into his day clothes and slung on his battle pack. Hatsum rolled out of bed and saw, giving him a confused look. The boy just pointed out the window. She peeped out, and in an instant understood. Todoroki was here to fight. However he had gotten in, he was there to call Deku out and settle whatever score he had against the green-haired boy. Midoriya wasn't quite sure why Todoroki was after him, because of what he said at the sports festival, because he had freed Tokoyami, or because some other slight that he couldn't remember. Nor was he fully sure why All Might left it up to him to save Todoroki when there were numerous pros or even students probably better suited to the task. But it didn't matter. He was here. And if Midoriya didn't come fight, he was going to freeze the two. Please be careful, Hatsum whispered. He nodded. Get to your room. I think he's contained the ice to mine. Call for the teachers if it gets bad. She nodded and grabbed a few of her things. Midoriya grabbed his devices off his desk, having known not to let them out of his sight as this day approached. As they hit the common room, they embraced again. But as they split apart, Hatsum sprinted back to her room, leering out her window to see that Midoriya had been right. Todoroki was freezing his room in an effort to call the shorter boy out. She began rifling through her pile of babies. Come on, where are you? She'd be damned if she was just going to sit on the sidelines and watch. Stepping into the cool night air, Todoroki nodded at Midoriya in greeting. I see you woke up before hypothermia set in. He raised an eyebrow. It had gotten incredibly cold in his room, true, but not nearly cold enough to cause any damage. The villain was just trash-talking. You could have sent ice crashing through the building and ended me in my sleep. What are you playing at, Shudo? Todoroki had a look of surprise go across his face. It was clear he had never even thought of something like that. I was there at the hospital, Midoriya. Todoroki explained, calmly. And I knew from the descriptions it was you. He flicked his left wrist, forming fire along his arms. So, you show up to my house to threaten me, call me out in the middle of the night, and again, don't just end me in my sleep, Midoriya replied, deploying his spider legs. Sounds a bit more personal. He put on his helmet to hide his face in case any security bots came around. Tell me why you're really here, Todoroki. He zoomed in to see the taller boy scowl and rear back his hand to throw fire. So, it's like that, huh? Midoriya shot a fog bomb that covered the whole courtyard in a damp cloud, causing Todoroki's flame burst to fizzle out a few feet in front of him. For good measure, he shot another one to thicken the cloud around them. Midoriya switched to thermal vision and made a note that Todoroki was, in fact, rendering as half cold and half hot. He leapt to the sides on his spider legs as Todoroki searched around frantically in the fog. He dove with his armored gauntlets, hoping a quick punch to the temple would end the fight. Todoroki was able to create an ice wall, blocking the punch. Instead of using flames, Midoriya flicked his wrist upwards, using the underarm speakers he and Hatsum installed to unleash a high-pressure sonic wave attack that shattered the ice and forced Todoroki backwards. I'll need to thank her later. May has the best ideas. He jumped forward and landed a metallic punch across the temple. Izuku flicked a switch inside his left glove to deploy the armbands he had developed, but as it hit his palm, Todoroki unleashed a flame burst at Midoriya's legs. In short range the flames were still effective, and Midoriya was forced to leap back. Gotta fight smart, Midoriya thought, patiently, can't get too heated like last time. Come out here and fight me, Todoroki yelled. He flung spikes of ice in the direction Midoriya had been, but the shorter boy had long since strafed away from there. Midoriya responded by shooting an incendiary grenade at the boy's midsection. It exploded against the chest of the boy, throwing him backwards. Sensing a chance to end this early, he jumped forward so that he was hovering above the villain and shot his tasers at the boy. But a quick, jagged ice wall sliced through the taser wires and Deku tried to withdraw as a burst of ice came from below him, socking him in the chest. All it took was for him to be blown back for a second for Todoroki to encase him in a wall of ice. Midoriya fiddled with his gauntlets to fire up his sonic speakers to shatter the ice, eyes widening as he saw an ice spike coming right for his head. He was able to break free from the chamber with the sound pulse, but as he tried to escape the ice spike by lunging to his right, it struck his top left spider leg, knocking it completely off his backpack. Shit. Midoriya cursed, running into the fog to create some distance. However, his footsteps made too much noise, and Todoroki created an ice wall that the Vigilante ran smack into. As Izuku crashed to the ground, Todoroki jumped on top of him, pinning him down with his right hand, left arm wreathed in flames above the support student's head. Disappointing. You haven't gotten any better. Todoroki lunged his left hand to Midoriya's neck and nothing happened. What? Shudo yelled. He glanced down to see Midoriya had slapped a metallic band on his left arm. Every time he tried to summon flames forth, the band dropped the temperature in his arm drastically, nullifying his ability. In his shock, Todoroki wasn't holding down Midoriya very tightly. Deku took the opportunity to grab his opponent's shirt, pull him down, and headbutt him with his helmet. Forehead cut open and dazed, Todoroki rolled off, but created an ice wall to protect himself as Midoriya sprang to his feet. What's disappointing is how easily you use your flames as a villain, Midoriya replied. So tell me something. Why'd you do it? He used his sonic attack to shatter the ice, but Todoroki was nowhere to be found. The fog was beginning to clear, and with the temperature regulator on the villain, there was no need to use the mist to neutralize Todoroki's fire any further. Midoriya switched back to his thermal vision, but the boy was nowhere in sight. While scanning around the courtyard, Midoriya stopped as he heard the sound of ice crackling to his right. Instinctively, he dove to his left, and not a moment too soon, an icicle like the one that had finished All Might erupted from a trail on the ground, aiming for his head. However, the ice smacked into the side of his helmet, cracking it and knocking it off his head. Midoriya was knocked to the ground but rolled as he saw a sheet of ice approaching him, hoping to lock him in place. As he rolled to his feet, he began running away from the ice spreading across the courtyard, seeing the villain in the distance at the source. He retracted his other 3 spider legs, as they weren't going to help him with mobility in that state. I have to time this right. Ice was beginning to close in around him, and he was down a spider leg in his protective helmet. But, even from a distance, it was easy to see frostbite forming on Todoroki's right side as he began overexerting his ice side. If I can outlast him, I can do this. Gritting his teeth as the floor of ice encircled him, Midoriya jumped into the air, and activated the hover function on his pack, and shot a flurry of incendiary grenades in a line towards Todoroki. No sooner had he done this had mountains of icicles come erupting from the ground amidst the smoke and explosions. Todoroki's eyes widened as Midoriya rose from the smoke, unharmed, hovering a few stories off the ground, and began shooting glue grenades towards him. Todoroki flinched as he raised another ice wall, blocking the glue grenades as the gloop splattered all around him. Midoriya looked around. Lights were beginning to flicker on in all the student dorm rooms. Can't get caught fighting here. He began flying away, towards Gym Gamma, shooting another incendiary grenade at the villain in hopes to lead him away from the dorms. As the ice wall he had put up shattered in an explosion, Todoroki seethed. Don't run from me. Creating an ice slide underneath himself, he gave chase to Midoriya, away from the dorms. From her dorm, Hatsum found the perfect baby in her pile and ran to the window to see the two fleeing. She zoomed in on the two of them to see what direction they were heading in. The only thing that direction was Gym Gamma. A commotion was coming from the dorms around hers, so she ran out to the common room as some of the students were gathering. Are we under attack? Who are those guys? All I saw was that ice guy from the sports festival. There was a pounding on the door, and Hatsum ran over to open it. She frowned. She was hoping it'd be Power Loader, but Aizawa was there with a few of the other members of the faculty. We're locking down the buildings, the pros scowled, but we need to know if any of you saw where they went. It's a mess of ice and smoke out there. The security bots were all frozen in ice, so we're blind. Hatsum's mind raced. If the pros went to the fight, they'd end it quick. However, Midoriya would be caught. He'd be outed as a vigilante. The two might be linked to the prior vigilante acts, expelled and arrested. Yeah, I zoomed in on them and they were heading for the main building from what I saw. It looked like Todoroki and one of the older hero students. She lied. They would, Eraserhead grunted, whipping around. Before Hatsum could ask anything, Aizawa slammed the door, and all the doors and windows were sealed with steel plates, just like the lockdown before the USJ incident. The students began panicking and running around the common room. Some headed upstairs. Hatsum scowled. This was just a delay. She dashed up to her room to open her laptop. She'd learned how to hack into UA's internal servers in her first week. She just didn't change anything because then they would revamp their security firewalls again, and that was a headache she didn't need. But as she unsealed the window to her balcony, she strapped on her boost boots and realized exactly what she was doing. I let him rub off on me too much. She jumped towards Gym Gamma. Time to play hero. Midoriya rushed towards Gym Gamma, swerving left and right as icicles flew through the air towards him. Gotta see if we can make this hover stuff go faster. As he reached the roof of the gym, an errant icicle struck the bottom of the pack, shorting out the hover function, sending Midoriya crashing onto the building and rolling across it, cutting up his legs. Just my gauntlets and grenades. He frowned as Todoroki emerged from an ice ramp onto the roof, forehead bleeding, shivering from the overuse of his right side. You want to run around and play hero with your T-toys, Todoroki spat, trying to hide how cold he was, but you run from any real challenge, don't you? He seethed. You don't deserve to call yourself a hero. He unleashed a flurry of ice spikes, but they were slow. Midoriya countered with his sonic speakers. If he didn't use his flamethrowers, Todoroki would freeze faster. Is that what this is about? Todoroki staggered backwards, clutching his ears at the frequency, leaving him open as Deku charged forward for a leaping Superman punch to the cut on the taller boy's forehead. Because I trash-talked you? Todoroki anticipated this, however, and grabbed Midoriya's head as it connected to his forehead. He held on through the pain, staggered back, and froze Midoriya's gauntlet. Holding the shorter boy in place by the gauntlet, Todoroki used his left hand to punch Midoriya across the eye, reeled back, and punched him again. Of course not. With Midoriya stunned, Todoroki broke his right arm free and froze Midoriya's other arm in place, both gauntlets attached to the roof with ice. Don't think about the noise thing again. You're surrounded. Deku glanced around. Todoroki was right. A ring of ice had formed around him. There was no way he could get the whole thing. If not because of me, why do it? Why end all might? Midoriya asked. Todoroki paused and looked at the brace on his left arm. Is it your dad? Midoriya asked. Todoroki flinched at the mention of Endeavor, confirming Midoriya had been correct. If he could keep him talking, it was Deku's best shot. I heard you guys talking before our match, you know? Todoroki looked up at him, and Deku could see inner conflict written all over his face. I didn't understand it, but he's been pretty shitty to you, hasn't he? It's why you didn't want to use your fire. Todoroki let out a big sigh. Do you know what happened after I won our match? Midoriya shook his head, so the taller boy continued. I never wanted to use my fire, first and foremost. You're right. Endeavor has made my whole life a living hell. Put my mom in the mental hospital, forbidding me from making friends, treating my brothers and sisters like dirt under his heel. My whole purpose in life was to be better than All Might. He's been training me since the day my quirk developed. Not the best life for a kid, Midoriya conceded. No, Todoroki sighed. So I got here, to UA, on recommendations, and I told myself I'd never be like him. That I wouldn't be this hated, a-hole hero. That I'd reject him, I'd reject his power, and I'd use my mom's power instead to be the #1 hero. Like All Might. Todoroki rounded on Midoriya, making the support student flinch. And then I fight you? Me? Midoriya echoed. Everyone talked about how brave and cool it was that this quirkless boy was able to push the son of Endeavor to his absolute limits. To drive me past my own restraint, and how ruthless I had to be to defeat you. Todoroki quivered, anger rising back to his voice. I couldn't be happy with my win. That's why that photo of me scowling after the festival was news. It's why the League of Villains went after me. And you know how people looked at me after seeing me fight? After seeing me like that? Midoriya shook his head, although he had a hunch as to what the answer was. Todoroki stomped over to his opponent, getting directly in his face. They looked at me like I was my father. Midoriya bit his lip. I didn't know, Todoroki. I doesn't matter. He yelled. Suddenly I was just this, chip off the old block. So you know what I did? I decided to be the opposite of my old man. Todoroki readied an ice spike in his hand. My father is the absolute worst hero, but he still gets fame and fortune as the new #1 pro. But I did the one thing he couldn't. I ended All Might. And I'll bring him all the shame I can as the failed son. Todoroki held the spike to Midoriya's neck, the ice making the support student shudder. So now all I have to do is put you behind me too. Todoroki reared the ice spike back and shook violently. Midoriya recognized the look of conflict and agony on the villain's face now. It was the same one he had borne months before when he finally tracked down Bakugou's ender. You don't want to do this? Midoriya stated. It wasn't a question either, but an observation. Todoroki flinched and reared the spike back again. I have to. Hey pretty boy. Todoroki's eyes flung open at the interruption, head darting to the right as Hatsum pointed a shoulder-mounted launcher of some kind at him. I told you to get out of here. She growled, shooting a bracer from the gun at the villain. Too slowed down from using all his ice, Todoroki couldn't dodge as another temperature regulator locked onto his right arm. You know, Hatsum crowed. I made his originally as a launcher for that weird pervy classmate of yours, for his weird sticky balls. But a few modifications, and it makes those bracers Deku scrub made even better. Todoroki tried to summon ice from his right arm, but as he did, the bracer burned into his skin, nullifying his other quirk. Damn it. Midoriya unleashed a sonic attack to break the ice and hit Todoroki in the temple with a haymaker. Before the boy could recover, Midoriya grabbed his shoulders and kneed him in the crotch. As Todoroki dropped to his knees, Midoriya hit him with another punch, finally taking the villain down. He shot him with a glue grenade, sealing the boy in place. You're wrong, Todoroki. Midoriya sighed. You don't want this? Todoroki, defeated, stared up into the night sky. How? How did you know? Midoriya smiled to Hatsum, who waved to him, and looked back to his capture. You could have ended me in my sleep. You could have kidnapped my mom or led me to a sneak attack, like I said. But mostly because when it was time for revenge, you couldn't go through with it. That happened to me. Deku walked over to Todoroki and crouched down. Before he died, All Might wrote a note for me. Do you want to know what he said? Todoroki, still with his pride, didn't look at or acknowledge Midoriya, but a shudder told the Vigilante that he wanted to know. He wanted me to save you, Izuku explained. He could tell there was a sadness in your eyes. That you weren't too far gone. Even when you ended him, All Might believed in you. Todoroki began to cry, gently, flinching as he processed the information. Having seen you now, I think he was right, Midoriya added, softly. Be well, Todoroki. He walked over to Hatsum, who pulled him over to the edge of the gym. Yeah, that was super poignant, but we've got to move, Hatsum commanded. Are the spider legs and hover pack both broken? Midoriya nodded, and Mei rolled her eyes, grabbing her boyfriend and leaping off the gym with him, her boost boots slowing their fall enough for them to take off running. "You have to melt this stuff now," Hatsum commanded. "The pros are looking everywhere for you guys and we're on lockdown. We need to get your helmet and get back." Midoriya gulped as they ran, spraying his flamethrowers along all of the ice spikes along the way. As they approached the courtyard, he grabbed his helmet off the ground. The two students skidded to a halt as they approached the building, Hatsum flinging her arms out to stop him. "Aizawa is coming," she hissed, zooming into the distance. "This way." They looped back around the rear of the building, and Hatsum grabbed Deku again, using a combination of her stilts and boost boots to launch the two of them onto her balcony. Hatsum dashed over to her laptop and typed furiously until the steel lockdown plate lowered, sealing her balcony. "Hatsum, what the hell was that?" Midoriya asked, still trying to process the rescue she had performed for him. "How did you?" She held a finger up his lips and grabbed his backpack, hitting the switch to retract his gauntlets, spinning him around to take it off him, and threw it onto her pile of babies, along with her launcher and boost boots. No sooner had she done that, when the steel plates around the building were raised, and they heard the booming voice of Present Mike yell, "All students of Building 1H report to the common room." Wait. Putting on their best poker faces, Midoriya and Hatsum were the last of the students in the common room. Aizawa spotted them and was upon them in an instant, Midoriya flinching. But he was shocked when Aizawa rounded on Hatsum instead. "He hissed. There was nothing at the front entrance. Do you know how much time of ours you just wasted?" Hatsum flinched. Still, she was always quick on her feet when it came to these things. I am sorry, sir, I thought I saw them head that way." Aizawa was ready to respond, but his phone began to buzz. Raising it to his ear, he grunted in response. "Jim Gamma? All right." He turned towards Midoriya and Hatsum. "You lucked out. Thankfully for you, someone was able to catch that nutcase." "No." He turned to the rest of the class, then to present Mike, and the two nodded. "You groovy cats aren't going to say anything," Mike instructed, though still somehow in his usual tone. "We don't need this kind of bad press, so for the sake of the school, lock those lips tighter than Midnight's adult toy chest." "You can't say that to children," Aizawa groaned. He turned to the students. "He's right though. The principal is issuing a command of silence of this incident. We just opened these dorms and this kind of bad press could shut down you. So if you value your future in support, you'll keep this to yourselves." The students, including Mei and Izuku, exchanged uneasy looks. This sort of sweeping things under the rug did not seem like something pro-heroes should be doing. But no one wanted to leave UA, so all the students eventually nodded in agreement. "Good," Aizawa said. As he and Present Mike turned to leave though, he paused and gave a glare towards Izuku and Mei. After a very uncomfortable pause, he finally turned and left. The common room was buzzing in excitement, making it easy for Hatsum and Midoriya to slip back to his room, where they collapsed onto his bed in exhaustion. But after a moment, Midoriya rolled onto her and hugged her. "You saved me again." Hatsum laughed. "Yeah, you're rubbing off on me." They kissed, and after a moment he pulled away and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't want to put you in Dan OW." Hatsum hit him in the arm. "Don't tell me that. The only thing you should be sorry for is that you stopped kissing me, hot lips. I left my room. I chased you down. That's on me." Midoriya smiled. "I love you. I love you too, you dork." She rolled her eyes. "Why do you think I chased you down in the first place?" "The hot lips." Midoriya joked. "But, can I ask you something?" "Sure. Will you tell me why you were against dating at first? You never really explained that." Hatsum sighed. "Well, and when my dad lost my mom, he just stopped inventing." Hatsum finished her explanation. "I never wanted something like that to happen to me." "That makes a lot of sense," Midoriya admitted. Her story left him reeling a bit. He had known her father was not exactly physically present and for different reasons than his own, but he had no idea how much her upbringing had played a role in her love of all things electronic. More so, by being involved with him, Hatsum was putting aside a big fear, a fear she had grown up from observing in the failings of her own father. "I probably would have refrained from dating me too," he conceded. "But I'm glad you are." Yeah, well, unfortunately, you know how to hit all my buttons? Hatsum laughed. As much as I wanted to fight this, I love doing this crap with you. Now give me some of them hot lips. May, it's like 4 a.m. Sleep is for the weak. The following weeks changed the already turbulent hero landscape. Todoroki cooperated with the police fully. In fact, he had managed to cut a deal. With some persuasion from Endeavor, he provided information on the League of Villains, their quirks, names, and anything that could be helpful. In return, as well as being a minor, he was given 7 years in custody, a far lower sentence than anyone would ever expect for someone who ended the symbol of peace. Many were not pleased and protests took the streets. Until, however, Todoroki was asked to give a motive statement, shifting public dissent even more. The truth came out. Todoroki told the world about Endeavor's treatment of him, his siblings, and his mother. That he was pushed from childhood to usurp All Might. That when given the chance to take All Might down and get back at his dad in one swoop, he cracked. If Endeavor was hated before, the backlash against him now was massive. Calls for retirement, protests outside his agency, written threats. Furthermore, the only thing Todoroki revealed about his attacker was that it was a mysterious vigilante. It happened so fast, Todoroki explained. He towered over me and attacked me with great strength. It was an odd time for the hero scene. While Todoroki's cooperation made the villains seem fallible, the hero scene was hit with another wave of doubt when Endeavor's true self came under scrutiny. There was a push for those in the hero course who failed to take remedial training to get their licenses. Now, more than ever, a new generation of heroes was needed to restore trust in the community. Those who passed were being pushed for work-study, building off their internship work. Support lessons were going on, and the students of Class 1H were hard at work for defense methodology. Powerloader had tasked them to create portable means of defending against strong physical quirks that was versatile for any hero. Hatsum was pissed that they couldn't make mech suits. Not every hero could wear such a heavy suit of armor. Heroes like Midnight or that Yaoyorozu from Class 1A, who create things from their body, can't have something that cumbersome? Powerloader argued. A suit like that takes months to build and would be custom to specific heroes. This should be an item anyone could use. Still, like any good inventor, she had another idea in moments and was tinkering around with some sort of forearm guard. Midoriya was working on something similar during the morning when Powerloader came back to their corner of the room. Principal's office, he said plainly. The two exchanged nervous glances. Are we in trouble? Midoriya asked. What? Their teacher replied questioningly, No, of course not. He leered over them, unless you blew something up that I don't know about. They both waved their hands frantically. I'm 8 days explosion free. Hatsum cried, I'll make it to double digits this time, I swear. I'll believe it when I see it. Powerloader laughed. Now get out of here. The two walked down to the principal's office, not completely reassured by their teacher's words. Without thinking, they entwined their fingers until they were outside the door of the administrator. The two were surprised to see Mirio was in there with the principal. Greetings, young ones, Nizu said cheerfully. Take a seat. Sure, Midoriya agreed as the two sat down. What's going on? Before I begin, Nizu answered, am I right in assuming that Ms. Hatsum has been informed of the All Might situation the two of you were placed in? Izuku blushed while Hatsum just beamed. How'd you know? The green-haired boy blushed. Higuri tells me the two of you are practically inseparable, Nizu explained. I imagine with such a large decision, you'd go to a confidant for guidance. It's because I'm the brains of the operation, Hatsum bragged, grinning ear to ear. The principal laughed, as did Mirio. The older teen added, Don't feel bad, I asked Nijire for advice too. Quite. It's human to seek the opinion of those we hold in high esteem, the principal advised. I assume it did not spread further. The three students all shook their heads. Good, the mouse continued. With all that established, we know Mirio has taken on One for All. He is primed to be a hero and a fitting replacement for All Might. However, Mirio rubbed the back of his neck. One for All is a bit much to handle. What do you mean? May asked. It's a bit tricky to figure out, Mirio replied, grabbing his arm instinctively, after a few punches with one for all, I get all these stress fractures in my arm. Recovery girl has been seeing me almost daily. Thankfully, Mirio's build makes the damage minimal. Nizu added, someone your size would break their entire arm in a single punch. That sounds awful, Midoriya shuddered. Yeah, can you imagine constantly breaking your arms? Hatsum wondered, you'd really need to learn how to control it in small doses, I bet. That's why we've called you here, Nizu explained. Mirio has a work-study program with Sir Night-Eye, a former sidekick of All Might. Midoriya raised his hand to geek out about what he knew about the pro, but Hatsum slowly reached up and put his hand down so the principal could continue. Sir Night-Eye has been advised of the situation and is willing to help Mirio as part of the study. However, Nizu stopped to take a sip of tea. Mirio will need modifications to his hero suit made as they explore the combinations of his permeation quirk with one for all. My suit can phase with my body because it's made of my hair, Mirio explained, but I'll need some items to lessen the damage on my arms. Hatsum began to get giddy. So what are you saying? Her leg began bouncing up and down in her seat. As the work study cannot be delayed, we would like you to take on some support work with Sir Night-Eye's agency so that you can develop a suit that works for both of Mirio's quirks. Nizu explained. If you're up for it. We figured that since you were privy to the situation, you would be best suited to the work. Pro support work. Hatsum screamed, jumping, with a real agency. She hugged a still-sitting Midoriya, shoving the side of his head into her chest. This is the greatest day of my life. She ran out the door, cheering, our babies are gonna be so flipping famous. The three stared after her before Midoriya turned to the principal and Mirio and adding, yeah, we can do that. Sounds great. Wonderful. Nizu beamed. I'll have Power Loader make the specifications with the agency. You'll need to be ready bright and early Monday morning. Mirio will take you to the agency across town. May want to let Ms. Hatsum know the details. Midoriya blushed. Why yeah, I'll go fill her in. I can't believe it. Hatsum practically sang, jumping along the halls. We get to work at a pro agency and make experimental gear for the new symbol of peace. Midoriya beamed at her. I know. This is going to be amazing. I already have so many ideas. She squealed. If we can get some his hair, like for his suit, we can easily incorporate that into leg and forearm bracers to help with that impact. It'll just be a matter of sewing it into the materials, he agreed. As long as it's in the core blend, bracers should be able to help absorb some of that impact. Hatsum spun herself in a circle, practically dancing with herself in excitement. What are you doing? Midoriya laughed. To his surprise, she grabbed his hands and spun him around too. This could be our big break, Deku Scrub. Let me be excited. Power Loader opened the door to see the two Midoriya being roped into some odd dance outside of his room. Midoriya looked at him, crimson, and Hatsum didn't drop her ecstatic smile. You know what? I don't even want to know. Power Loader groaned. Just get in here and work on your projects. By week's end, they had completed their defense systems. What's more is that they managed to make duplicate ones for Midoriya's Vigilante escapades by pretending they kept running into setbacks while working in the development studio. They had also perfected a modified glue grenade that would work with snipes guns, and were able to fill a large order, leaving Midoriya with a nice cut in his first real order as commissioned support tech. Don't think this means you're the better inventor, Hatsum scowled as they walked back to Heights Alliance. I'll have my commission orders done when we get back, and I'll be rolling in it. Midoriya laughed. I believe you. You've got a ton of requests for boost boots? And don't forget it. Hatsum's grin returned. I knew those would be one of my breakout products. Well, if it makes you feel better, I was going to ask if you wanted me to take you out for dinner with this to celebrate, Izuku replied, sheepishly. We don't actually ever go on real dates? Hatsum tapped her chin. Never really thought about that. She grinned, slyly meeting his gaze. Between all the baby-making we do in and out of the lab, and all the secret stuff we get up to, I think our relationship is more fun anyway. But, if you're offering, a normal date could be a nice change of pace. I mean, you're not wrong, Izuku laughed. There's no one else I'd rather have watching my back. But you know, food is nice too. The two showered and changed before meeting back up in the common room to head downtown. They had the weekend before their work-study with Mirio. However, they wanted to spend some time over the next 2 days going over designs for the third year for the modifications to his suit, so this was the freest time they were going to have for a while. They went a few towns over via train, not too far, but far enough to get a different variety of places to eat. Midoriya let Hatsum decide, and she wanted to scope out the neighborhood they would be work-studying in, and she would pick a place she found once there. Picking somewhere to eat is as scatterbrained as her process for getting baby ideas. Midoriya laughed internally as the pink cat nodded off on his shoulder during the train ride. Hopefully the place she picks ends up as good as the inventions usually do. As they arrived in the downtown area, Mei scanned with her quirk to get a feel for the neighborhood. I can see Sir Might Guy dash. Night Eye, Midoriya corrected. Yeah, that. I can see his place. This is a nice neighborhood. I can see some cafe signs that way. Hatsum grin faded as her stomach rumbled. Just in time. Let's go, Greenie. Hand in hand, the two began making their way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and food bound. They jumped as they passed a chicken joint, with a chicken statue that clucked at them via motion sensor, compelling them to eat at Hellfire Chicken Pyre. But as they passed a small shop, a little girl with a horn on her forehead and white hair darted out the door and ran smack dab into Hatsum's exposed thigh, causing the two girls to tumble to the ground. Gek! Hatsum cried as she pulled herself up from the ground, and then offered a hand to the small girl. Hello, goat child. You okay? The little girl only stammered in response, almost as if she was unsure if this could be some kind of trap. Midoriya's eyes narrowed. This girl was covered in bandages and bruises, more so than a usual clumsy kid who might scrape their knees periodically. A man came up from behind her, making Midoriya and even Hatsum take a step back and recoil. After all, it wasn't every day you saw a man in a Renaissance plague doctor mask. Oh dear, he said, though his tone was flat and quiet. That won't do at all. My apologies, miss. The little girl looked up at him, a scared look on her face. Now, he said, come along, Airy. The little girl seemed reluctant, but went with the man anyway, only glancing back at the support students once. Midoriya and Hatsum exchanged glances themselves. Any of that seem weird to you? Deku asked. She nodded. Nothing says inconspicuous like walking around in the daylight with a plague doctor mask. Looking back up, they had lost the odd pair in a crowd. What do you think that was about? Midoriya frowned. He had a bad feeling about that man, but he couldn't place his finger on it. Hatsum shrugged. Who can say? It's quite a bit odd. But it gives me an idea for a gas mask. She looked across the street and flung her arm out to stop Midoriya, who ran into it. Sushi. Babe, let's get sushi. He rolled his eyes. All right, let's get sushi and you can tell me about this gas mask. Monday morning came a bit earlier than either of the support students would have liked. Still, they managed to pull themselves out of bed, get coffeed up for the day ahead, and met Mirio outside the gates for their first day of work-study. Since you guys are with me, it shouldn't be a big deal, Mirio advised as they stepped onto the train, but while most people see Sir as this stern guy, he has a really big appreciation for humor. Now this was arranged so you can help me with, his eyes shifted around the crowded compartment, but if you get on his good side, this might be more enjoyable. Hatsum and Midoriya exchanged nervous looks. They didn't exactly have what one would consider stellar sense of humor, though they did usually make each other laugh. As they stepped into the agency, they were greeted with a rather unusual sight. Relatively new Bubble Girl was hooked into a tickle machine of sorts, laughing uncontrollably while Sir Night Eye himself watched. Mirio seemed unfazed. Was her report not funny enough, sir? Horribly dull, Night Eye replied, not even looking back at the three students. Before Midoriya could react, Hatsum had bolted to the machine, inspecting it up and down and taking notes. What on earth is this glorious contraption? Night Eye's curiosity shifted slightly. You must be Hatsum. Power loader, warned me about you. Somehow, the vague statement was taken as a compliment by the inventive girl, and she beamed. Could probably rig this up to make it 30% more torturous. Oh God, no. Bubble Girl gasped between laughs. Night Eye glanced back at Mirio and Midoriya for confirmation. Mirio just shrugged, but Midoriya rubbed his chin. She wouldn't say it if she didn't mean it. I can see where she's coming from, it could be more efficient. Night Eye seemed to seriously consider this but shook his head. Perhaps if I'm impressed with your work, I'll commission such a thing from you. However, I'm not easily impressed, so be warned. He turned off the strange torture device and unhooked Bubble Girl. Come all of you. My office. As the two followed the pro and sidekicks to the main office, Hatsum whispered, I gotta make something like that for you. This is one of those conversations you save for later, Midoriya whispered. Right? She winced. I like it here though. As they entered the office, Night Eye gestured for them to sit, so they did. Now, as I've been made aware, there was a situation in determining who should inherit One for All. Night Eye said. It was not a question, but Midoriya answered, yeah, I thought Mirio was the best dash. You made the right decision, Night Eye interrupted. Mirio was, in my opinion, always the best choice for the matter, and I pushed All Might to retire ages ago. Frankly, Midoriya, you were not suitable. Oh, Midoriya replied weakly. Hatsum's look turned flat. She definitely wanted to say something, but her desire to profit off of Night Eye seemed to be actively holding back her tongue, which Deku was incredibly grateful for. Naturally, when I heard the news from Mirio, I was incredibly pleased, Night Eye continued. We can tell, sir, Mirio added, trying to alleviate some of the tension in the room, you're absolutely glowing. If this is glowing, I don't want to see him displeased, Midoriya thought. Quite, Night Eye replied. Now, my company employs 1 student and 2 sidekicks. We are operating at wonderful efficiency, with a decent profit margin. However, with Mirio under my tutelage to replace All Might, a transition is required. This transition requires gear so Mirio can adapt to these powers. So, you will work here and attend your classes as first years. I am going out of my way on this, so I expect results. Hatsum and Midoriya nodded. Good. Night Eye replied. Not having a lab here, Power Loader advised you will work on the gear at UA and bring them here no later than 5 p.m. every evening so that we can test them before patrols. Go to the meeting room, take some measurements, and go back to UA to begin making what you need. As your role here is for tech only, we cannot brief you on any current cases unless it is necessary. Actually, Midoriya spoke up, a bit nervous. We had Mirio's measurements and hair stored from his hero costume. We developed some prototype bracers over the weekend. We'd like to run a few tests with him on them. He steadied his breathing before adding, if that's all right with you, of course. Sir Night Eye's lips twitched just slightly upwards into what could be considered a smile. Good. No time wasted. There is a space in the casement for training and such things. Mirio, go with them, report what you need them to adjust. The pros stamped their approvals for work study and detailed their compensation as such. For the next few hours, Hatsum and Midoriya watched as Mirio punched out training dummies with their bracers with One for All and used permeation without them falling off. These are fantastic, the older boy exclaimed, nothing broken in the arms. Though they're still a little sore. We can see what we can do to increase shock absorption in these, Midoriya replied, taking the bracers. Though some of it may still be your body adjusting. We might be able to tweak them a bit. Where else is One for All hitting you when it comes to recoil? Mirio crouched down. I used it to jump once, and it really messed up my thighs and glutes. And I used it to increase my run speed, and that can mess up my feet and shins. Hatsum tapped a pencil to her mouth. That's a whole lower body adjustment, Mirio. We'll need to add impact dampeners, with your hair incorporated into the material, to the entire lower half. Can you drop off your suit in the support lab in the morning? We also might need more hair, Midoriya added. I know you usually save it at home. Since it's vital to suit repairs. I should have a few bags, Mirio replied. I'll go home and get them tonight, and give you guys my suit in the morning. Fantastic. Hatsum beamed. We should have you up and rolling in no time. As it came time for nightly patrols, Midoriya and Hatsum bid their new co-workers farewell. Little were they aware just how much their fates were intertwined with the mysterious masked man and little girl they had run into, as well as the fates of Mirio and Sir Night Eye. But things were soon going to change. Humming to themselves in class, Hatsum and Midoriya tinkered away working on Mirio's hero suit, adding padding and shock absorption into the lower body. It had eaten up most of their morning, and they had only an hour and a half after classes to make adjustments to the suit before needing to report to Sir Nighteyes for the evening. With what they had, they were able to make improvements to the shin and ankle areas of the suit to assist with running with one for all, but for the rest, it would likely take another day. I hope we're working fast enough for Sir, Midoriya sighed, eyeing the clock. These aren't exactly modifications that usually only take a day. Even for professionals. Even if this were the only thing we were dedicating ourselves to, we've gotten a lot done in a short amount of time, Hatsum shrugged. The guy's a nut anyway. And we are professionals. They began to pack up their things to take to Mirio. A nut with connections. Imagine if they have us working for Mirio with his quirk full-time in the future. Midoriya smiled. Talking money, Hatsum sang as she packed the suit in a special containment bag. Power Loader, who had been experimenting with something of his own design at the front of the lab, scoffed. Don't count on that. Once he gets used to the power of one for all, he won't need much in the way of gear. As the students were leaving the lab, they were surprised to see Aizawa outside of it. Waiting for them, it seemed. I thought I'd find the two of you here. Something about the way he looked at them made Deku's knees tremble and sweat form on his brow. Why yup, just heading to the work-study. They went to move past him, but in a flash, Hatsum and Midoriya found themselves wrapped in the teacher's bindings. Power Loader was on his feet immediately. Hey, Shoyuta, what do you think you're doing? Aizawa glared at the teacher and turned to the students as he released his scarf. I need to ask these two a few questions. He deadpanned. Alone. Aizawa turned to leave, but Power Loader shut the door first, a loud slam emanating in the studio. Excuse me? Eraserhead replied, voice raising slightly. These are my students. Higuri said, arms folded across his chest. If you need to ask them anything, ask them here, without restraining them like criminals. Midoriya had never been happier to have Power Loader as a mentor than he was at that moment. That's part of why I'm here. Aizawa sighed. Interviews with the civilian rescued the night Tokoyami escaped describes a vigilante using tech similar to Midoriya's. This had not come as a surprise to Midoriya. Over the weekend after the rescue, the police had come to ask him the same thing, but he, Hatsum, and Tsuyu all acted as each other's cover stories, that they had gone to play laser tag that night. Hatsum had found that forging receipts was easier than she expected. We gave our alibi to the police, Hatsum said, smiling. Have you been making unlicensed gear that leaves the campus? Aizawa questioned. Anything go missing? Or, have you made something for someone unlicensed? Midoriya and Hatsum shook their heads. Power Loader sighed in exasperation. These two, like all my other students, log everything they make. Midoriya was a finalist in the sports festival, Shoyuta. More than likely, someone decided to copy his tech for illegal activities. That may be so, Aizawa snapped, but ever since Stain was captured, vigilantism has been on the rise, and some of these captures resemble Midoriya's products. We need to make sure he's not supplying vigilantes illegally. I would never sell vigilantes my tech. Midoriya objected. Technically this was true. I just make it for myself. And I will be happy to show you their records, Higuri added. Now, these two are helping Mirio, so unless you can back up these accusations, are they free to leave? Aizawa let out a deep breath. His eyes shifted between the two students twice before he relented. I'll be watching the two of you. As he skulked away, Power Loader grumbled, that guy rubs me the wrong way. Midoriya and Hatsum left hurriedly, but not before thanking their teacher. It wasn't until they were safely aboard the bus, they made it clear how displeased they were with what had happened. I think you have to change how you fight, Deku Scrub, Hatsum whispered. It's easy enough to manufacture an alibi, but now you've got a pro suspicious of you. Midoriya frowned. I hate to say it, but you're right. If I'm going to be advertising the spider legs and the glue grenades, I'm going to have to use the hover pack and freeze grenades in my fights. His mind raced though, and he began to mutter, but if I change right away, will it look more suspicious? Will it tip off Eraserhead that he spooked us? Aizawa is a stealth hero. I'm going to need to watch who is around. Midoriya. Hatsum said. But if I keep using them, does it play into his hand more? He's a pro for a reason, and I'm sure he knows what he's doing getting into my head like that. Midoriya. Hatsum repeated, voice growing. Could these be mind games? Izuku. Hatsum shouted, making him jump. He yelped. We're here. Hatsum pointed as the bus screeched to a halt. Sorry, I did that mutter thing again. It's only okay if it's about babies, Hatsum sighed. We don't have any targets. Chill out. We can lay low for a bit and adapt your fighting style. Find some new things to throw pencil tip off your case. As they filed into the building, Mirio and Night Eye seemed to be discussing something rather serious but got quiet upon seeing the two tech developers. Whatever it was must have been confidential. You're late. The pro snapped. Hurriedly, the first years bowed in apologies. Sorry, sir. They both stammered. We're about 60% through the improvements Mirio asked us to install in his suit yesterday. Hatsum added, quickly going into business mode. The shock absorption on the ankles and calves are complete and ready for testing. Night Eye furrowed his brows together and took the suit from her hands, inspecting it briefly. Your work ethic is as good as Power Loader says it is. Mirio, go test this before we begin our patrols. Mirio took the suit to change, and Midoriya and Hatsum went to the basement to wait for him. Nice save, Midoriya breathed. Like hell I'm letting some crusty old teacher get us fired for being late, she chuckled. They quietly began discussing possible alternatives for the spider legs and weighing the pros and cons of trading them out for something else. They hushed as Mirio emerged, looking more concerned than his usual plucky self. Something got you down, Mirio? Midoriya asked. It's not the babies for your suit, right? Hatsum asked, beaming. This drew a chuckle from the top student of UA. The suit feels great. Let me get a few laps in and see if they can contain one for all. Deku blinked and the Mirio was gone, dashing across the training facility in the blink of an eye. Deku marveled at the sight. He was reminded of All Might as the blonde blur zoomed back and forth across the room. Hatsum was more impressed how well their baby was holding up against the strain of Mirio's power. Mirio finally jogged to a stop in front of them. This is perfect, he grinned. That definitely lifts my spirits. So, Midoriya narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin. Something was wrong? The grin on the older boy's face faltered. Well, I'm not supposed to tell you guys about the mission, but we haven't been able to get eyes on our target. Maybe I can help? Hatsum asked, pointing to her yellow crosshairs. I make an excellent lookout. Mirio considered this for a second before grabbing his cell phone. Well, it can't hurt for you to keep an eye out, I suppose. This is the man we're looking for. Calls himself Overhaul. Midoriya and Hatsum leaned in and looked at Mirio's phone, only to step backwards and inhale sharply in unison. Something wrong? Mirio asked as he withdrew his phone. We ran into that man on Friday. Midoriya exclaimed. Plague Dr. Mask and everything. Mirio dropped his phone. You what? They what? Sir Night Eye shouted. He rounded on Midoriya and Hatsum. And you didn't mention this suspicious activity to me sooner? Thank goodness you were smart enough to reject one for all. Midoriya flinched. That was like a punch in the gut. Sir, Mirio interjected, they didn't know anything about the mission or who we were looking for. There was nothing about the guy's behavior that screamed, Yakuza, or associated with the League of Villains. Hatsum explained. Midoriya nodded. He just seemed like a weird guy. We didn't get a good enough look. Enough, Night Eye sighed. You are correct. I shouldn't have lashed out, but time is of the essence. Take us to the area you saw them in. Now, Midoriya and Hatsum shrugged to each other and led the pro and his agency employees out the doors and down a few blocks to the general area. They passed the cafe they had eaten at under the pinkish hue of the setting sun and stopped in front of the store. She came barreling out of the store. His daughter or whatever, Hatsum explained, crashed right into my thigh. Still have a bruise. Night Eye nodded. Thank you. Again, I should not have scolded you regarding this, but time is of the essence. I will go question the employees about what he had seen, and I will give the rest of you your scouting assignments. He turned to Midoriya and Hatsum. You are dismissed. Mirio will drop off his suit in the morning for more work. The two nodded and began to leave, but when they were a few blocks away, Hatsum looked to her boyfriend and couldn't help but notice how crestfallen and restless his expression was. You want to help, don't you? Of course I want to help. Midoriya blurted out. We left a child in the care of a Yakuza, League of Villain guy. I was right there, and I didn't save anyone. That's all well and good, but we have no babies right now. Hatsum replied, and we didn't know that guy was villain material. He could have just been a germaphobe for all we knew. Besides, we can't scope out this area and risk running into Sir Night Eye and getting outed. I know, Midoriya relented. I can't resolve this situation the way I did with Todoroki or Stain. Whoever this guy is actively has other people on his tail. Real, licensed pros. If I come near, I'm finished. So, we don't go near. Hatsum's wild grin returned, cluing Deku in that she already was hatching a plan. What do you have in mind? He asked, a smile on his face. Come on, we need to get back to the dorms. Before he could ask further, his rambunctious girlfriend snatched him by the hand and pulled him down the street. Once safely in his room, Hatsum shoved Midoriya's laptop into his hands. You scan the dark web for this overhaul guy, I've got hacking to do. Midoriya nodded. Been a while since I've had to do anything like this, good thinking. It was true. When hunting down Stain and the sludge villain, he would spend hours each night doing recon work. But ever since abduction of Todoroki, things had been happening so fast in his life that he was a bit rusty at hunting villains down. Mentally, he scolded himself. He worked best in the element surprise with his ranged weapons. He had to operate more like Eraserhead and stop trying to emulate All Might. Still, once he hit some of the shadier areas of the web, he found some interesting connections. I can't see much about the guy himself, Izuku muttered, but his name comes up in all these drug deals. What kind of drug deals? Hatsum asked, leaning over from her laptop. He tilted his screen towards her. Take a look. 2 kinds of drugs. One is a syringe-type bullet that will nullify someone's quirk for a few hours. The other is an injectable drug which boosts quirks for roughly an hour or so. You sure it's the same guy? Hatsum asked. Midoriya nodded. Seems like it. The Yakuza has been small time for a while. But drug deals are up their alley. Check out this post. Overhaul is name dropped a few times. Hatsum's eyes darted back and forth over the screen. Damn, these drugs are moving quick. Right? Midoriya confirmed, turning the screen back to himself. But no known substance can do that. Quirk boosters have always been a thing, but nothing like this. And Eraserhead is the only one I've heard of being able to negate quirks. Too bad we didn't have anything like that for Todoroki, Hatsum deadpanned. Inventions are more fun, Midoriya argued. Of course they're more fun, she bellowed. But it would have made it easier. If only we knew where these drugs were coming from, we could help Mirio and Night Eye. He sighed. Yeah, too bad no one could track him down by hacking into traffic cameras. Oh wait. That's me. Hatsum grinned. I did that. Deku's jaw dropped. You managed to get in. We tried that for days with Stain. I've been kicking around some ideas since we failed, and they proved to be winners, she beamed. Come take a look what I've found, and let's see if we can't piece this detective work together. She turned her screen and bragged, I spliced the videos together, so you can get a clear picture of where he went. Izuku studied the grainy video. It showed the 2 of them in a corner, but he could see the man in the mask walking away from them and turning a corner with the small girl. The video jumped to another shot, which showed the 2 of them walking down a street. There were multiple jump cuts in the video, but finally, the 2 turned into an unassuming building just off of a main road. It looked like any nondescript apartment building one could find anywhere. That can't be far. Midoriya cried. It's not, it's in the normal patrol route for Night Eye's people. Hatsum agreed. But look, I focused on that building, and that guy, Overhaul, is rarely the person who ever leaves. Whatever he's doing, he's laying low and letting some crony go out and do everything. Watch. Hatsum opened up videos from the same location, but the timestamps showed they were from the days following their encounter with the Yakuza leader. Very rarely did any ever go in or out of that building, it seemed, but it was never the same person twice. However, they always left carrying a box of something, and whenever they returned, they're carrying toys? Midoriya questioned. For the girl? Gotta be. Hatsum shrugged. Weird, right? But they're clearly up to something. The videos showed 3 different men had come and gone from the time the 2 students had encountered Overhaul to yesterday evening. All at different times of the day, all gone for different amounts of time. Well, that gives us a location. Midoriya rubbed his chin. We need to get this to Night Eye, but he can't know we're the ones who got it for him. We're not licensed for this. Yeah, we didn't exactly obtain this information through legal means either, Hatsum agreed. Midoriya thought a moment, but grinned. I'll screenshot some of these drug-dealing details, including some future ones. Save your videos. We'll put them on a flash driver and figure out a way to get it to the agency. Unless? Hatsum echoed. What if that girl is in trouble? Midoriya wondered aloud. Why would these Yakuza be keeping her there if she's just someone's kid? That's the least safe place for her to be, you'd think? You think she's part of their plans? Hatsum asked. She thought about it herself. She was pretty banged up. What if she has a quirk-destroying quirk? Midoriya responded. If she's getting hurt, we need to hurry. Maybe we should just give it to Mirio? Hatsum looked at her boyfriend incredulously. Are you feeling okay? Remember that whole, not getting caught thing we talked about? I'm not going to tell him about any of the vigilante stuff. Izuku hissed. We'll just say we got curious and wanted to check surveillance on the area. That still doesn't change that we got the surveillance illegally. Hatsum deadpanned. Did Todoroki hit you in the head? Is this a concussion side effect I didn't pick up on? Midoriya rolled his eyes. We'll ask him to keep it anonymous. The day after we get let in on the investigation? Hatsum argued. Too suspicious. Let's just use a drone. Attach it to the building. Less suspicious, and we get to use babies. Then we have to do it tonight? Midoriya insisted. Hatsum pulled back a bed cover to reveal she already had a remote for a drone hiding under it. Why is that there? Izuku cried. Hatsum grinned. I just wanted to use the drone. She's going to be the death of me. Deku sighed, smiling all the same. I love her, and she's going to be the death of me. Bright and early the next morning, pro-hero Sir Night Eye walked up to his agency building, frustrated with the lack of progress on the Sure Hasaikai case. The gentle sway of the breeze, the bright sunshine of a warm morning doing nothing to improve his mood. But what did catch his attention was a small flash drive taped to the handle of his front door. Carefully pulling the device away, he flipped it in his hands, finding a small note attached. Unfurling the paper, he found a single word typed upon it. Overhaul. Eyes widening slightly, he opened the door to see one of his sidekicks, Centipeder, pouring himself a cup of coffee. Morning boss, Centipeder started, but was cut off by the flash driver being placed in his hands. Run this through our security to make sure it's free of viruses and open it immediately. Night Eye commanded. All right. Within an hour, Night Eye, Bubble Girl, and Centipeder had reviewed the contents of the video a few times. This matches up with Fatgum's account of a shooter temporarily removing Tamaki's quirk. Bubble Girl exclaimed, reading through the articles about quirk-removing drugs. It also bears resemblance to the 2 size-shifting villains who were taken down earlier in the week. Centipeder added. Sir Night Eye leaned back in his chair and weighed his options. He looked at his All Might poster, one of the most prized possessions of his, and sighed. This would be so much easier with you here. The office chair under him creaked as he finally leaned forward, resting his elbows on the dark oak desk. We're going to need some help. Make some calls to the following pros. Izuku Midoriya stared at his feet as they listlessly carried him through the streets of Japan. His own hero had confirmed what he supposed he knew his whole life. He could be no hero. He was weak. Quirkless. Perhaps.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.